decision for our country. The tension is high and so are the stakes. And over the next few hours, Canada's next government will take shape.
The party's final sprint for support all comes down to this, the end of an unprecedented stretch. But the unpredictability of it all, well, that's far from over. Here in studio, we are so lucky to be surrounded by some of Canada's finest political minds, cabinet ministers, party leaders, premiers, strategists, all here to examine how we got to this point and what happens next. You'll also be hearing from some familiar voices.
Very familiar voices. We are so excited that you are all here. So let's set the stage for a night of high political drama. Heather Butts is standing by, and she has our exclusive first glimpse at where we might be headed over the next several hours. Heather, what have you got?
That's right, Omar. As we look to where we're going, let's take a look at where we came from. Let's remind our viewers of what government looked like at dissolution. The Liberals had 152 seats, the Conservatives 120, the Bloc Québécois 33, the NDP 24, and the Green Party had 2 seats. That was the standings at dissolution. Now we have 5 new seats at play during this election campaign, 1 more in British Columbia, 3 in Alberta, and 1 more in Ontario. Now that is because of population growth and demographic change. So we have 5 new seats at play. For, so we have, because of that 5, there was 338 in the House of Commons at dissolution. That rises to 343 ridings at play. But the number that we're all going to be watching for is this number right here, Omar and Vashi, 172. That is the magic marker that we're going to be keeping in mind for this evening. That is what a government needs to get the majority. We're going to take a look now at the House projections. This is the very first projections this evening from the CTV News decision desk. Now, these numbers are compiled based on historical data, riding information, polling, and a whole lot of number crunching. The CTV News decision desk is projecting at this moment in time that the Liberals could get a minimum of 138 seats to a maximum of 180, possibly crossing that marker for a majority government. They're also projecting the Conservatives could get a minimum of 110, a maximum of 148. So that is the range at the moment. We'll be keeping a very close eye on the NDP and the Bloc Québécois to see if they maintain official party status. But these numbers are going to change throughout the evening. They will ebb and flow as your ballots are counted. So as those numbers come in this evening, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on those numbers. But this number right here, 172, that's what we're really keeping a close eye on this evening to see if we will have a majority government at the end of the night. Back to you.
All right, Heather, we'll check in with you shortly. And Vashi, another number to keep in mind is 7.3 million. That's the number of people who voted even before today. So it shows you just the level of engagement in this election, which is such a consequential election, not just for the future of our country, of course, but also for the futures of political leaders themselves, right? What are you going to be most watching for?
Well, if I could state the obvious, who wins? Just because this has been a very competitive race that 6 months ago, I don't think any of us in this room could have envisioned. The Liberals were literally written off at that point. They entered into this campaign the favorite, and they finished in a neck-and-neck race for the popular vote with the Conservatives. It's very competitive. It's very tight. I have no idea what's going to happen, so I'm very keenly watching what does.
And that's what makes these nights so fun, is because we don't know the conclusion. We are stationed, of course, at all the main party headquarters tonight. Let's start with senior political correspondent Mike Lecouture with the Liberals in Ottawa. So, Mike, what's the sense where you are right now?
First result.
Yeah, right now, cautious optimism at this point, Omar, and we are at the home of the Ottawa Charge from the PWHL. Hockey has been weaved as a theme throughout this campaign for Mark Carney. He has co-opted that phrase of elbows up, and during a lot of his stump speeches has told people that this is like the 7th game of the Stanley Cup Finals, and now that there are no more minutes left in it, he said he wanted everyone to put all that they could and leave it all on the ice. The question is, though, will the Liberals eke out, or will it be a blowout? They think that they can win in a number of ridings, and as I said, a number of those Liberals that I've been speaking to say that they are confident going into this, but at the same time, they're just not sure. So they're going to continue to watch broadcasts like ours and watch the polls as they come in, Omar.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And Vashi, we've got some first results coming in from central Newfoundland right now.
Yeah, we do. Clifford Small, the Conservative incumbent in central Newfoundland, and a very early note of caution, just one poll reporting here, but does definitely hold the lead here. This is a riding that we will be watching as more polls start reporting, just because it is one that the Liberals are wondering if they can flip. And obviously, if they do, it's an early indication that the polls, at least in Atlantic Canada, were correct. But this is right now as early as it possibly gets. While we pay attention to more polls coming in, let's swing over to the Conservatives. Abigail Beeman is also in Ottawa tonight, just a few blocks down from where Mike was with the Liberals. Abigail, what are your conversations like with Conservatives? What do they think their prospects are for tonight?
Some of those conversations are really all over the map, and I think that suggests that a lot of people believe it's going to be a tight race. So I've had Conservatives tell me everything from a Conservative minority win to a Liberal minority win to on the fence between a Liberal minority and Liberal majority. And the real takeaway here is that everybody is going to be watching so closely, and many Conservatives believe too close to confidently make a prediction at this point. As you can see behind me, I just heard my first applause there of the night, but not many people in this room right now. There will be some supporters who are let in later, a little on the disorganized side. The times were different. Media were walking around with lanyards with no identifiable tags on them because they just didn't have them ready yet. So we'll see how this evening plays out in terms of what kind of a celebration or event unfolds behind me here. But right now, all of the Conservatives that I'm talking to are just watching closely and especially eager for those first results to come in.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters. Very interesting. Often behind the scenes on campaigns, you have a sense before the public does about how it's going and how it will turn out. Both Abigail and Mike pointing to the fact that even behind the scenes, no one's really certain.
That's an interesting point. Judy Trinh is with the NDP tonight in Burnaby, which is a suburb of Vancouver. And Judy, before we go on, we have to acknowledge the horrific attack that has happened in Vancouver. 11 people murdered. And so as the nation is watching the results of this election tonight, at the same time, people, especially in that city, are experiencing a surge of grief and an incident really that has impacted the final hours and days of this campaign.
That's right, Omar. What I can tell you is that there is a challenge. NDP campaigners say that they are facing a challenge in terms of getting people out to the polls to vote. Some people are grieving. As you mentioned, this is a time of adversity for this community, and it is also a time of adversity for the NDP as they campaign. Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, his own seat here in Burnaby Central is at risk. That's because of redistricting. When the boundaries were redrawn for this election, he actually lost areas where there were lots of NDP supporters, and then the boundaries engulfed some areas which were mainly Liberal supporters. So he is in a neck and neck race, and I can tell you that if he loses his own seat, he will face immense pressure to step down. But let's not kid ourselves. The NDP are aware that there is no way they are going to match the 24 seats they had at the dissolution of Parliament. What they're hoping to do is cling on to 12 seats so they remain an official party in Parliament.
All right, Judy, thank you. And that is an astounding stat. I mean, half of the NDP's seats were in British Columbia. It's a tight three-way race in that province, and that is the reason we're likely going to be out quite late. But this province pivotal for the future of NDP leader Jagmeet Singh.
Very much so. And as you say, one of the reasons we're going to wait and see what happens in British Columbia, because his future in the parties is definitely at stake with incumbency in that province. Speaking of the future of a party that has a particular interest in a particular province, let's move over to Montreal, where Jeremy Charron is with the Bloc Québécois. Jeremy, an interesting final 10 days for the Bloc, where they pivoted their message. The leader said a couple controversial things. What is your sense of how they think they will fare tonight?
Yeah, Vashi, look, I think the Bloc Québécois is well aware that they're coming into this election night expecting to lose some seats. The big question is, how many will they lose? To your point, they struggled at points throughout this campaign, especially early on. Leader Yves-François Blanchet struggling as a Quebec nationalist party in an election where the big ballot box question has been Donald Trump, the trade war, and the threat to this country, as Canadians feel more patriotic than ever. That has been a big challenge for Yves-François Blanchet. But what we've seen kind of change over the last couple of weeks of their campaign, really post-debate, is a shift in messaging, as you've touched on. Yves-François Blanchet really changed his approach, started to talk over the last couple of weeks how he believes that Mark Carney and the Liberals will form government, and that it is now safe for Quebec voters to return to the Bloc and send Bloc MPs to Ottawa. His pitch to voters here in this province has been that now that they believe that they are going to see a Liberal government, if they want to see the priorities of this province, of the province of Quebec, kind of front and center in Ottawa, they need to ensure they're sending Bloc MPs back to the nation's capital. So that has been his pitch, and it seems to have worked. We've seen a tightening in terms of the race here in Quebec. The big question, though, how many seats can the Bloc hold on to, or how many do they lose, and how many can the Liberals pick up? Because it could be a determining factor in the outcome of this election, especially whether we see a majority or a minority government. Omar and Vashi.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And Jeremy has touched on something very critical there, and a major dominant storyline, I think, over the next few hours. What happens in Quebec? We've seen a Liberal surge coming at the expense of the Bloc, and so we'll see what that final tally is at the end of tonight. But over the next course of this evening, we'll be telling the regional stories of this election. We're thrilled to be joined by 6 of our CTV News anchors from across the country, keeping a close watch of the developing story in their part of Canada. Let's begin with CTV's Todd Battis in Halifax. And Todd, 32 seats up for grabs in Atlantic Canada. What is your sense? What are you seeing?
Omar, Atlantic Canada always gives the country the first glimpse of what happens on these election nights. This was Fortress Liberal, and it was very red throughout the past few years until the popularity of Justin Trudeau began to decline. And then in the fall, you saw the Conservatives with a 20-plus point lead in the polls. Well, that basically flipped when Donald Trump came out and started talking about sovereignty and tariffs. Justin Trudeau stepped down, of course. Mark Carney entered the race, and the numbers, the fortunes of the Liberals went way up. In this region, it has since tightened. There are going to be a few ridings really worth watching. And the first one is one that you mentioned just a few minutes ago, Central Newfoundland, where Clifford Smalls, the Conservative, hopes to hold on. If the Liberals can make inroads there, that could be foretelling of what's coming this evening. Also, Central Nova. This is the riding of Sean Fraser. Of course, he was a Minister of Immigration and Housing as well. He stepped down before Mr. Trudeau resigned, and he's in a traditionally conservative riding. So we'll have to be watching that one very closely, and we'll see how that plays out through the night. Now, for the look of how things are shaping up in Quebec, I hand it over to my colleague Matsumi Takahashi.
And greetings from Montreal. It's been said that a party needs Ontario to win a government, and then Quebec gets to say whether that government is going to be a minority or a majority. Well, we'll see if that holds tonight. The story of Quebec tonight, it's mostly going to come from the regions. It's outside the major city centres where a lot of the Quebecers were deciding whether they were going to vote with their heads or with their hearts. They're asking how much of a threat is Donald Trump. The seats that are in play are those held by the Bloc. We'll be watching Trois-Rivières. It's a real three-way race there. The Liberals haven't won a seat there since 1980, and if the Liberals can take that, could be a good indicator of what's to come. There's Abitibi-Baie-James in northern Quebec, where the Liberals have a well-known candidate in the area. Mandy Galmasti is the first female Quebec Cree Grand Chief and then in La Prairie, south of Montreal, the Liberal candidate there, also well-known, Jacques Ramsey. He's a coroner who led an inquiry into COVID deaths. We'll see how that plays out. And we will head over to Ottawa now and Patricia Bull. Patricia.
Matsumi, thank you. And what we are talking about here in the Capital Region tonight is what you are all talking about across the country, or who. Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, of course, the two front runners, both running in Ottawa ridings, and in both cases, in ridings that their parties held at the end of this parliament, it wouldn't be a surprise if either leader were to lose tonight. Now, for Mark Carney's riding of Nepean, he needs a seat, of course, and the opportunity came up in what has been a Liberal stronghold the past several years. Chandra Arya holding that seat since 2015. You may know his name. Arya had been running for the Liberal leadership against Mark Carney before the party removed him from the race, eventually revoking his nomination. Now, next door in Carleton, final results from Poilievre's riding might take a while. That Carleton riding has the longest ballot in the country with 91 candidates in there. That total ties an all-time record for longest ballot in the country's history, making it very interesting. So almost without a doubt, the next Prime Minister will represent an Ottawa riding for the first time in over 100 years. And interestingly, the Nepean riding, where Carney is running, Poilievre's Carleton riding, are right beside one another, sharing a border, making for some near misses along the campaign trail, which was an interesting little side story here in the Ottawa area. We want to head over to Toronto now and Michelle Dubé. Michelle.
Hi, Patricia. Yes, hello from TO. The Greater Toronto Area is a key battleground. We know this because we've seen the leaders spend a lot of time here, but also historically, the party that dominates in the Greater Toronto Area tends to form government. And if the Conservatives want to win this thing tonight, they are going to have to flip some seats here, but also maintain the handful of seats that they have. I want to turn your attention to Bowmanville, Oshawa North. This was a former leader, Erin O'Toole's riding. It stayed blue in a by-election, Jamil Giovanni winning it. He's friends with J.D. Vance. But in this part of the country, there's the GM plant. Manufacturing jobs are important, and it's very possible that voters might be attracted to Carney and the Liberal message that he's the best person to stand up to Trump. Over in Oshawa, this is one of those ridings where there is no incumbent. MP Colin Carey not seeking re-election, so it's really seen as a seat that is up for grabs. And over the course of the years, we've seen it be blue, red, we've seen it be orange. So really, in the GTA, it is vote-rich, and it is seen as pivotal for the parties to take tonight. Over to you, Tara Nelson in Calgary.
Thanks, Michelle. You know, Heather mentioned a few minutes ago that we've had a bit of a population boom in Alberta. We've had a population explosion, 200,000 new residents last year, 173,000 residents the year before. Where are they all coming from? Well, about 1 in 4 of them are coming from other provinces like Ontario and BC. So Elections Canada had to do a lot of redistributing about the ridings, and Alberta does have 3 new ridings. So the first one that we want to look at is Calgary-McKnight. This is where George Chahal is running tonight. He is Calgary's only Liberal MP. He won last time in Skyview, but because of the redistribution, most of Skyview is now in McKnight, so that's why he's running there instead. This northwest part of the town, though, it typically is a real fight between the Conservatives and the Liberals every election. Edmonton Southeast is the next one that we want to look at. This is a new riding there as well, so no incumbent, but the Liberals are running a star candidate there, and it would be the mayor, Amarjeet Sohi. This is a riding generally that same general area that he won in 2015 when he ran the first time for Justin Trudeau and later became a cabinet minister. And then the third riding that's new in Edmonton is Edmonton Northwest. That's in the exact opposite corner of town. This is a riding that used to include more rural areas and bedroom communities like Spruce Grove and St. Albert. All of Edmonton's 9 ridings actually have been redistributed so that they all fall within the city limits now. None of them include any bedroom communities. This side of town does tend to vote a little more conservative. The Conservative that is running there, Billy Morin, actually is the former chief of the First Nation that this riding borders on, so he's going to have a lot of name recognition. So 37 ridings in Alberta this time instead of 34 that we're keeping an eye on. Let's go to Mi-Jung Lee in Vancouver.
Thanks, Tara. In about 2 hours and 40 minutes, polls will close in BC. Now, this province is the most competitive in the country with plenty of 2- and 3-way races. At dissolution, the Liberals had 14 seats, Conservatives 14, NDP 12, Greens 1. But it's expected there will be less orange this time around if the polls are correct. Jagmeet Singh could even lose his riding of Burnaby Central, partly because of how the boundaries have been redrawn. He has spent a lot of time campaigning in BC, including this weekend. We'll see what happens there in Burnaby Central. Liberals did well in Metro Vancouver last election. That's why Mark Carney asked former Vancouver Mayor Gregor Robertson to run in Vancouver Fraserview. Now, all eyes also on Vancouver Island. 6 out of 7 ridings there are NDP. The Conservatives hoping to flip North Island, Powell River to blue with controversial candidate Aaron Gunn. He's been under fire for his views on residential schools. Plenty of key races in BC tonight in this high-stakes election. So if you haven't voted yet in BC, there is still time. Vashi?
Thanks so much, Mi-Jung. As Mi-Jung mentions, 2 hours and 40 minutes left in BC. Just 10 minutes until polls close in PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. So we anticipate some more results will start coming in pretty soon. I want to turn to Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello, who are monitoring developments from our breaking news center this evening. I think you're already tracking something, if I'm not mistaken.
To our breaking news center here.
Yeah, so tonight, Adrian and I are going to be monitoring breaking news stories, social media, developments from polling places, and more. We already have our first emerging storyline of the evening. Adrian?
Yeah, I'm going to take you here inside to our screen. Take a look at this. This is a blaze earlier today at a polling center in Windsor, Ontario. People are inside casting their ballots. Fire breaks out. Now, we can tell you that fire investigators are still looking into the cause of the blaze. Thankfully, everyone was safely evacuated. The polling center has been moved to nearby St. Joseph's Catholic High School, and that polling center will close as scheduled. Rachel, I know that you're keeping an eye on something else too.
Yeah, so Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's riding, and we are watching that one because the advance ballots in that riding started being counted hours ago. Now, that is because there is 91 candidates on this ballot. So you can imagine it is about 3 feet long. Elections Canada estimates is going to take about 3 times as long to count those ballots. So that is partly because voters in this riding turned out in advance polls in big numbers, around 44,000 advance ballots cast. And so that is why Elections Canada has kind of made some adjustments to allow that count to happen in a more timely manner. So they're allowing that 6 hours before polls close to get that count going. And they have more workers on hand to make sure we're getting those results, Adrian, as soon as we can.
91 individuals on a single ballot. They're going to need some origami skills to fold and unfold those ballots. As Rachel mentioned, they're going to need a little bit of extra time. We're going to keep an eye on all breaking and developing stories here tonight. Of course, you can also go to ctvnews.ca. We'll send it back.
All right, Adrian, Rachel, thanks so much. And before we move on, we are getting some more results from the eastern part of the country. Let's take a look right now at Avalon. Again, these are still very, very preliminary results. 1 out of 203 polls reporting in Avalon. And you can see the Liberal candidate, Paul Connors, has a 25-vote lead over the Conservative Steve Kent.
Interesting riding there because that's Ken McDonald, one of the most outspoken initial MPs against Justin Trudeau, who exited, said he wasn't going to run. His assistant, executive assistant, is the Liberal candidate in that riding. In Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, again, just the first poll reporting Anthony Germain, a former CBC anchor there, just a few votes behind Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative candidate, but we are incredibly early.
And in Labrador, the Liberal, Philip Earle, has a 28-vote lead over the Conservative Ella Wallace. And, you know, we've gone, Vashi, 23 minutes without uttering the name Donald Trump, which is remarkable.
It's a miracle.
It is
it's an
a miracle.
election day miracle.
Considering, you know, some breaking news we got early this morning, the fact that Donald Trump tweeted today and suggested that, you know, Canadians vote for him, even though this is a Canadian election for Canadians and by Canadians. So
yeah, it tracks. It tracks basically with the entirety of the last 8 weeks.
Exactly. And we're talking about Atlantic Canada. St. John, by the way, is the most tariff-exposed city in all of Canada. The results are obviously at the forefront of our coverage tonight. You'll see those numbers updating on the side and at the bottom of your screen all night. And CTV's John Woodward is live at our decision desk with how all those pivotal calls are made. And John, it is such a science. I don't know how your team does it, but they nail it every time.
Thanks, Omar. It is a big job, but we got a great team to do it. We're already seeing the results come in from some ridings in Newfoundland. And the graphics that you're seeing on the screen that come up with those results, they're coming from us. And that's going to spread out across the country as the vote tallies roll in. We're using our software here to sift through those results to see the patterns, who's ahead, who's behind, what's changing. And to better understand where those ridings are going and to make sure you're updated on where the race is at any given time. When our decision desk uses statistical models and knowledge of the riding to make a call on any given riding, we'll send those graphics to you. And when the election itself is called, we'll send those graphics to you as well so that you're updated about who's going to control Parliament after this election. Omar,
that is a big question, John. Thank you again. Polls have closed in Newfoundland, and in just about 5 minutes' time, polls closing in PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. That's just a glimpse of what you can expect tonight. Now off we go. Our first thoughts from our expert guests in just moments. You're watching CTV Election 2025.
Special coverage here at CTV News of election 2025. We're just a few minutes away from polls closing in PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. We're going to go straight over to Liberal headquarters in Ottawa, where our Mike Lecouture has a special guest.
Yeah, I do, Vashi Sachet-Mehra, the president of the Liberal Party of Canada. Thanks so much for joining us. First question for you, how do you feel that today is going, and especially your Get Out the Vote team? How do you think that is going to play tonight?
First of all, Mike, it's great to be here. We're cautiously optimistic, very happy with the teams working hard across the country. Our volunteers have been doing a phenomenal job. We're very happy with our candidates and our leader. Everybody's putting in a huge amount of effort, and we couldn't be happier with everyone doing everything that they're doing.
When you consider where you are right now, how much did a change in leadership change your party's fortunes?
So the party's been working for years towards a campaign. It's always getting ready, and certainly I think the message from the leader over the last number of months has really resonated with Canadians. We've felt it at the door. Our candidates heard about it. Our volunteers have heard about it as they've been knocking on doors. It's been important. Canadians have been engaged in this campaign. It's a very exciting time.
But could you have imagined back in December where the party was to where it is now?
Well, listen, no campaign is won or lost till the last vote is counted. We're working hard right now. We're at each door across the country from coast to coast to coast. I've seen some of the candidates firsthand, the amount of effort that they're putting in right now, the long volunteers hours starting at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock at night. It's been incredible. It's been heartwarming, and I'm so proud of all of them.
But do you have that number of volunteers because you guys changed leaders? Because this conversation would have been a lot different if you did not have this leader here, because we know where opinion polls were with former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
So this has been an important time for Canada and Canadians talking about their democracy and really being engaged. And whether you're in Charlottetown or in Whitehorse, Yukon, or in Kelowna, folks have become engaged. They want to be a part of that discussion, that conversation. And our candidates have been hearing that at the door. Our volunteers have been hearing that, and they've been working very, very hard. And the leader has done a phenomenal job of communicating that as he's traveled across the country.
Appreciate that, Sachet-Mehra. He's the president of the Liberal Party of Canada. Vashi, we continue to wait for results here at Liberal Party headquarters. Send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. And we are seconds away, Omar, from polls closing now in 3 of the Atlantic provinces, getting our first indication of where things are going.
In PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and I believe Heather Butts is standing by to provide some analysis. But again, in this part of the country, 32 seats up for grabs. The Newfoundland province has 7 seats. This next wave represents 25 seats. Add those 2 up, 32 seats up for grabs. So now those polls have closed in PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Heather Butts standing by. Heather.
Omar, yes, as you just mentioned, we have entered a new phase of this race. So the polls have closed in the 3 maritime provinces. And we started the show, as you'll remember, with the polls closing in Newfoundland and Labrador. So that means we have 32 seats now in play for this election night. Taking a look at our standings right now for Atlantic Canada, because those are the polls that have closed so far this evening. The Conservatives are leading and elected in 3 ridings. The Liberals leading and elected in 2 ridings. The NDP and the Green sitting at 0 at the moment. But a very exciting first phase with the polls now closed in Atlantic Canada.
Certainly is, Heather. Thank you so much. And we are thrilled to be joined by a fantastic set of guests tonight. Anne-Marie Medawake from CTV Your Morning is leading one of those conversations. Anne-Marie, who have you got with you?
Yeah, I'm thrilled too, Omar. Thanks so much for that. Listen, we are in playoff season in this country, but this is like the Battle of Alberta and the Battle of Ontario and the Stanley Cup all rolled into one. I know everybody at this table agrees. I'm going to start way at the end of the... I left out the Habs. I apologize, Mr. Mulcair. But I'm going to start way at the end of the bar. We have former NDP leader Tom Mulcair. Welcome. And then flown in from Calgary today is former interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. We have Rona Ambrose. And then it's like the Rocky Mountains are in between, because we've got BC on this side of the table. We have former BC Premier Christy Clark. Good to have you here. Just in from Vancouver today is a former Liberal Cabinet Minister, Harjit Sajjan. Welcome. And then the unlucky gentleman who's right next to me for most of the night tonight, we have former Conservative Cabinet Minister James Moore. Great to have all of you here with us. Big picture, I want to start off with, what are you looking for? Can you hear me at the end of the table, Tom?
Yes.
You can. Okay, good. What are you watching for tonight? Big picture.
I'm going to keep an eye on Quebec, because I do think that the Bloc Québécois has been in free fall since the beginning of this. How far they drop will have a determining effect on the final result of the election, I believe.
Okay, well, we've heard a lot about people watching Quebec tonight, and I saw sort of this side of the table going, man, Christy, you
said. I hate that. But Ronna, what are you watching tonight?
I'm watching, well, right now we're looking at Atlantic Canada. We talked about the Clifford Small riding. We need to win that. The Conservatives have to win that. That was held for the last 3 elections by Scott Sims, a very popular Liberal MP. He lost to Clifford Small, and it looks right now like Clifford Small might take that. That's really important for us. That'll be an early indicator, but of course the polls are early in the night.
Yeah, of course. Chrissy, what are you watching for today?
Well, I knocked on doors in about 20 ridings all across the country.
I saw this on your Instagram.
So yeah, so I'm getting kind of a feeling of what's happening, and I only tried to do swing ridings. I'm looking to see, based on my personal experience of it, whether the Liberals break 180. I think that's the first thing. The second, it would be, is Jagmeet Singh going to win his riding? It seems unlikely. It's a riding that I grew up in. Could Poilievre lose his riding, which I think would be maybe a shock, but perhaps a blessing for him? And then I think the other thing will be, will there be breakthroughs in Alberta? When you think about how Alberta is so alienated from the country at the moment, if they are to elect some Liberal members of Parliament, I think that can only be good if the Liberals are in government and helping rebuild some sense of national unity with a really important province for our country.
This is a great panel with opinions already. Ronna, did you want to jump in on that?
Well, I mean, Pierre's riding has been held by a Conservative for decades, and he won by 15,000 votes in the last election with a huge percentage. It would be highly unlikely for him to lose his riding. And in Alberta, the alienation doesn't result in people wanting to vote more Liberals. The alienation results in even more anti-Ottawa sentiment, even more anti-Liberal sentiment. So it's a huge concern if we end up with a Liberal majority for Western Canada. We have Mark Carney, who has said no to all 5 demands from the oil and gas sector, and that's oil and gas sector in Newfoundland, in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, in Saskatchewan, Alberta. This is not just Alberta, but it's 25% of Alberta's GDP, and he has said no to all 5 demands. So huge resentment right now, huge pushback in Alberta against Mark Carney. And if there's a Liberal majority, we will have serious issues in Alberta with even more anti-Ottawa sentiment.
I want to bring the 2 gentlemen over to my left in this conversation. Harjit Sajjan, you just came in from Vancouver, and of course we saw that you had been out on the festival grounds where, you know, the tragic and deadly van attack has just happened. How is that affecting things in BC and where you're at?
I was at the last year. I didn't attend this one, but I went to the scene almost immediately afterwards. It is impacting people. You know, when people are... this election has actually brought people together because of President Trump and the whole 51st state comment. It's bringing communities together. It doesn't matter where you're from. And this incident has kind of really dampened that for obvious reasons. There's a lot of heartbreak that's taking place. But I think, you know, people or families are going to rise up and cast their ballot because this is a very consequential election right now. And Canadians need to look at who's going to bring that calm confidence to deal with President Trump. And Mark Carney has definitely demonstrated that.
Somebody with calm confidence is sitting to your right. This is James Moore. James, what are you watching for this evening?
I'm going to take the night in chunks. And the first chunk will be the results out of Atlantic Canada. Famously, Prime Minister Trudeau won all 32 seats in 2015. That's not going to happen tonight. When Stephen Harper won a majority in 2011, so the modern era of sort of contemporary politics and personalities, Stephen Harper won 14 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. 8 of those 14 seats were in the province of New Brunswick. So for me, the question is, if Pierre Poilievre is going to be successful tonight, does he come close to that 14 number? Does Clifford Small win in Newfoundland and Labrador? And what does the footprint look like across Atlantic Canada as then we step into the province of Quebec and start getting the larger scale of numbers? But, you know, but the Liberals won't repeat 2015. Will the Conservatives repeat 2011 and give them a shot at forming government? That's my first observation of the night.
Okay, and you've brought Canada along with you to watch over this as well. Guys, thanks so much. We're going to check in with you often. Right now, I want to send it back to Omar and Vashi.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And Vashi, I just want to bring in more bright political minds across this country who've weighed in for, you know, the past few weeks about this campaign. And certainly, you know, people are calling it a consequential election. Corey Snight, Kathleen Monk, and we've got Scott Reid. Of course, you made some news a couple weeks ago of your own about the Pierre Poilievre campaign and how you felt that it was being run. Do you feel as though his campaign eventually turned a corner, or do you stand by those comments that you did not think the management of that campaign was as it should have been? You used more colorful language, but I'll leave it there.
Well, I think at the beginning of the campaign, the Conservative Party was really not addressing the Trump threat in a substantive way. I think it was about 8 days into the campaign before Poilievre mentioned the name Trump. And my experience having just come through an election in Ontario, that was the issue that was driving voters, and I think that's what we've seen play out in this campaign. Well, there have been a lot of movement in the polls. The Conservatives were up about 25 points only a few short months ago. They're now running behind, not by a lot. I think we're going to have a close evening tonight. I think it's going to be a very close election in many parts of the country. But I think it was a big strategic mistake not to take on that issue earlier and pivot the campaign. I think they have done that. You saw it today in terms of Poilievre's response to the Trump tweet that went out. It was quite strong wording. But, the story is going to be told, I think, really in the 905. There's going to be, Quebec is important. All regions of the country are important. But what happens in that 905 belt is going to be pretty important. You're seeing Liberals doing quite well in many parts of the province, but I think we're going to see a lot of close races in that area, and there are a lot of seats there. So we'll see what happens.
I want to get both Kathleen and Scott in as quickly as possible because we've got to get to some results. Kathleen, Corey mentions the kind of competing narratives from each campaign about what the ballot box question is. Is it change or is it Trump?
It's Trump still, I think, and that's what's actually squeezed out the New Democrats throughout this campaign and really prevented them from kind of getting their message across. So tonight I'm really going to be watching for, how they do. Can they bring back their caucus? Can they pick up anywhere? It's going to be pretty quiet for New Democrats in the Atlantic regions, but there's some hope in Quebec, right? Possibly with Berthier-Masconaget and obviously Rosemont Petit-Patrie. So and we'll see basically if the end game message that the New Democrats pivoted to say vote for us to keep Carney accountable landed, and they were able to pull back some of those votes in these final days.
As we look to Atlantic Canada, how important is it for the Liberals, if they're going to have the big night they hope they will, to see some change there, or at least, a positive result?
It's important, but let's be honest, it's the avalanche of votes that come in when we hit Quebec and Ontario that's going to make the difference. If there's going to be a majority government, we'll have a sense of that because, as Corey points out, what the seat totals look like in the 905 and the Golden Horseshoe in and around Toronto all the way down to Niagara. Tons of seats there. If the Liberals can come out with 38, 40, 45 seats in Quebec, and if they can win seats pretty reliably in the 905 down into Hamilton and Niagara, then they're going to have a big night. Big night.
Okay, we shall see. We'll look forward to your analysis. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break, but we've got lots more special coverage of election 2025 right here on CTV News after that break. Back in a moment.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of election 2025. Let's get straight to Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello, who are monitoring developments from our breaking news center tonight. Adrian.
Yeah, one developing story, Omar, that we're keeping a close eye on. The Elections Canada website appearing to be down for some Canadians, for many right now going on the website. This is what they're seeing. We actually experienced it here in our breaking news center as well, though we were able to get on another computer, though some people taking to social media tonight, sending out tweets like this on X. Patrick saying elections.ca isn't working for me. Does anyone else have this issue? An obvious concern, Rachel.
Yeah, so Vashi and Omar, we have reached out directly to Elections Canada to try to figure out what is going on here, if this issue is more widespread. But for folks wanting to get their results, ctvnews.ca does have you covered.
All right, thank you so much, Rachel and Adrian. I know you'll keep an eye on that situation for us. We've got our eye on that board there at the bottom of your screen as results start to come in from Atlantic Canada. We're still just a little while away, at least from the 9:30 close of polls in much of central Canada. Right now, though, I want to throw it over to our colleague, Sandy Ronaldo, who is up with a couple other of our colleagues who have their ear to the ground throughout this whole campaign for some extra perspective. Sandy?
That is so right, Vashi. We've heard from the politicians, the pundits. Now we're going to hear from the people. I mean, who better positioned to tell us what Canadians are thinking than two men who talk the talk 5 days a week? John Moore, News Talk 1010 in Toronto, and Bill Carroll, 580 CFRA in Ottawa. Okay, 7.3 million Canadians voted in advance polls. I get the sense that Canadians are far more engaged this time around than I've seen in any elections I've been involved in. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think they're very engaged. It could also have been that it was very convenient to vote over Easter. I mean, people had 2 holidays in some places. But no, I think the turnout is probably going to be very, very large. What's interesting to me is how the narrative has changed so significantly, though. I mean, I knew some Liberal MPs who went canvassing during the Trudeau time, and they were getting doors slammed in their face. That's why they went back to Ottawa and finally said, listen, you got to go. Now the narrative is something else altogether. And, it's impossible to make predictions tonight, but I can tell you talk radio listeners are always going to be more highly engaged and more political, and frankly, as Bill has said previously, more conservative.
Yeah, but I think also, and let's pick up on that, Bill, Donald Trump has lit a fire under Canadians. Never before have I seen this kind of patriotism and pride across the country, so you must be hearing that.
Yeah, but it's been a little like musical chairs. You know, the music is playing, and it's going to be the moment it stops, where are people? Because we do have more conservative audiences, although I'm in the heart of liberal Canada. Ottawa went very red in the provincial election recently. It's a very liberal town, but my audience was absolutely fed up with Justin Trudeau. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. Then Donald Trump happened, and you definitely saw that switch. And, I could criticize Trudeau any day I wanted to, and very few people defended him. There's a little more defensive Mark Carney that I've seen with our audience, but that's starting to switch back a little bit again. But I'll tell you one thing, to John's point about engagement. People are always engaged when they listen to talk radio, but I've never seen anything like it. I've been around a long time, taking phone calls and texts and messages from people for decades. They are more engaged, and I don't want to sound like Preston Manning here, but conservatives are going to be very angry if they lose this election tonight. They want to change. They're furious that other Canadians don't see that in their mind this is the same government with a new person at the head. They're not going to take it well. It's going to be a very contentious time if the election doesn't come out the way they want it to.
Well, you know what? I'm going to throw it back to Omar and Vashi, but maybe they'll come back to us at some point to talk about how you mend fences at the end of this if it doesn't go the way some Canadians want. Okay, back to the desk, Omar, Vashi.
Thanks so much, Sandy. And as you can see on the screen ahead of you, we are starting to get additional results in from Atlantic Canada early in on the number of polls reporting, but we're already seeing some shift in Newfoundland and Labrador, potential seat changes in the Conservatives' favor and against the Liberals. But understandably, again, this is early, and we have the rest of Atlantic Canada to see, the results come in there. And that will happen. Look at Long Range Mountains. I believe that's outgoing Minister Goody Hutchings ridings. You can see the Conservative candidate there, one of the changes to speak of. Some more results also coming in from Terra Nova and the Peninsulas, with the Conservatives in the lead there as well, Omar.
And again, polls closed in Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. The next big wave is at 9:30 Eastern. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories will be getting results from those parts of the country. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll see you in just a couple minutes. 2025. Want to head over to Heather Butts, who's standing by with our pollster, Nick Nanos. Heather.
Yes, thank you, Omar. An exciting time in the evening. Of course, we have those polls closed in Atlantic Canada, so I am joined by our pollster, Nick Nanos, and we're going to take a quick look at this two-horse race. But first, Nick, I think it's always important to remind people of a little bit of history here.
Yep.
If we take a quick look back at 2021, the Conservatives actually won the popular vote, 34%, Nick, but it just wasn't enough to win a government.
Absolutely. It wasn't enough to generate more seats than the Liberals. Two other numbers that are critical. New Democrats at 17.8. I'm sure Jagmeet Singh wishes he was at 17.8 today. And the People's Party. We haven't really talked about them. They haven't been a factor in this election. They were at 5% back in 2021.
Okay, let's take a look now at that two-horse race that we've been talking about. And if you watch the screen, really the colors and the imaging tells it all, Nick. It's really been quite the storyline, starting off with March 23rd, the call for an election.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you look at the trend line coming out of 2024 into the election, it's absolutely seismic. Check out, Heather, the Conservative lead, 47% to 20% for the Liberals. Liberals basically near death in terms of politically, but check out the trajectory. You have Justin Trudeau stepping down. You have Donald Trump and tariff threats. You have the Liberal convention and the election of Mark Carney. And what you see basically, red rocket leading up to the March 23rd date.
Okay, Nick, and that is, of course, when we start to see the NDP dropping in the polls as well. And then we get to March 28th, and that is when we have that now infamous phone call, that phone call between President Donald Trump and our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Yeah, kind of awkward. Donald Trump, line one. Anyways, you know, the thing is for Mark Carney, not only is he leader of the Liberal Party, he gets to be Prime Minister. And, you know, the thing is, this is where we see the Liberals really start to break out and pull ahead of the Conservatives as they are able to take advantage of the fact that Mark Carney can address Donald Trump and have the advantage on that front.
And from March 28th, we went to April 2nd, and that is what Trump called Liberation Day, that poster board in the Rose Garden of all those tariffs coming out, not for Canada on that particular day, but still a very important day.
Absolutely. And, you know, when we look at the trend line on this day, this is where we see the Liberals with their biggest advantage during the 2025 campaign, basically 10 or 11 percentage points. Shows, Heather, the connection between Trump, tariffs, and the political fortunes of the Liberals.
Okay. And then, Nick, as we see right here on the graph, things start to tighten up a little bit. There's a little bit of an ebb and flow, and that brings us to April 16th and 17th, the only two debates in this entire election campaign, one French, one English.
Yeah, take Trump out of the equation, talk about taxes, talk about the cost of living, and what you see is the race tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals going into the French and the English leaders debate.
Very exciting time for sure. And then that brings us to April 18th to the 21st. And Nick, this weekend will go down in history. This was, of course, the Easter weekend, but it was advanced polls. 7 million Canadians coming out to advance polls.
Yeah, and you know what? We don't know whether that'll be a game changer. That's what I'm going to be watching. But, you know, you see the post-debate era, a little bit of an uptick for the New Democrats. Why don't we call that the Scrappy Singh update? But, you know, interesting on that front.
Okay, and then April 22nd, this was when the Conservatives released their platform. Pierre Poilievre, the last leader to come out with a fully costed platform, releasing it after the debates.
Yeah, and you know what you can see, Heather, is the Conservatives starting to close the gap after they do and release their costing on their platform. Speaks to the importance of issues in the close of the campaign.
And Nick, that brings us to April 27th. This was the final evening of your polling, just late last night.
Yeah, why don't we just call this the mad dash to the finish? You know, basically the Liberals have a marginal lead over the Conservatives. It's going to be interesting to see how this converts into ridings in the House of Commons.
That's for sure. That was the mad dash to the finish on your polling, Nick, but we have a long ways to go this evening. We're going to watch those numbers roll in overnight, and of course we'll be back more with our pollster, Nick Nanos. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Heather. And we've got some initial results coming from Atlantic Canada very early again in some of the polls reporting. For example, in Central Nova, just one poll reporting at this point, but it is a riding we're watching because this is Cabinet Minister Sean Fraser's riding. He served in immigration and housing. He then decided during the kind of downfall of the Liberals last year not to run again. After Mark Carney became leader, he changed his mind.
And in Sackville, Bedford, Preston, we've got the Liberal in the lead, but again, just by 12 votes and just 2 of 230 polls reporting in that riding as of now.
South Shore, St. Margaret's, Rick Perkins, the Conservative incumbent, just one poll there. That's certainly a seat that the Conservatives want to hold on to. So as more polls start reporting, we'll keep our eye on that one.
And in Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish, we see a lead of 402 votes. The incumbent, Jaime Batiste, there leading by, again, 402 votes. But again, they're just 6 of 245 polls. So these early results, obviously the caveat, the asterisk being there, that they're extremely preliminary. The next major wave of polls we should be getting is in about an hour and a half time. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories. That's when we'll be getting 267 seats representing that part of the country.
And we'll start getting some more polls reporting in some of these ridings in Atlantic Canada and be able to call them a little more accurately over the coming minutes. Right now, I want to swing over to the floor of the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa, where we find Colton Prale. Hey, Colton, give us a sense of what it's like at this moment in time. How do they think things are going?
Yeah, Vashi, the room is slowly filling up here. It's noteworthy that in past rallies, for example, when I was in Sudbury a couple of days ago, the lines stretched ages, hours before Pierre was actually scheduled to be on the floor. Here we're seeing a very slow filtering into the room, but it is important to note that many supporters weren't expecting this to be open until about 9 o'clock at night. From the conversations I'm having with them, there is obviously immense optimism for a Conservative win. They're certainly all focused on change. The need for change in Ottawa is the message I hear over and over again in conversations with supporters. But what's really noteworthy is the number of Conservatives who have told me they're expecting a Conservative minority, or at least they're hoping to see a Conservative minority. There is an understanding here of what has happened when you take a larger bird's eye view at the polling, the dramatic shift we saw from the start of the year, the narrowing that we've seen, and there is an understanding that this race is incredibly tight, and that's not a message I'm just hearing here as well. I heard it last night at his Carleton rally. This is something that among the Conservative supporters I've spoke to, they keep repeating. They're looking for a way to just squeak through for some sort of margin of error, polling to show that there is a path through, but they're expecting this to be a very, very tight race. And the Conservative sources I spoke to here today say they expect it to be a very slow first few hours before they potentially see some gains.
All right, thank you so much, Colton. That's Colton Prale at the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa.
And actually, we talk about engagement in that riding, particularly in the riding of Carleton. Again, we've got to underline 7.3 million ballots cast before today. Now, according to the Elections Canada Act, you're allowed to count the advance votes an hour before polls close. Everywhere in the country got an extension to 2 hours, but in that particular riding of Carleton, they got an extension of 6 hours before polls closed. So it just shows you, the engagement that there is, and of all the ridings in the country, that had the most number of advance votes.
Most number of advance votes, and also 90 people on the ballot because of that protest group, which is the primary reason that that they're going to get an extra 4 hours, I guess, to count the votes there. We want to get a sense now of the regional landscape at this moment. Let's swing over to Todd Battis, who joins us from Halifax. Todd, give us a sense of where you think things are settling in Atlantic Canada, the first kind of part of this country we are getting an indication of how things are going to go.
Yeah, we're half an hour now, Vashi, since we saw those numbers come in for Atlantic Canada. 19 seats reporting of the 32, and there's your obvious indication the Liberals seem to be pulling away with the 14. And we saw a number of the boards of the different ridings, and one that people down here are watching quite closely is Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. This is a riding that Jaime Batiste, who you see there in the lead, he was for a very short spell a contestant in the Liberal leadership race. He stayed in for a little while and then ultimately supported Mark Carney. But Alan McMaster, who you see there in second, he was finance minister in Tim Houston's progressive conservative government here in the province of Nova Scotia. He decided not to run in the fall for re-election, instead opting to run as a conservative in this new redrawn riding of Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. And you can see several, and it's still early with only 6 polls of 245 reporting, but a healthy lead for Jaime Batiste, so this is one that's going to be worth watching. Let's go now to Montreal, my colleague Matsumi Takahashi. Sumi?
Todd? We'll take a look at Montreal now. Montreal is a Liberal stronghold. There are 18 seats on this island. The Liberals hold 15 of them. And some polls have Liberal support in the greater Montreal area at around 50%. The Liberals are hoping to make even more gains, though, in this region and at the expense of the Bloc. Two of the ridings they've targeted: Châteauguay, Lesjardins, Nat-Pierreville. It's on Montreal's South Shore. The Liberal candidate there is Nathalie Provost. She's a high-profile anti-gun activist. She's also a survivor of the École Polytechnique massacre. Also on the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Now, this is an area that the Liberals haven't held since 1980. It usually swings between the Bloc and the NDP, but the polls now are showing that it's actually leaning Liberal. So we'll see how that plays out. And we go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Matsumi, thank you. We do have some interesting ridings to watch here in Ottawa, beyond just where the leaders are running. The city of Ottawa, its suburbs, Western Quebec, all typically Liberal, the big exception being the Carleton riding, long held by Pierre Poilievre. But we will be keeping a close eye on Ottawa Centre tonight, where Liberal Yasser Naqvi hopes to hold on against NDP candidate Joel Harden. So back in the 2018 provincial election, Harden defeated Naqvi there. So this is a rematch of sorts that people will be watching. It's actually the only riding in Ottawa that has ever elected a new Democrat. A couple of them, including one of the most popular members of the NDP, maybe of all time, former party leader Ed Broadbent, who won the seat back in 2004. Not to take anything away from Tom Mulcair if he's listening on set. Over to Toronto now. Michelle.
Thank you, Patricia. Well, the Liberals have dominated the greater Toronto area and the, what's called the suburban 905 for a long time, since they came to power in 2015, and they want to keep it that way tonight and perhaps flip some seats and expand their footprint. And one of the areas we've got our eye on is Toronto St. Paul's. This is the riding that last year had been red for 30 years, and it flipped blue. Dawn Stewart hoping to maintain this Conservative seat, but we've got the Carney factor now, and it's potential that Leslie Church could take it away from the Conservatives tonight. This is definitely one to watch. Could be a horse race, and there are a number of ridings in the vote-rich Greater Toronto area that the Liberals think they could potentially pick up tonight. It would be key for them forming, a fourth, getting a fourth term, but also potentially forming a majority government. We'll have to wait and see, but let's go over to Tara Nelson in Calgary.
Thank you, Michelle. On election night, there's nothing more exciting than a nail-biter. Admittedly, probably more for us who can just sit back and watch rather than the candidates. It would be excruciating. But one of the tightest races in Alberta in 2021, I think, is going to be another very tight race tonight, and that is Edmonton Centre. So Randy Boisseneau won this in 2021 with a margin of just 1.3%, just 600 votes ahead of the Conservative candidate. This is a riding that regularly flip-flops between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You might even remember this was Anne McClellan's riding back in the day. One year, she won it by only 12 votes. So we're used to drama here. Boisseneau is not running this time, so it has no incumbent. He decided that he wasn't running just before the writ was dropped, so he didn't leave a lot of time for the Liberal candidate. She really had to hit the ground running. The Conservative candidate previously ran for the UCP in the provincial election, so he might have a little bit of name recognition, but I think it's the NDP candidate here that could be the spanner in the works. Tricia Estabrooks is her name. She's a former school board trustee. She's been working this riding, and she hit the ground running a year and a half ago, fundraising and door knocking. I think she's going to turn this into a three-way race tonight that we are keeping an eye out for. Let's go to Mi-Jeong Lee in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. BC is critical to the NDP's fate. The New Democrats won half their 24 seats right here in our province, but polls signal they're in a fight to retain official party status, which is 12 seats. There's even concern about traditional NDP strongholds like Vancouver Kingsway, which Don Davies has won 5 times. Now, my mom lives in that riding, so I'm driving there all the time. I see way more Don Davies signs there. So will his army of volunteers help him hang on? We'll see if his personal popularity will win out over strategic voting on the left coalescing around the Liberals. We're also watching Skeena Bulkley Valley. Taylor Bachrach is the popular MP in that riding, but if the polls are right, this could go to Conservative Ellis Ross, a former MLA. He's also well known. The other riding to watch, Victoria, currently held by Laurel Collins, one that Mark Carney has visited several times in the campaign, hoping to snatch it away from the New Democrats. A riding that they have actually held for 2 decades. So we'll be watching that one as well. Vashi?
Thanks so much, Mi Jung. We've got a lot of analysis to come. We're about just under 90 minutes away from polls closing in much of central Canada. 267 seats at play there. We've got more coverage after a short commercial break right here on CTV News, Election 2025. CTV News special coverage of election 2025. Some preliminary results continuing to trickle in from Atlantic Canada. Minister Dominic LeBlanc's New Brunswick riding, no surprise, very early in on the polls reporting, but he does hold a lead, considered probably one of the safest seats for the Liberals in Atlantic Canada, or certainly in New Brunswick. Let's swing over for some early analysis on how things are going so far and what might happen to my colleague Anne-Marie.
All right, Vashi, thanks so much. Listen, I don't know what people are eating when they're watching at home. I won't make everybody reveal what they've just pulled out of their purses to snack on, but we did all have some Timbits, and it's been good. Listen, as we were watching the results come in, I'm curious, and I'll throw this over maybe to James and Rhonda to start off with. What are you watching for from the Conservatives? There were a number of stops that were made by Pierre Poilievre there. I think there was 2 in New Brunswick, 1 in Newfoundland, and a late one in Nova Scotia. How are you seeing things play out this evening? Are you surprised at all? Is it too early to hope?
Well, I mean, I'm optimistic because we're seeing that one seat that we were watching for Clifford Small, but also an additional seat in Newfoundland. That's positive. I mean, when Pierre was out there, he doubled the funding for small craft harbors. That's just really important for Newfoundland, and also supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. So maybe that had an impact. He's been, his platform has been extremely successful in really making the case for a free enterprise economy where innovators, entrepreneurs, workers, especially working class people, will thrive. And so hopefully that broke through in Newfoundland or Labrador also. But 8 seats is what I was looking for at a minimum. And it looks like as long as things continue to evolve the way they are, that's positive for us.
James, what do you see?
So far, the Conservatives are outperforming the polls. So far, the Conservatives are outperforming the popular vote. But so far, it's very early.
It is very early.
So we'll see. But look, for years, the Conservative Party of Canada had a real struggle, certainly in Newfoundland and Labrador, because former Premier Danny Williams and Stephen Harper had a big falling out, and there was the ABC Anybody But Conservative campaign that stained the federal Conservative Party's reach into that province. That seems to be over now. It's been over for quite some time, but if we actually see some people now coming out to the polls and voting for the Conservative Party of Canada under Pierre Poilievre's leadership, that's a sign that the spade work that he's done to build alliances and to get quality candidates and to push forward in that province is a fantastic foundation for growth, perhaps tonight and certainly in the future.
Harjit Sajid, I'll bring you on this. What are you seeing as you look at the results coming on? Very early, we have to say, in Atlantic Canada.
I'll be honest with you. It's hard to actually give an analysis. It's way too early just right now.
Yeah.
I would say that given what I have heard from my colleagues who are working in the area, again, it comes back to tariffs, right? Tariffs can play a big role.
Sure.
How voters look at it in their small businesses, how it impacts them. I think that's going to play a role, but it's way too early to tell just right now.
Okay. Christy, you want to jump in?
Well, Anne-Marie, I'm from a province with where there's a lot of people over 65, as are people in the Maritimes. I knocked on a lot of doors out there, and I will tell you, older people are very worried about the tariffs, about Trump, and they want stability, they want character, they want somebody with experience. So there's been a trend that we saw at the doorstep where traditional conservative voters were moving Liberal because they really wanted that kind of character consistency that they're seeing from Mark Carney. So, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see that yet. That was my prediction. Right. But so far, it looks like my prediction might have been a little bit of an overreach at this point.
Tom, you're smiling at that.
Well, I completely agree with what was just expressed. Looking at those numbers, if they hold, and everybody's repeated the same thing, yes, it's early times, fine. We haven't counted that many polls. But if the Conservatives do manage to keep this a fight where it's 2 for 1, and the Liberals were expected by many analysts to run the table in Atlantic Canada, then we might be in for a closer fight than anybody was expecting.
Well, that would make for an exciting night.
Yep.
And a really good time. I'm going to send it back to Vashti and Omar.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And we're just getting some declarations, actually, in Atlantic Canada. CTV declaring Paul Connors in Avalon, and Vashti Cape Spear, too, is another riding that we saw a CTV News declaration as well. Again, in that riding of Avalon, the Liberal with Paul Connors, 5,489 votes so far.
Yeah, Ken McDonald's assistant succeeds him in that seat. I want to swing over to our strategists who have been watching these results come in. Corey, any initial take on what you're seeing so far?
Well, I agree that I think the Conservatives are outperforming the polls right now, which is encouraging. I also agree that the Maritimes will be an interesting place because it is older demographics, and the Liberals were outperforming what they have done in the past with those demographics. So I'll be curious when advanced voting comes in. A lot of the polling done around that indicated, I think, that was an older demographic that was coming out there. So we'll see. But I think if I were the Conservatives in their war room right now, I'd be feeling pretty optimistic about these numbers.
I think back to a decade ago, Kathleen, and one of the first indications we had in 2015 was like, whoa, it's all red in Atlantic Canada. You knew that it would not be a minority, and at that case, it felt like we were on, very clearly on a path to a majority. What do you read into things so far?
I remember that night very well because I was clinging to St. John's East and Jack Harris at the time refusing to believe that he would lose his seat in that Liberal sweep. I do think it's early still, but remember, a couple months ago, the Conservatives were planning on taking all of Newfoundland, much of Atlantic, and so this is still a change from what we actually had. They had spent millions in ads on the Rock and elsewhere. The controversy around the carbon tax and the changes to the carbon tax and how that fueled a lot of support and some change in the support back to the Liberals. So I'm really waiting for that 9:30 hour when the big enchilada of the votes close, when we start to see, Quebec, Ontario, to see how things really move.
Kathleen makes a good point about Atlantic Canada, Scott. It was probably the first region to turn on Justin Trudeau, largely due to the carbon tax. We talked about Ken McDonald. There were, Sean Fraser wasn't running, then he was. Wayne Long wasn't running, now he is. What are you watching for as this is unfolding right now?
Well, right now you're looking at these numbers, and if you're the Conservatives, you have to say this is outstanding. Let's hope that this trend holds up across the country, but they also have to hope that it holds up in Atlantic Canada. And it's not just that it's early. It's many of these numbers that are on the board are based on 1, 2, 3, 5 polls. So it could change remarkably. But I am struck by the fact that this is a part of the country where you have an older demographic, and that was supposed to be money for the Liberals tonight. Like, if you're over 55, you're supposed to be voting Liberal, and this would not be an indication that you'd be thrilled with so far.
Okay, more analysis to come, but early, still indicative of something.
Certainly, and just before we go to break, in Long Range Mountains in Newfoundland, we are declaring a Conservative gain in that riding. So again, those results trickling, but we are able to make some declarations. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few moments' time. Stay with us.
Welcome back to election headquarters here at CTV News. We continue to track early results as they come in from Atlantic Canada. I want to bring in my colleague, CTV News Chief Financial Correspondent Amanda Lang. We do have some changes to just quickly put up on the board, some Conservative gains so far in Atlantic Canada as these polls start to trickle in, and some Liberal losses at this point. Amanda, look, the economy became probably, if there's one thing underpinning that ballot box competition over what the question is it Trump or is it change? It's the economy, right?
That's right. And typically, of course, we know when people go to the polls, they're voting on their pocketbook, and that often works against the incumbent, especially after a period like the one we've seen. We saw high inflation. We saw the after effects of a global pandemic. So the vote for change was very powerful. And then into the mix, you get, well, now we feel threatened, and we need to defend ourselves against a trade war. And that, of course, was the wild card that we've been dealing with. Underneath it all, though, people still, at the end of the day, when they're checking off that ballot, they're thinking about their own situation, and there's so much uncertainty right now. So that it does come down to stewardship, I think. Who will manage our economy better?
Have you been surprised by the whiplash? I mean, there are days in the past couple of weeks where we've seen the size of Canada's GDP just wiped out on stock markets. And when, you know, if you're younger, you've got time to make up that money.
Yeah.
If you're a senior in this country who's worked their entire life preparing for the golden years, and to see that evaporate in mere moments, I mean, it's not easy to stomach.
It's been jarring in the extreme, and I think I said this to you, Omar, on your program, which is even on the days when it was up 5, 6, 7%. That's not a good day. That doesn't feel rational or normal or the way stocks should move. And it speaks to the level of uncertainty in the world. And we're starting to see this show up in the economy. Even if you waved a wand and it was all over today, we have damage done. And the damage will persist for our economy and elsewhere. And, you know, we're talking here in Atlantic Canada about St. John, the hardest hit place for tariffs in the country.
96% of their exports go to the U.S.
Go to the U.S. And, of course, a very integrated economy, too. They come back as well in the form of sort of refined products. So all of this is going to be in the mix, but it's really interesting to watch at the end of the day. How do people feel about what they're voting on, and how regional will that be at the end? And
as far as what the parties are pitching, what stands out to you in that regard?
So it was interesting to see, and we'll talk mostly about Liberal PC, because that's, you know, who's going to likely form the government here. And both of them were really making the case for, we'll get you through this, but such different approaches. Liberals, big spending, really focused on a trade war, throwing money at a problem, not so much worried about the fiscal balance. And the Conservatives taking that same message that they've had all along, which is, we want to downsize government, we want to reduce your taxes. So that the kind of undertone was, yeah, sure, there's a trade war, but remember, we're the guys that are going to deliver something different here. And we'll see whether that works in terms of the messaging and how it gets read in the end by what people actually absorbed. You know, economists, the balance is out in terms of which one will succeed, because in both platforms there was a lot of unknown quantities. Where does the revenue come from? Where do the cuts come? We don't really know any of those things. But voters actually were hearing more, and maybe this is intentional, of course, more of the subtext than the actual details.
Magic math all over.
Exactly.
And we'll see what they choose. But I've got to thank you, by the way. The past 2 weeks have been, it's been a seesaw, but you've been our voice of calm and our voice of reason in a very strange and different environment. So, Amanda, we'll check in with you in just a bit later. Let's head over to Sandy right now, who's been keeping with the pulse of the people.
Well, Omar, it's interesting. We were listening to Corey and Scott bring up the age factor, and I want to talk about that with our talk people here, because older Canadians tend to vote Liberal by a huge percentage. Those 35 to 54 prefer the Conservatives. And then there's the youth vote. Conservatives are resonating with young people. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, the callers and the listeners tend to be a little bit older quite often, but I do have a lot of very engaged young people. And Justin Lang wrote this great column for the Toronto Star about why Donald Trump won, and it was a lot about sort of the bro culture and what young men are sick of, what they're afraid of, that they don't have job security, that never get a pension, they can't find a girl. I don't know if Pierre Poilievre is going to solve that, but the presumption these days is Conservatives solve those things.
But I think, and this goes back to what you were saying before in our last chat about people being angry, right? Because if you look at the Liberals, is it the same party, just different leaders? So if they're angry about the potential of the Liberals winning.
What I noticed in the last couple of days is that some of the older audience who I mentioned had become a bit defensive of Mark Carney. In the early days, the Conservatives were running against a resume. And it's a really good resume. And as they got to know him a little bit, I think they saw he had a cranky side. He was mean to reporters. Look inside yourself. I don't think that played very well with older people. So that started to soften up a little bit. But the anger of younger people played in, too. When the platforms got costed, I started to get emails and texts from people, younger people, saying, look at the debt he's going to put us into. So Trump went a little quieter. And then the economy became the issue again a little bit more. It's what I was saying earlier about musical chairs. And, you know, if the music had kept playing for another week, where would we be? There was a little bit of a shift coming. You start to see that a little bit from Atlantic Canada, maybe. Does that hold as we move on into the areas where we talk to people every day on there? I'm not sure yet, but it's gone back and forth. There's been a real ebb and flow. And I think if young people are as angry as I heard them, they traditionally don't come out to vote, right? Older people get out and vote. Younger people are busy. I think a lot of younger people were angry enough that they made a point of it, especially when there was a long weekend to do it.
Right. All right, we wait and see and we watch. All right, Omar.
All right, Sandy, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you soon in just a couple minutes.
The Ram 1500 wins on highways, on driveways. It wins in the backcountry and back in the city. Ram wins in quality and capability. No wonder it won Motor Trend's 2025 Truck of the Year. Right now, enjoy pre-tariff pricing on all existing inventory.
Special coverage here at CTV News of election 2025. We want to head straight to party headquarters to get a sense, just an hour out from polls closing in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories, of how things are unfolding. Let's go straight to Geneviève Beauchemin. She's with the Liberals in Ottawa this evening. Hi, Geneviève.
Hi, Vashi. Well, you know, there's not a lot of people in this room right now. It's pretty quiet. The Liberal Party has said that there's about 750 people who have RSVP'd. They will be here. But they're saying that right now it's quiet because they want their volunteers to be out there. They want them to be pulling out the vote, knocking on doors, getting every single person that could be voting out voting, and then people will start to trickle into this room. We've been hearing that the buzzword of the night is cautious optimism, that in fact that there has been that, you know, people are cautiously optimistic that there will be getting out the vote, that things will go out for the Liberal Party. But of course, as the night goes on, they'll come to see those numbers here and they'll try to analyze that board. I keep looking out into the room here, trying to see whether I can read any faces, whether that sort of cautious optimism is shifting as people are still trying to figure out how this early night is going so far, Vashi.
Okay, thanks so much, Geneviève. Yeah, lots to discern. Atlantic Canada providing us, though, with some interesting results so far. I think it's safe to say that this is a better result than the Conservatives, as James was mentioning earlier, than the Conservatives or polling would have anticipated. Interesting to see how advanced polls and obviously what happens in Central Canada, Central and Western Canada when the next polls close affect that.
And we'll see if this trend sweeps across the entire country. Let's head on over to Abigail Beeman with the Conservatives. And in the room where you're at, Abigail, is there a sense of optimism? I mean, I'm sure there is, but how much optimism at this stage?
Well, I can tell you things have certainly shifted in a big way just in terms of the mood on the floor since I last spoke to you. A lot more people are now in this room and they are getting excited. So we're hearing a lot of cheers, close watching of the screen. Also interesting, speaking to a campaign source who was sort of managing expectations, saying, hey, you know, we don't expect things to get off to, there may be a slow start in Atlantic Canada. That same source then coming back and saying, hey, things are better than expected. So even, you know, outperforming what the party's own internal numbers were expecting there. So some optimism as well. And the point there was, hey, we're waiting to see what Ontario and BC have in store because we're expecting things to really pick up there. So definitely some optimism, although, of course, the caveat that things are early still. But these Atlantic Canada numbers are outperforming Conservative campaign expectations. And another thing of note, Conservative campaign saying that what they are looking to as well is that their internal numbers are telling them that they have a real advantage in terms of new voters. And how they define new voters are voters who have not voted in the last 2 elections, but are now planning not only to vote, but to vote Conservative. So that's something that they will be watching for as well.
All right, Abigail, thank you. So, Vashi, of course, the people in that room, the crowd picking up on some of that optimism that we talked about earlier. But the big battlegrounds, of course, in this election are Ontario and BC. And Ontario polls will be closing there in about, an hour and 5 minutes time.
Exactly.
So a big wave of results expected in just over an hour.
Yeah, very much anticipating that. It'll be a little bit later where Judy Trin is with the NDP in Burnaby in British Columbia. Judy, what can you tell us about how things are going there?
Well, just like it's happening across the country right now, there are few people here because most of the NDP volunteers are out trying to get the vote, trying to make sure their supporters are going to the polls. The polls here don't close until 7 p.m. Pacific, or that's 10 p.m. Eastern. At that point, their government could already be determined, right? So we're not expecting to hear from Jagmeet Singh until then, but he's already making a comment on Twitter or X. I want to point this out to you, because if his theme, and I think the theme for the party is the joyful struggle, hope, and a prayer, basically. In his X post, he features a photo of him and Jack Layton, and it says, remember what Jack said, don't tell them it can't be done. Of course, Singh is referring to the Orange Wave in 2011 when we saw the collapse of the Liberals and Stephen Harper majority, and the NDP formed the opposition. So that is not going to happen this time. In fact, the NDP could face what could be their worst showing ever, putting the job of Jagmeet Singh on the line. I spoke to the chief of staff for the NDP, Jennifer Howard, a few minutes ago, and what she told me is regardless of what happens, there is so much respect and admiration for Mr. Singh that if he's not going to be pushed out, that they will leave space for him to decide on his own as to what he will do. But this is the reality that they are facing right now. I will say that the NDP tell me that their internal polling shows that they will do much better than what the pollsters we've been interviewing, we've been talking to, including across the country. Their internal numbers are showing much better. They believe they can win between 12 and 15 seats. So that's yet to materialize. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Judy. Definitely the NDP believe their vote is more efficient than the polls represent, which is, of course, what happened in the Ontario case example a number of weeks ago, Omar.
Yes, that's right. And we've got Jeremy Charles standing by with the Bloc Québécois in Montreal tonight. And after Ontario, Jeremy, as we know, Quebec has the second largest seat share after Ontario. BC has the third. What's it like in the room where you are right now?
Yeah, I mean, Omar, lots to gain, lots to lose in Quebec, right, with such a large seat share. We're starting to see the energy build up in the room here at Bloc headquarters in Montreal. Supporters have started to come in, seeing some Quebec flags, of course. The big hope here among MPs, among the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, is that the party can hold on to a bit of a surge in momentum that they have seen towards the end of this campaign. They struggled early on. The focus of this campaign has been largely on Donald Trump, the threat of tariffs, things that make it hard for a party leader who is the leader of a Quebec nationalist party to position himself in that kind of situation. And so what we saw him do kind of midway through this campaign or towards the debate is switch the messaging a little bit. Start to talk to Quebecers about the fact that he believes, he's been saying for weeks now, Yves-François Blanchet, he believes that Mark Carney and the Liberals will form government and that Bloc voters can be safe to return to vote for the Bloc and send Bloc MPs to Ottawa to try and prioritize Quebec's priorities. That is the hope here. The party is really hoping that they'll be able to hold on to that positive momentum they experienced kind of towards the end of the campaign rather than the struggles they faced early on. Of course, the big question is where will they stand at the end of this night? At dissolution, they had 33 seats. There was talk early on they could drop under 20 seats. There's a lot of talk now. They're hoping to land somewhere between 20 and 30. That will be kind of the barometer that we'll be watching tonight to see how the party feels. But there could be a big impact here, Omar and Vashi, when it comes to the outcome of this election. Depending on how many seats the Bloc perhaps loses to the Liberals, it could also kind of be a difference maker when it comes to whether we see a majority or a minority government.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And he makes a great point. You know, if there is a hit tonight with the Bloc Québécois, how big will that hit be? And a fascinating story, I think, in Quebec, the fact that there are former Bloc supporters who now feel that Quebec interests are now better served with another party other than the Bloc this time around. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, if that does materialize. I know those artificial country comments also resonating or getting a reaction out of other parts of the country as well. Speaking of other parts of the country, let's head over to Victoria, where Rob Buffum is stationed this evening with the Green Party. We were talking survival earlier with Judy Trinh. Same conversation has to come up with the Greens. Rob.
Absolutely. We're at Elizabeth May's headquarters here at a winery in the Saanich Peninsula where a few people are starting to trickle in and they're setting up for a celebration. But at the same time, they're also bracing for what could be a very tough night for the Green Party and for Elizabeth May herself. They're facing some headwinds that they're well aware of, including the fact that they did not have a leader in the leaders' debate. Elizabeth May has said that's something that she feels made it very hard for them to get their platform any attention. And they're also concerned about this strategic voting that we've heard about for weeks, the idea that progressive voters may park their vote this time around with either the Conservatives or the Liberals. Sources tell me the Greens would be very happy to have 3 MPs elected tonight. Mike Morris, if they could hold on to that seat, Elizabeth May, as well as they're hoping to pick up Paul Manley here on the island, who has previously won. They also acknowledge this could be a night that we come out of with 0 Green MPs, including their co-leader Elizabeth May. But at the same time, she's somebody who cannot be underestimated. Punching through in 2011, a local radio personality told her she didn't stand a chance of being elected dog catcher, and she's certainly proven that person wrong and is very popular in this riding. The polls close in just under 2 hours, so we'll have to see. But it's going to be a big night for the Greens, including for their leader.
Yeah, very much so. Thanks so much, Rob. So polls close there in a couple of hours, but in much of the rest of the country in an hour. And we've got some declarations, including in New Brunswick, Minister Dominic Lamont, who served in a million different capacities over the last 4 years, holds his seat. No surprise there. Definitely a safe one. Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, the tally right now, even though CTV News has made the declaration, I think, if I saw correctly, was about 900 votes. In the riding of St. John's East, we're declaring that Joanne Thompson will be reelected in that riding. And then here is how the numbers break down right now. She has a lead of about 1,132 votes. Again, 40 of the 197 polls reporting. But again, CTV News making that declaration that she is keeping her seat in that riding.
And then we can also declare that the Conservative incumbent, in Acadie-Annapolis is reelected, Chris D'Entremont, with a lead about 55 polls reporting, but we are at the point where we can make that declaration. His lead, nearly 1,000 votes at this point.
And let's head over right now to CTV's Maya Johnson, who is in Hunsik-Cartierville tonight, which is a riding that was held a dissolution by the Global Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly. Maya.
Hi, Omar. There there's certainly a lot of activity here in the borough, in the riding office of Mélanie Joly here in Ahuntsic-Cartierville. You can see lots of supporters, volunteers behind me watching the results come in on a screen that's being projected on the wall to my right. And we have Mélanie Joly, the outgoing Minister of Foreign Affairs, with us right now. Thank you, Madame Joly, for joining us.
Thank you, thank you.
First off, we're starting to see results come in from Atlantic Canada. What's your reaction to that? Any disappointment?
Well, no, of course. We know it's going to be a long night. We know that. And every single riding counts. I've been in contact with many of my colleagues that are quite confident, but of course, we can take nothing for granted. And it's the same here in Quebec, and it's the same in Ontario, and it's the same across the country. It will be a very long night, but an exciting one.
Okay, and of course, we know that the ballot box question appears to be the relationship between Canada and the U.S. and these threats that are coming from the Trump administration. Yes. And even today, we saw President Donald Trump post on social media talking once again about the possibility of Canada becoming the 51st state on Election Day when people are going to the polls. What did she think of that?
Well, listen, it's not the first time, and it's not going to be the last one that President Trump has opinions regarding Canada. He has repeatedly stated his threats of annexation and as well has started a trade war against Canada, which is putting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs at risk across the country. And, you know, I was in Hamilton and in the Niagara region last week. Of course, people in the steel sector and the other sector are very, very concerned. We know that there's been already closures of some plants, and we know that there's a lot of anxiety. But that's why the ballot question tonight is clearly who is the right prime minister and who is the right team to handle Trump, to deal with his rhetoric. And the answer is clear. It is Mark Carney and the Liberal team.
And last week, Mr. Carney was here in the Montreal area in Laval. There was a big Liberal rally there. And at that rally, you asked voters to give the Liberals a majority mandate. And I believe it's the first time that we heard that, the possibility of a majority. Are you hopeful still that that is a possibility?
We can never take anything for granted. What is really important is President Trump only respects strength. That's the only thing that that we can really show in the context of negotiations that can be to our advantage. And of course, having a majority government would definitely be extremely helpful.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you again for your time, Mélanie Joly. We appreciate it. Back to you in studio.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And Mélanie Joly, of course, was one of the names that was floated to possibly run or to, make a run for the leadership of the Liberal Party. She decided to step back to focus on a file which has dominated this campaign, of course, which is the Canada-U.S. trade file, Ashley.
Yeah, that's what she said.
That's what she said.
She might end up running another time, but yes, that was the reason that she did provide. Same one as François-Philippe Champagne, who ended up being finance minister, both of them taking the lead on that file. Let's swing over as these results from Atlantic Canada, you can see them on the bottom of your screen, begin to become a little clearer to our strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Monk, and Scott Reid. Scott, your read on where things sit right now in Atlantic Canada, how much do we take from it?
I think we may be overreading it. Obviously, on a seat total, the Conservatives are outperforming expectations. But if you look at the popular vote all across the Atlantic, where the votes have been cast so far, Liberals are running at 50%. Conservatives are running at 44%. So that's solid showing. The NDP, I'm sorry to say, Kathleen, have gone fishing. So we are looking at a 6-point gap for the Liberals over that. I think some of these seat totals will probably realign. Look at a riding like Sean Fraser's right now. Advance votes aren't in, not the whole riding, obviously by a large stretch. And you know, if the Liberals, you ask yourself, well, what does this tell us about the rest of the country? Well, if what this tells us about the rest of the country is the Liberals are going to be topping out at polling expectations, which is what 50% would put them at in this region, and if they're running 6% ahead of the Conservatives, they're going to like a lot what happens to them come BC and Ontario. So I'm not convinced that this is necessarily as demoralizing for the Liberals as it might appear.
I think the reason that maybe people are looking, that we're all looking at what this might mean is because the expectation, particularly in Atlantic Canada, Kathleen, was that things had swung even more so to the Liberals, and that would translate through efficiency to flipping some seats, for example. We saw in Central Nova that one of the ones they were focused on didn't end up being the case.
And also, it's one of their traditional areas of strength, right? The Atlantic. And that was what's so exciting about when the Conservatives thought they were going to be sweeping the Atlantic and sweeping the Rock of Newfoundland. And so this flip, or at least it looks like it might be, it's still too early to tell. But, and New Democrats, to be clear, never expected, we had some hopes for Halifax, certainly. And that's certainly disappointing. I mean, there's a riding. Alexa McDonough used to run in that riding. Megan Leslie ran there. And Lisa Roberts. Not that long ago, right? And there were days, when I used to work on the Hill where we used to have Peter Stauffer, Yvonne Gaudin, Jack Harris, many other candidates. But it hasn't been an area of strength for New Democrats for some time.
It does show you, though, one of the narratives, Corey, coming into this was the coalescing of support around two parties. I know Kathleen mentions it's not like all the hopes for the NDP were pinned in Atlantic Canada, but even that popular vote that Scott described is very much a manifestation of what we saw throughout the campaign.
Yeah, I think that's right. What I find interesting in what we're seeing in these numbers is, the polling averages, which are a little bit more shaky in small regions like Atlantic Canada, they're like plus minus 6%. But even on that, you're seeing the Liberals underperform by 4 or 5 points. The Conservatives overperform by 4 or 5 points. I'll be really watching to see when we get into Quebec and Ontario, where there's a lot more polling and where those polling variances are probably under 2%, whether or not you're seeing an overperformance or not. And if you are, is it the new voter thing that you were talking about? Is it some weakness in the Liberal campaign in the dying days? Is it the push to pull Poilievre from ads and focus more on a party ballot question as opposed to a leadership frame in which they do perform much better? But we'll see.
Yeah, as those results do start to come in, because we've got about 50 minutes, Omar, until polls close 267 ridings, which is a huge part, obviously, of the country, and some early results coming in from Quebec now.
Yeah, so as you rightly pointed, I mean, the bulk of those results from Quebec will be coming in about 50 minutes' time, but we are getting early results from parts of Quebec. And let's take a look right now at Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, and Listigouge, where we see that Diane Laboutier is trailing. The Liberal incumbent is trailing, and the Bloc Québécois, Alexis Deschênes, has a lead of about 60 votes right now. So as we've been saying, again, the bulk of those results from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories will be coming in about 50 minutes' time, and that's a huge section in terms of seat counts. So we've got about 267 seats represented by those provinces. So that should be an interesting wave.
It will, and I don't know if you, but you're hearing from this, but I'm hearing from a lot of people who are trying to get stuff from Elections Canada, unable to do so. Something's going on with the website. Let's get an update from our breaking news desk. Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello are on that.
Yeah, we can confirm that Canadians across the country are still experiencing issues this hour. And now, Rachel, we have some confirmation.
That's right. So Elections Canada has confirmed to us that as of 7 p.m., they were made aware that some electors are having difficulties accessing their website. They say they are currently investigating the issue. We don't know yet the nature of this outage. Elections Canada also taking to social media to let folks know that if they need to get their polling place, check your voter information card, they can contact a local Elections Canada office or hit up a 1-800 number to get that information.
And this is concerning for multiple people who've been sharing those concerns online. We see David Moscrop writing, suboptimal to have the Elections Canada site down right now. And why is it so concerning, Rachel?
Well, beyond getting your polling place or the timing for your polling, there is so much other information for voters on Elections Canada's website, information about their candidates, information about misinformation, Adrian. They've made a big effort in this campaign to post online a lot of information debunking things they're seeing surface. So not having that accessible right now is something I'm sure Elections Canada is trying to work hard to get rectified quickly.
A concerning developing story we're going to keep an eye on.
All right, Adrian, Rachel, thank you so much. And again, important to underline here, as we have already, that despite the outage on the Elections Canada website, that does not affect the results that we are bringing you, the results that you're seeing on the bottom and to the right of your screen. So we will be updating those results in real time. This is separate from the outage happening at Elections Canada. We're going to take a quick break right now, and our coverage continues of Election 2025. Stay with us. 2025, and we're ready to make some more declarations here. CTV News declares that John Williamson, the Conservative incumbent in the riding of St. John St. Croix, has been re-elected, and so that is a declaration that we are prepared to make right now.
Yeah, John Williamson, I believe, first elected back in the 2011 majority of Stephen Harper. I think we have another declaration, if I am correct, that we are prepared to make. Maybe not. I'll wait to see if it shows up. Maybe, okay, we don't have it at this moment, but I promise you it's coming. We're going to throw things over to Heather, who is in studio with the state of play.
Yeah, a really exciting time, Vashi. Now, as you said, we've got those declarations coming in, those calls happening from our decision desk, and this is where things start to really unfold. And it's really interesting to just look at the map of our country and see how it plays out in color form. We have the Liberals leading and elected in 22 ridings at the moment, the Conservatives in 10 ridings, the Bloc Québécois leading and elected in 1 riding. But behind all of the numbers would be the people. Those are you. Everybody who's perhaps at home watching and cast a ballot earlier today, the people behind the ballot. So I want to bring in Rupen Sioni of Environics Analytics. He's here with me this evening. Rupen, you're going to break down the demographics, the people behind the numbers, and you've actually divided the population into these really interesting segments.
We have. We take data on the population and estimate it down to the postal code, a rich view of demographics and finances and people's social values. And when we cross-reference that with Elections Canada data back from 2021, we get this rich portrait of different voters and how they vote in these local races. Now, it's interesting when you look at some of these segments like big city burbs, they're core Liberal voters in the Toronto and Vancouver suburbs. If you take another segment like older rustic, they're dyed-in-the-wool Conservative voters in most of the country. But we've been talking a lot about Atlantic Canada.
Right.
And they're a bit of a battleground in Atlantic Canada.
Absolutely. And some ridings, as we know, can include 1 or 2 segments. So you and your neighbor may be in 2 totally different segments. So we're going to zoom into Nova Scotia here, and we're actually going to look at the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Now, if you're not familiar with riding titles, perhaps this is the home of Lunenburg and the Bluenose, if you've had the luck to travel down there. So who lives here? Who are these voters?
Well, the primary segment here is that older rustic that I just mentioned. So these are retirees or people contemplating retirement. They tend to be on the lower middle income scale, and they make up most of this riding. Now, remember, in this riding, the Conservatives won by about 8 points back in 2021. You know, you've got a lot of people here who are considering retirement. They're on modest incomes. If you look at the impact of the tariffs and the current environment here, they tend to be in jobs that are high risk and they have high financial vulnerability. So they're going to be concerned about what's to come to finance their lifestyles.
And patriotism. When it comes to being a proud Canadian, they're all in.
Well, emotions matter, right? In this election, as we've seen, they're very patriotic. They've got high Canadian pride. They're willing to pay more for Canadian products. So, you know, that's.
And something else, sorry, Rupen, very important to people in Nova Scotia is healthcare as well.
Absolutely. So a lot of people here, as they age, are in fair or poor health. So they're going to be looking for who they think is going to best maintain that healthcare system.
Okay, and look how close it is, Rupen. So we have the Conservative incumbent, Rick Perkins, in the lead at the moment by just 102 votes. So a really tight race happening here between these 2 segments of the population.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see where, if the polling says with the NDP vote going elsewhere potentially this time, where that goes and whether the Liberals could pick this up.
Okay, a very tight race in this 1 riding. Back to you.
It's fascinating data when you look at it, Vashi, because it shows you what are the ballot box issues, what's driving people to the polls, even though the dominant narrative in this election has been one person, Donald Trump, south of the border. It is important, but there are so many other issues at play, too, in this election.
Yeah, people really care about their cost of living and what's going to happen with that.
Absolutely. Let's take it over to Anne-Marie with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Well, I'm not older or rustic, I don't think, anyway, but I'm heading fast in that direction. Let's talk about, again, the people in these ridings. And if we're looking at both the riding that the Conservatives have flipped and the ones that they possibly could, there's a story that's developing across the country, and that is that urban and rural divide. Tom, I see you nodding there. You and I were having this conversation earlier.
I completely agree with what you're saying, because we talk about divisions based on provinces and resource-producing provinces versus industrial and so forth. But you notice across Canada that there is a big division between the large urban centres and the rural areas. The large urban centres tend to be dominated by the Liberals, you know, think Toronto, Montreal. But in the outlying areas, in Ontario and in Quebec, you see a lot of blue. In Quebec, it could be two shades of blue. It could be conservative or bloc. But it's a reality across Canada. And whatever else happens tonight, when we come out of this election, there's going to have to be some bridge building. And it's not just province to province. I think we have to take into account the reality of rural Canada as well. And I don't think we do that enough. I live in the country, by the way.
Yeah. James, you're nodding there?
Yeah, sure, and that's part of it, like bridging the two conversations, that and then the numbers that we're looking at here, right? There are polls that are coming in. We assess them 22 to 10, the seat totals now. We'll see, but we don't know which of those polls are, right? If the rural ones are coming in, that may be more accretive to one political party or another. But starting off the broadcast, I said, you know, in 2015, Justin Trudeau won 32 of 32 Atlantic seats. That didn't happen. Stephen Harper won 14 of 32 seats when we won a majority in 2011. That didn't happen. The Conservative vote floor is high, and it's higher this election than it was in the last election. We've got more votes, a couple more seats we'll see. But if more votes is more efficient in the other provinces, that could be a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait and see.
I know everybody here understands that language, but for the people at home, when we're talking about vote floor, what does that mean? Can you explain that?
The minimum number of seats that the Conservatives are most likely to win. That floor of the minimum number of seats is higher. It's gotten it was higher under Andrew Scheer than it was in 2015 under Stephen Harper. It got higher under Aaron O'Toole. The floor was, the efficiency of the vote wasn't there. Pierre Poilievre has raised it higher. So the question is now, if it's 22-10 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, if the vote is more efficient in the rest of the country than it seems like it so far is in Atlantic Canada, if that vote, because I think in the popular vote, it's 50-43 right now. 50 Liberal, 43. That's good for the Liberals. It's also very good for the Conservatives. Nick Nanos, there's not a single pollster in the country, not one, that said the Conservatives would be at 43% Atlantic Canada.
Right.
Again, early, we'll see. We don't know if that's suburban, urban, or rural. We'll know that in the fullness of time. But if that 43 number and the velocity of that Conservative vote spills into the other provinces and they turn out and it's more efficient in other parts of the country, like the 905, like 604, 416, then that could mean we might have a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait.
What would the Conservatives have to do, Rana, maybe I'll throw this to you, in order to speak directly to the voters in that part of the country? Issues with around fisheries, for example, and the idea of who's going to protect our industry, who's the leader best, who can best do that? Where do they have to reach out? Where do they have to convince them that maybe there needs to be a change?
I mean, Pierre announced doubling of funding for small craft harbors. There hadn't been new funding and investment in that for quite some time. He supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. Remember, Mark Carney not only said no to the 5 demands from the energy sector, he also is introducing a larger industrial carbon tax and a brand new carbon tax, which is a tariff adjustment on the border. So everything coming in from imports coming into Canada will be taxed, tariffed for carbon. So people that understand energy understand what that means. Anyone who works in heavy industry understands what that means. Not everybody was talking about this, but people in the energy sector were talking about this. So interesting to see if that resonated with voters, if they understood that this is an attack on industry across Canada, but specifically an attack on oil and gas. And that's important in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, Christy?
Well, I mean, rural and urban is really important, always has been.
Yeah.
But in this election, we've really noticed how age really is going to make a difference here. So older voters have been really worried about stability, about the safety of their savings, all of those things related to the Trump issue. That's been good for Carney. Young voters have been really interested in what's going on with some of the things that Ron has been talking about. How do I get a house? How do I get a job? How do I build my wealth? So there's an issue there, I think, with the voter intensity, the number of them that are likely to show up. And what's been interesting in an older region like the Atlantic Canada, to see the Conservatives do as well as they have. I will say, I'm watching closely David Miles, who's a great Canadian songwriter, who's doing very, very well in Fredericton. And I think that's a good example of how a young candidate, kind of can transcend some of those trends that you're seeing out there. And the other one, of course, is Lisa Harris and Mira Mashit. It's a very close race out there. The woman's a firecracker. And if she wins that riding, it's good for the Liberals
That's a firecracker coming from a firecracker.
Absolutely.
Harjit, what would you like to say?
Oh, when it comes to the Atlantic, I think when we look at the urban-rural areas and you boil it down to the individual families, and somebody's casting their vote, they're looking at what, regardless of age, they're going to be looking at how it's going to be impacting me. Yeah. And I think in the Atlantic provinces, it really contrasts significantly in the rural urban areas. I mean, Goody Hutchings, who when I worked with her, she really kind of emphasized the importance of what we needed to do. For example, when there's a climate crisis like hurricanes that are coming up, it impacts communities very, very differently. And I know that Mark Carney's first stop was actually into the Atlantic when the campaign had started. And he understands that, there's a lot of opportunities that are out there when it comes to the energy sector as well. Yeah. How do we support small communities? But let's not also forget how the impact that Donald Trump will have on your pocketbook as well. So when we look at the challenges of the cost of living, that Donald Trump is also going to be playing into this mix as well. Thank you.
Yeah. The other show, when I'm not here, I'm at CTV Your Morning, so plug for our coverage tomorrow on our results day that's coming up. But I wanted to talk about, we took the show on the road to New Brunswick and to St. John in particular. And one of the big conversations there that we haven't talked about yet is the importance of immigration to that region and regions like it in Atlantic Canada. And how does that play out when we take a look at people at the ballot box and who they want to vote for?
Well, I mean, this is something that was actually very pleasantly surprised when I first got into government, how welcoming the Atlantic provinces were to immigration. Remember during the Syrian refugee crisis and the success story that became. We need good labor. The Atlantic province fully appreciate this. So you need good policies in place. You got to be able to work with the provinces. And I think the Atlantic province has actually done quite well. We did, I think... they're
one of the parts of the country saying we want people to be here.
Absolutely.
We need more immigration.
I mean, I actually trained in Frederick, New Brunswick when I was in the military, and it's completely different from when you visit now, right? But the thing is, when we look at immigration, we do look at it differently. We can't have it just polarizing in certain areas, and that kind of creates that negative narratives sometimes.
But, I think housing and immigration are inextricably linked in lots of parts of the country. So certainly you go to Atlantic Canada, people are incredibly welcoming. I mean, the Lebanese community is a founding community of Halifax. But you go to a city like Vancouver or Calgary or Toronto, places that are really struggling with housing, that's where the issues become more complicated. It's about settling people well, helping them immigrate, giving them an opportunity to be able to participate. And I think we will probably, post-election on your tomorrow's show.
Tomorrow morning live.
Tomorrow morning live at 6 to 9. I think you'll probably be talking about how that ultimately affected this election result.
All right. Panel, thanks so much. I'm going to send it back to Vashti Omar.
You're not sleeping tonight, are you, Adbury?
I'm not, as a matter of fact.
Straight to your show. But certainly some, Vashti, important factors here. You've got a gender divide in this country. You've got a generational divide in this country. And as Tom mentioned, too, you've got the urban-rural split happening, too. So we'll see how all that factors in when our next batch of votes come in about half an hour's time, when the bulk of those polls close. We've got some potential seat changes that we've got.
Yeah, we do. We've got some Conservative pickups, some Liberal losses, and an early Bloc pickup as well as the very first results from Quebec start trickling in. As you mentioned, the big tranche of seats or ridings where we'll start getting results, 267 of them. We're just 33 minutes away, and you're looking here at some results coming in as well. Very tight race between the Liberal and the Conservative there. This is a significant one, Central Nova. Sean Fraser, cabinet minister for a number of years in a very tight race. We're going to keep our eye on that one. We've got a lot more coverage coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break right here at CTV News. More special election 2025.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Election 2025. In about a half an hour's time, we'll see polls close in several parts of the country, in Quebec, in Ontario, in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories. 267 seats up for grabs in those provinces and territories. I want to head over to Heather Butts right now. Heather, what have you got?
Omar, thank you. We are going to be taking a look at some projections for some really interesting ridings that we are looking at all evening. I'm bringing in our pollster, Nick Nanos, the man behind the numbers here for us this evening, Nick. So we're going to take a look at some interesting heats that are popping out for you tonight.
Oh, absolutely. All this has to do with kind of the intensity of support, you know, basically across the country. And, you know, the thing is when we're looking at some of these scenarios, the key thing, Heather, to look at is 62 ridings are too close to call. If you see on the map anything that is black, that means it's a toss-up. But, you know, the thing is that there's still a lot of ridings that we don't know how they'll swing tonight, depending on the voter turnout and also the results of the advanced polls.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time to get through this evening, Nick, to see how it plays out. So we're going to start in Quebec. And as you mentioned, the black there, these ridings too close to call. But as we zoom into the greater Montreal area, Nick, we see that lone NDP riding. Yep. But then a few others at play here.
Absolutely. You can see in the South Shore of Montreal, you know, a number of ridings that are in play fundamentally between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and it speaks to kind of outside of Montreal and the South Shore, ridings that will be critical in terms of shaping the next federal government, in terms of the number of seats, and also the future of the Bloc Québécois in terms of how they perform in this particular election.
That's right. We've been talking so much about the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and if the Liberals can steal their votes this evening. So we're going to move on now, switching provinces, heading over to Ontario, and we're going to narrow in on the greater Toronto area, Nick. Once a Liberal stronghold, not so much at the moment.
Yeah, well, still pretty good. I think compared to where they were in December, that's looking very good for the Liberals because, you know, they were really way behind. And, you know, as of April the 26th, you can see still in the old city of Toronto, the Liberals doing well. That's Toronto, St. Paul's, that is a toss-up right now. But, you know, when you look at the Oakvilles, the Mississaugas, that the Liberals still have the advantage. But, you know, the thing is the Conservatives in the suburban areas, especially north of Toronto, doing really well.
And again, this is your polling research as of April 26th. I just want to remind our viewers of that. All right, let's get out of Ontario now, head right over to the West Coast, zero in on British Columbia, and taking a look at the Metro Vancouver area. Nick, we know this province really crucial for the NDP tonight, but your polling showing otherwise.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that when we look at British Columbia, you know, it's a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You know, the Conservatives do very well in the interior, but when you zoom into the lower mainland, you can see the Liberals benefiting from those three-way splits and doing really well in Vancouver. You can see the NDP we have declared for one. Jagmeet Singh's riding, if you look at it, at risk in terms of him potentially losing in Vancouver.
Will be incredible. We're keeping a close eye on that. Moving over to Vancouver Island, Nick, a lot of Conservative territory here, but not if we head to the south.
No, when you get into the south, we can see Elizabeth May's riding of Saanich Gulf Islands and also Esquimalt for the Liberals. So we see Elizabeth May's riding potentially at play, challenged by the Conservatives. You know, the Conservatives doing really well on the island, at least in the latest round of research.
Okay, and I want to remind our viewers of this is what it looked like at dissolution. So we just did a major flip here, Nick.
Yeah, wow, absolutely. You can see the Conservatives improving their fortunes on the island. And, you know, the thing is for the New Democrats, this is where it really is that, you know, Vancouver Island and the lower mainland will make or break the New Democrats and Jagmeet Singh. If the Conservatives pick up seats, that'll be good news for Pierre Poilievre.
All right, Nick, we'll see how this polling plays out as the evening goes on. We'll send it back over to the studio.
All right, Heather, Nick, thank you so much. And that island story is very interesting as well. Vancouver Island, 6 of the 7 seats were held by the NDP. And in BC, you know, 12 of the 24 seats were held by the NDP. So whatever happens in that province, but particularly on Vancouver Island, could determine what the impact is on Jagmeet Singh's political future.
Yeah, their strategy really entailed focusing on those incumbent seats as well. We want to turn to some of the other parties to start off and check in on the headquarters, how things are going. We'll start with Mike Couture. He's with the Liberals in Ottawa. If you look at any of the polling aggregators, right now the popular vote that the Conservatives have at this juncture in Atlantic Canada, Mike, is lower than was anticipated. The Conservatives is higher than what was projected. What are you hearing on the ground there about how much they're reading into that?
Yeah, I think they're all looking at these results and waiting. They continue to say that this is early times right now, Vashi. But you'd have to think, by looking at that and the number of times that the Liberals have been out to Atlantic Canada, I mean, you just have to think about how Mark Carney went out there and had that sort of impromptu street hockey game in one of the laneways there, and that was in Colchester, Cumberland, and that riding that they were hoping to take. You have to think that they might be just a little bit disappointed right now as they're seeing some of these numbers come up. I did reach out to the campaign, ask where Mr. Carney is and how he is feeling. He is watching these results come in from a hotel in downtown Ottawa, and somebody from his campaign did tell me that he's confident with the campaign that they've run, and they believe it's now up to Canadians to make their voices heard, and they will continue to be watching these results. But certainly a number of staffers that I've been trying to talk to here, asking them about them, and they said, look, we've put in the work at this point. Now it is up to the Canadians to decide, and it is, this going to be a very long night. I think everybody in this room, staff included, believe that it will be a very long night, and they're hoping that these numbers continue to shift in their direction. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Very much a wait-and-see thing. I'm looking at some results coming in from Central Nova, of course, long held by the McKay dynasty. Sean Fraser in a fight for his seat at this point.
This is a dramatic story.
It is a dramatic story. Sean Fraser, minister who held two big portfolios under the Trudeau government, in particular immigration and housing at some pretty crucial times for each of those files, said he was quitting. Then Mark Carney came on board. He said he's coming back right as the election started, and now it's not a given at all for him.
And that's what makes this election so exciting. Mike said this is going to be a long night. Certainly some very, very interesting storylines right across the country. Let's go to Abigail Beeman, who is with the Conservatives now. Abigail.
Hi, I'm glad you brought up Central Nova because I was with the Conservatives in Central Nova at that rally where they had both Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay speaking, giving Pierre Poilievre an endorsement, and it was really interesting to watch that on the ground. They also invoked late Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who held that riding as well, and you really paint the picture of that longtime Conservative stronghold, but held for the last, since 2015 by Sean Fraser. And interesting to watch this race now. I remember speaking to one of the Conservative supporters there who told me that the local Conservative candidate there had told him he thought it would be a 50-50 shot at best. So I guess exceeding expectations at this point. But again, the same message from the Conservative campaign at this moment on the ground. Atlantic Canada overall far exceeding their expectations, and that's putting some wind in their sails for the start of the night, although of course acknowledging that things are still early and they're still feeling confident about Ontario when those results come in, and eventually BC as well. And like Mike Lukatour, I've also asked about party leader Pierre Poilievre, and like Mark Carney, he's also at a downtown Ottawa hotel watching the results with his family. We've asked for some images of that. It seems unlikely that we will get them, but we will keep you posted about that, and I've asked for some updates about how he's feeling at this point in the night, again watching the results with his family, and a room here that's anxious for more results to come in. Back to you.
All right, and we'll see if that optimism, that trend line continues as the votes come in several other provinces and territories in about 22 minutes' time now.
Yeah, if this is just a microcosm of what's to come, or it's sort of an anomaly, that will certainly be the question as those big results do start to trickle in. We'll head over to BC, get a check-in on New Democrats and their headquarters with Judy Trinh. Judy, I know their focus is far west and their polls close much later, but what do they think of these early results?
Well, I can tell you that there is a disappointment, not that they were expecting to win anything in Atlantic Canada, but they were expecting to have a better showing than what they what the results have shown. And what I can also tell you is that they're watching what is going on in Southwest Ontario very carefully. And the reason for that is that the NDP say that they have more than, they have endorsements from unions that represent more than 1 million voters. So that is strong union support. We know that southwestern Ontario is the manufacturing heart of Canada. So whether or not they remain NDP in some of those ridings in Windsor and London, that will show exactly where the support is turning. Or did they shift because of the trade war in support of Mark Carney, or did they shift towards the Conservatives because of affordability issues? And I can also tell you that I'm not sure if our viewers are aware that in terms of where CTV reporters are assigned, that we rotate between parties. We cover the Liberals, we cover the Conservatives, and the NDP. So we get a sense of what is going on. And what I can tell you is that last weekend, I was with the Conservatives, and I was in these communities in the greater Vancouver area. And when I speak to these immigrant communities, as I was at the Visaki Festival, which had more than 500,000 Indo-Canadians, basically many of them within the Sikh community, take part in this festival. And what they were telling me was that they were concerned about cost of living. They were concerned about crime issues. They were concerned about housing. Those are issues that skew very closely to the Conservative platform. So are we going to see a shift of NDP to the Conservatives? So that is something that perhaps is an underlying factor that the polls may not reveal, that the internal polling of the Conservatives may have shown that strength. However, the NDP remain confident that they will maintain party status. Vashi and Omar, they are confident that they should get between 12 and 15 seats according to their own internal polling. So it's left to be seen.
All right. Thanks, Judy. Appreciate it. Checking in there at NDP headquarters over in British Columbia.
Lots at stake for the NDP. Jeremy Charron is following the Bloc Québécois in Montreal tonight, and also lots at stake for the Bloc Québécois in Quebec. Jeremy, I'm thinking of a riding in particular, such as La Salle-et-Marc-Verdun, where in that by-election last year, you had a situation where the Bloc Québécois was able to steal it from the Liberals. They obviously want to retain that win, but they're struggling heading into the polling for tonight.
Absolutely, Omar. That riding is a perfect example of kind of some of the struggles or the battles the Bloc Québécois expect to face tonight. La Salle-et-Marc-Verdun, a seat that flipped in a by-election to the Bloc, and, you know, many experts, pollsters weighing in that was largely due to Justin Trudeau's unpopularity here in the province. That seat, most experts now expect to return to the Liberals. Early days here in Quebec in terms of results. We're starting to see some early results roll in. I'm looking already at a very tight race in Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, where the Liberal incumbent is in a very tight race with the Bloc candidate. Only about a 30-point difference there, a 30-vote difference at the moment. Early days, of course, but the Bloc supporters here are waving their Quebec flags. They're excited, they're optimistic, and the message I keep hearing, you know, they've been rolling through speakers here on stage and on the video screen. They have been, you know, pushing over the last few days, and the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, has. They feel as though the Liberals will form government, and so they have been driving home that they need to send as many Bloc MPs to Ottawa as possible. That has been the message.
All right, Jeremy Charron at Bloc Québécois headquarters there. Thank you.
We're just keeping our eye on some of these results. We are less than 20 minutes away, just 17 minutes away from the bulk of polls closing across the country in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories. 267 ridings in all. We're going to start to see whether some of what has emerged in Atlantic Canada, you know, transpires in other parts of the country. I'm just looking at this battle we were talking about in Central Nova. Abigail bringing up some interesting points about the Conservative focus there, the McKay's sort of legacy in that riding. But Sean Fraser and Bryce Jenkins, the Conservative candidate, neck and neck. Of course, Sean Fraser, a minister under the Trudeau government, and the incumbent in the riding. Who better to give us reaction to that dogfight than our Todd Battis, our senior anchor rather, at CTV News in Atlantic Canada. Todd, what's your read on this?
Well, Vashi, this is really interesting. And, you know, just in the days leading up to this, Pierre Poilievre had not made a visit to Nova Scotia. So when he did come late in the campaign, the one rally he held was in Central Nova. and you saw Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay, and they really are the elder statesmen of northern Nova Scotia. They came out and rallied in his support, endorsed him, and that was late in the campaign, so it'd be interesting to know if that had really an effect that may be giving Bryson Jenkins a bit of a push now. He's starting to separate a little bit, although, as you mentioned, it is quite close, but that would be quite something, and the Conservatives would be happy about that. I just want to mention something on the point that Judy Trin made about the NDP. In the Halifax riding, it was a vacant riding, and there was to be a by-election before the federal election was called, and the NDP had high hopes of winning that. Their candidate, Lisa Roberts, is currently third in the city of Halifax. It's already been declared elected by CTV News for the Liberal candidate there, but that gives you a sense of what's happening to the NDP vote in the Maritimes. But we'll keep an eye on that one in Central Nova as well. Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Stephen Ellis for the Conservatives is in a real tight race, and he has maintained a slight lead. Okay, let's check out what's going on in Quebec and hand things over to Matsumi.
Todd, the Conservatives had high hopes in Quebec, and I'm sure they're watching the results coming from Atlantic Canada with a lot of interest. At one point, they were even hoping for a blue wave here in Quebec, but then came Mark Carney and Donald Trump, and we know what happened then. The polls have the Conservatives third in this province, behind the Liberals in the Bloc. Their only stronghold is in the Quebec City region. That's where they're hoping for gains tonight by taking seats from the Bloc. Now, the Conservatives haven't won a riding on the island of Montreal since 1988. They've got their sights set on Mount Royal. Now, that's a riding with a large Jewish population. The Conservatives have Neil Oberman. He's a lawyer known for supporting the Jewish community. He's challenging the Liberal incumbent there, Anthony Housefather, very popular there, also known for his strong support of the Jewish community and for English language rights. But the Conservatives have put a lot of energy and effort to try to get this riding. We go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
Matsumi, thank you. One riding we're keeping a close eye on here this evening, the suburb of Kanata, home of the Canadian Tire Centre, which some of you hockey fans may be familiar with. It's where incumbent Jenna Sudds is looking to hold her seat up against Conservative Greg Kung, NDP candidate Melissa Simon, Jennifer Purdy with the Greens as well. Now, Sudds is a former Ottawa City Council, replaced Karen McCrimmon back in 2021 and served as Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. I was actually there on this night in 2021 doing an interview with Jenna when CTV declared her elected, so got to break the news to her, which is one of the fun moments really with reporting on election night. Now, this is a riding that has voted Liberal the last 3 consecutive elections, but it has undergone some boundary changes, those boundary changes that Mark Carney was unaware of at one point, sort of swapped some land with those 2 ridings, Nepean and Kanata. And the margin of victory for the Liberals in this riding has tightened in each of the past 3 elections. So it'll be an interesting one to watch tonight. Over to Toronto now, and Michelle.
Patricia, Toronto and the Greater Toronto area has millions of voters and a whole bunch of seats, nearly 60. And among those seats, there are a number of potential swing seats. We know that the Conservatives, one that they're targeting is Aurora, Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. This one had the slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals in this part of the country in 2021, just over 3%. And the Conservatives have a solid candidate in Kostas Menegakis. He was an MP in a neighboring riding of Richmond Hill. He's looking to get back to Ottawa, but Leah Taylor-Roy, she's hoping for a second term, and now she has this renewed Liberal Party behind her. But if the Conservatives manage to flip this one blue, might this signal success on the national level? We know that Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney have campaigned heavily in the GTA, and it really might boil down to which of their messages resonated more, Carney's experience, not experiment, or Pierre Poilievre's message of change. The polls close here in just over 10 minutes, so we're going to be getting some results. It'll be really interesting. But for now, let's go over to Calgary.
Thanks, Michelle. Now, we know that Alberta isn't exactly Liberal territory. In fact, they've only ever held 4 seats in this province. The first time was in 2015. That was Justin Trudeau's first term. Then you have to go all the way back to 1968 under his dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. But there is one riding that we're watching tonight that could be a pickup. So this is Calgary Skyview. George Chahal won this for the Liberals in 2021, but he's not running there this time. He's running in McKnight, which is a new riding. That's because most of old Skyview is now in new McKnight. The Liberal candidate in Skyview is a local business person. He's not particularly well known. He's not going to have the same kind of name recognition that Chahal did. But what may benefit him is some general disgruntlement, did I just make a word up there, toward the Conservatives right now. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Conservative Party appointed both of the candidates for McKnight and Skyview. And there were a number of potential candidates who were hoping to run in those two ridings. They had spent about a year fundraising and door knocking and signing up members. And a lot of their voters have been telling us that they're really angry about this. So Skyview might be a place that could be a pickup for the Liberals tonight because people are upset with the Conservatives. We'll be watching it. Let's go to Mijung in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. Well, we have seen, as you were mentioning earlier, the Conservative support actually higher than expected in Atlantic Canada. If that trend continues, the Conservatives could have a good chance of flipping some seats here in BC. One of them is Similkameen, South Okanagan. In 2021, it was a close race with the Conservatives less than 2 points behind the NDP. We're also watching Richmond East, Steveston. Now, this has a history of flipping between Liberal and Conservative. Richmond residents have been quite vocal about their concerns over public drug use, safe consumption sites. So we'll see if the Conservative stance on drug addiction will sway Richmond voters away from the Liberal incumbent. Nanaimo Ladysmith, also one to watch. Last time it was a tight three-way race. This time it's actually a four-way race with the Green candidate Paul Manley in the mix. Crime, homelessness, big issues in Nanaimo as well. Will that shift the riding from green to blue? BC voters have about 40 minutes left before polls close. Back to you.
All right, Mijung, thank you. And before that, of course, a big wave of results expected in about 10 minutes' time, certainly from Ontario, which is a massive battleground. And I'll be looking at sort of those early results from, obviously, the GTA, the 905, but also Peterborough, which is a bellwether. The way Peterborough goes, so too does the rest of the country most times. So that'll be one to watch.
Yeah, and some interesting ridings that Michelle was talking about, particularly in Aurora, that were very, very narrow wins for the Liberals in the last election. The Conservatives looking to flip those. That's if they can start to flip the 905, it's a different narrative as well. I think we can swing over now to Heather, who will probably have a more in-depth explanation of what I just said.
Hey, thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are actually going to be taking a look at the people who are casting a ballot and the people who are electing those heading to Ottawa in this next term, right, Nick?
Yep.
And we're going to be looking at advanced polls. Of course, we're talking about voter engagement. Everybody was saying how high engagement was during this election campaign, and it really showed with the early voter turnout. I will just note the ridings right now. We have the Liberals leading and elected in more than 20, I believe that was. Is 22, that was, excuse me. 7.3 million people voted, Nick, in advanced polls. 25% increase.
Yeah, that's really a good number. You know, the more people that vote, the better. But you know what, Heather? This is a big headache for pollsters and people wanting to project things because, you know, the thing is, those people at the advanced polls, the Conservatives usually do well. We don't know whether they are motivated Liberals and Conservatives or whether it's the Conservative ground machine, which has been very effective and is very well organized and very well funded, delivering the vote.
Okay, Nick, I only have 10 seconds left, but I do know that 3 really important ridings in the top 5.
Absolutely. With three leaders. You can see Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, and Elizabeth May. Interestingly, all in the top 5 for advanced poll votes.
What an incredible turnout. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Those advanced votes, very curious to see as well. Sort of when they are counted, when they are fully counted. We're trying to get that information. We don't know exactly how much of that vote, for example, even in Atlantic Canada, has been accounted for. That could end up changing some of the vote totals, certainly, and skewing things in a different direction than we've seen so far, but that remains to be determined. So that'll be a key factor, not only in Atlantic Canada, Omar, but moving throughout the country as well.
That's a massive number, as Heather just pointed out, 7.3 million. It shows you the level of engagement there is in this election. And at the end of the night, it'll be interesting to see what the voter turnout was right across the country, to see if it was historic given the threats that we've been seeing from the U.S. or not. So, of course, a lot of data coming in after election night as well.
Yeah, I think the projection, if the advance vote were to hold, let's say, and be extrapolated out, would then be something in the neighborhood of 70%, which is we haven't seen since I believe it was 1993. I think I can throw over to Anne-Marie, who is going to talk to our panel about some of that stuff.
Well, yeah, and so that's what's a really interesting point, Vashi, is you have this giant surprise box that nobody knows what's inside. And a reminder to everybody at home, I know a lot of people have just gone through provincial elections in this last year. They're used to those results coming in fast because those are electronic. So to remind everybody at home, federal ballots are counted by hand, which is why we've got sort of this long waiting period while we start to see numbers come in. The same will hold true for advance polls counted by hand, but they were counted either an hour or 2 hours before polls closing. Some ridings, I understand, are even waiting until all the ballots were in. So that's why we don't have this number. But back to this surprise box of all of these votes, this almost record turnout of voting. Like, how can this change things? And what are the parties anticipating that's inside? Rana, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I think of a new voter, I think of someone who's never voted before.
Sure.
And what's motivating them. A lot of them are younger, and I think they're coming off the sidelines because of the anger around the decline of our economy. We have a productivity problem, 6 quarters of productivity decline. We have 6.8% unemployment in this country. We are one of the most unaffordable places in the OECD to buy a house, 355% increase. That's how much it costs young people, even if they graduate with a degree or a trade skill.
Right.
They can never catch up when it comes to their wage, the growth of wages, to actually afford to buy a house. I think that's what's in that surprise box. People that are saying, this economy has left me behind, and I am motivated to get out and vote.
I can tell you, I voted in the advance polls, and it wasn't full of young people. It was full of a lot of middle-aged and older people.
Older rustic voters.
Well, no, not necessarily rustic, not in my neighborhood, but I would say it was older voters who, like my age and older, who were thinking to themselves, this is an incredibly consequential election, and we want to make sure the person who gets elected is someone we can count on and trust. So, I mean, I think the thing about the surprise box that's interesting, though, is we don't know which ridings where it's already been included, where we don't know which ridings where it's been counted, and so you take a riding like Central Nova. This could make a huge difference.
I'll give you a case.
And so we can't, it really makes the predictions difficult to understand.
2011, Orange Wave in Quebec, NDP does really well. Mark Garneau conceded defeat in Westmount, one of the safest Liberal ridings, but he eventually won once they counted the advance polls, because we had zero ground game in a lot of these ridings. We had very few members there, and especially in a place like Westmount. So once the Liberals had applied their ground game, they filled the advance poll, they counted up, they won considerably. So there can be real surprises as you open up the surprise boxes.
Arjun, I'll let you
no, this is one that I was really interested in. I was surprised, so many people coming in the advance polls. So as I was talking, and now that I'm out, people are kind of opening up more to me. Again, the fear factor with Trump, right? I think Canadians wanted to really make have a say, be part of, you know, the election coming up, get in early, make a choice, and show their patriotism in making a choice, regardless of who they're going to choose. I think that was, my opinion, probably why we had larger numbers in the advance poll.
Surprises make for an interesting night, especially on election night. So we cannot wait to find out, you know, what's already been opened, where we see the effects of that. Vashi Nomo, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Anne-Marie. We've got just a couple minutes, guys, until the polls close in much of Canada. Scott, your thoughts on advance voting and how it may impact things?
Why don't I give you a specific example, just to lighten this conversation up. So we're watching Central Nova very closely, obviously. Sean Fraser's riding, very marquee riding in Atlantic. He's, you know, behind by a handful of votes. I'm told by his riding that of the advance polls, 3 out of 25 of the advance polls have been counted, but only 3 out of the 25. So that gives you an indication of what Tom talking about, how you can come charging from behind. So when all of those are counted, my suspicion is Sean Fraser will win this riding. Because he's been in all 3 of the polls that have been counted from the advance, he's been well ahead. So we may see that phenomenon occur in a couple more of these Atlantic ridings. And again, popular vote overall and all the votes that have been cast, Liberals are ahead by 11%. So I'd be careful about extrapolating what we've seen so far and thinking that, you know, the Conservatives are going to make massive gains on them.
The good thing is we only have about 30 seconds left until we know.
That's even better.
Until we start to know, I should say. Last 30 seconds to you, Corey.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of insight into who's voted in the advance polls because there's been a lot of polling done of the electorate and asked the question, did you vote in the advance polls? And the data on that shows that it hasn't been that different than what we would typically see in an election. A lot more older voters voting than younger voters. And now that could be because it was over a long weekend. I don't know. We'll see. But we didn't see anything really surprising, or at least I didn't, in terms of the demographic complexion of those voters. It's probably more a reflection of who had a better ground game in a given riding, to the point that that Tom made earlier. Campaigns with more organization tend to do better in the advance polls.
And we shall see shortly. Kathleen, I'll get back to you in a moment because we're just about a few seconds away from all of those 267 polls closing.
Yeah, we're about to get more of these political blanks being filled just moments from now. We're just getting prepared for the biggest wave of poll closings across the entire country. And within a matter of minutes, in fact, we'll have results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
This is the most consequential vote of our lifetimes. Donald Trump wants to break us.
We will build out the vision of an East-West nation that John A. brought to this country.
We're going to fight back and defend those jobs. We're going to fight back and defend our country.
We will support what is right for Quebec.
A vision where housing is a right, not a luxury.
CTV Election 2025. Once again, Omar Sachedina and Vashi Kapelos.
Welcome back to the heart of CTV News election headquarters, where the polls have now closed. Good evening. The tension is high, and so are the stakes. Canada's next government is beginning to take shape.
The party's final sprint for support all comes down to this: the end of a kind of unprecedented stretch. The unpredictability, as we've seen so far, though, far from over.
Here in studio, we're lucky to be surrounded by some of Canada's finest political minds as we examine just exactly how we got here and what happens next.
Heather Butts is with us with a look at how things are standing at this hour. Heather, I'll throw it over to you. Where do things stand?
Vashi, thanks so much. What an exciting evening. We've already seen those polls close in Atlantic Canada earlier this evening. Then, of course, now a massive portion of our country closing just now. But let's remind people of where we were at dissolution. So the standings at dissolution: the Liberals had 152 seats, the Conservatives 120, the Bloc Québécois 33, the NDP 24, the Green Party 2 seats in the House of Commons. Now, we do have a few more seats up for grabs this evening. That is because there is 1 additional seat in British Columbia, 3 in Alberta, and 1 more in Ontario. That is because of population growth, demographic change, and redistribution of ridings. So we have 5 additional seats. So we once had 338 members in the House of Commons, and that this evening we will have 343 elected and heading to Ottawa. But of course, the main number that we are keeping a very close eye on this evening is 172. That is the number required for majority. Of course, the governments, the parties vying for that number this evening. Now, let's take a look at the House projections. This is from the CTV News decision desk. Right now, projecting that the Liberals could get a range of seats anywhere from 138 to 176, perhaps crossing that majority marker of 172. The projections for the Conservatives getting a range of anywhere from 114 to 148. Now, of course, these numbers are based on polling data, historical analysis, and a lot of number crunching goes into this. But these numbers will shift throughout the evening as your votes are counted. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. Right now, projecting anywhere from 15 to 38 seats for the NDP this evening. But again, those numbers will change as your votes are counted. This is a forecast, and the range will ebb and flow this evening as parties perform. 172, though, that is the magic marker, if you will, the number that we're keeping a very close eye on as this evening unfolds. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. That's Heather Butts with some early projections. And the big news right now is that polls in much of the country, the bulk of ridings, the majority of them, 267, have just closed. I want to throw up, it's very early, like we were a little while ago with Atlantic Canada. Very few polls reporting, but some initial results. For example, in François-Philippe Champagne's riding, he is currently the Minister of Finance. He, too, decided, like Mélanie Joly, not to run for the leadership of the party once Mark Carney announced he would intend to do so. He has a very small lead there. We can throw it over to some more results.
Yeah, from Les Pays d'en Haut, the Liberal has a lead of 21 votes right now. Again, just two of the 236 polls reporting, because again, these polls just closed about 4 minutes ago, in fact. In Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, in Listigouche, this was one of the first Quebec polls to close. You see there that, again, the Liberal incumbent is trailing the Bloc Québécois candidate there, Alexis Duchesne, who has the lead right now.
In Essex, by the way, glad I didn't have to pronounce that riding. Very impressive. Chris Lewis with the lead, the incumbent, the Conservative incumbent in Essex. You can see, again, just one poll reporting there, but the results from provinces where polls have closed are starting to come in, including very quickly here, a lead for David McGuinty, currently serving as the Minister of Public Safety. He's the incumbent in the riding. The McGuinty family, of course, well known in the province of Ontario. Leslyn Lewis, the incumbent in Haldimand, Norfolk. She is kind of one of the front bench people in some respects for the Conservative Party. She ran for the leadership a number of years ago. Just one poll reporting there, but she does hold a lead of 48 votes.
And the reason this next batch is so significant, as we mentioned, is just because of the rich seat count there is, right? We know that there are 343 seats up for grabs. And the region we're talking about now, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, represent 267 of those 343. So things are about to get extremely, extremely interesting. In Yellowhead, we've got some more results here. We know that the Conservative has a lead of 145 votes. Again, quite early in this region of the country, just one of the 252 polls reporting, Vashi.
And I think do we have some additional results coming in? I think so. Yeah, we're looking over. Oh, now we're into Alberta. Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas, who's the incumbent there, public safety critic, among a host of other things for the Conservative Party. She's, at one poll reporting, has a lead, not a surprise. Michelle Rempel-Garner, 6 polls reporting a commanding lead of nearly 1,000 votes for her. I would be shocked if anything different happened in that riding. It's a very safe Conservative seat, and she's a very well-known member of Parliament in Calgary.
In Surrey Moose Mountain, we see here that the Conservative is leading substantially by a vote lead of 407 votes. Again, just one of the 211 polls reporting there. Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, Rosemary Falk, the Conservative incumbent, with a lead of 1,500 votes right now.
And Alberta, another one of those places, and we heard this earlier from Tara Nelson, looking to see if there's any movement in some of the ridings the Liberals had hope. Hey, if things are as good as we think they might be, we could swing there. So far, no evidence of that, but obviously very, very early. And Lloydminster, not one of the ones they thought they could pick up, but Lethbridge, perhaps, south of there.
Yeah, Alberta, obviously, as we know, Conservative stronghold, but we'll see if there are any gains that other parties are able to make there. Again, those results just trickling in as the polls have just closed about 7 minutes ago in the bulk of the country. We will be bringing those to you, but this is significant, this batch of results, Vashi.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, basically the path to government has to go through Ontario and Quebec, and the path to a majority certainly has to go through both of those provinces for whomever is able to secure government. I think particularly in certain parts of Ontario, we've heard it from many people tonight, but the Greater Toronto area, like if this is not going to be what the Liberals thought it was going to be, we're going to know there, right? The Conservatives will make significant gains there, or some gains there that will indicate something different happening in Ontario than perhaps the polls had predicted.
And so a couple of dominant storylines today, of course, who will win, who will form the next government, whether it's a majority or a minority. We could find that out momentarily. But then the other, storylines that come below that are the political futures of the other leaders. What happens on Vancouver Island with the Green Party's Elizabeth May, and also with Jagmeet Singh. We saw just moments ago that he was struggling in that Burnaby riding of his. So whatever happens in British Columbia, where obviously that is a party where they have the bulk of their seats, that will have a significant impact on the future of that leader as well. So lots of skin in the game.
Also struggling, Maxime Bernier. Just one poll, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, currently in 4th place in that riding.
But there's so much skin in the game for all of these leaders. Obviously, Mark Carney wants to keep his job as Prime Minister. Pierre Poilievre wants his job. And then we talked about the others as well. Again, this riding of Beauce, where Maxime Bernier is in last place right now. Again, one poll reporting of 245 with the Conservative candidate leading there.
And we keep our eyes peeled for any additional results as they come in. I think there are some more. It's going to be a trickle for the beginning part because there's lots to count. There's also the huge advance vote portion. We've been talking all night about a record of 7.3 million Canadians. That all has to be counted as well. We're looking here at Ajax. We're getting closer to the Greater Toronto area. Just one poll reporting there with the Liberal leading Greg Brady, Jennifer McKelvey leading Greg Brady. We'll keep an eye, of course, on other ridings in the GTA. There are some specific ones where the Liberals eked out a victory, for example, in the last election. I mentioned Aurora before, where you're going to want to see if the Conservatives are able to flip there and what story that tells. The primary thing that I think we're watching for right now is there was some surprise in Atlantic Canada. The entire popular vote we don't think has been counted because of advance votes. But the idea that Sean Fraser's in a battle for his seat, the idea that the Liberals are underperforming polling projections for them in Atlantic Canada in the aggregate. The Conservatives are doing the converse. They're outperforming. The key question now throughout the next round of results is whether that translates, whether that is a trend or becomes a trend, because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties just minutes ago. And even at the best case scenario for the Liberals right now, and again, the caveat there being that as the votes are counted, these floors and ceilings could change. But I believe that the ceiling that she had for the Libs was 178. So that is past majority territory, but not that much past. 172 is the number that we are looking for, majority territory. So we'll see if, you know, some of these trend lines that we've been seeing in Atlantic Canada develop through the rest of the country, and what these other ridings, 267 of them, tell us in the minutes to come, because a substantial amount of the votes are about to be counted. And by the way, these are all hand-counted ballots. We don't have computer systems or machines in this country to be able to do that. So at times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly in the riding of Carleton, Pierre Poilievre's riding. We'll see and bring you those results as soon as they happen. But let's go right now to Geneviève Beauchemin, who is with the Liberals in Ottawa tonight. And Jen, what's the sentiment there right now?
Well, certainly it's not that workers are not concerned about the situation in Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers. But what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely right now at those numbers in Ontario, those numbers in BC. Vashi was talking about the fact earlier that a majority of government here goes through Ontario. They need Ontario, of course, to form a government. And that would be a very key part. But we're always told that there's the government in Ontario and the majority goes through Quebec. And those are the numbers they're looking at very closely. Right now, the atmosphere is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive. As those polls closed, the doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who were volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. We'd been told that with the party that, you know, they wanted those volunteers out there. They didn't expect anybody to be here much before 9:30. They wanted them to be out there working every single door to ensure that there would be coming, that there would be as many votes as possible. But now those people are starting to arrive here, and they're talking about what it's been like. There's still a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of people who said, look, you know, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks, and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to see exactly how that reflects in the numbers up there. But, you know, they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. They're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just, you know, just what kind of a party they may have tonight.
All right, still lots at stake, and we'll see what happens when those results start coming in.
Yeah, we're staying very focused on that ticker at the bottom to see where things stand. Big, huge number of ridings that will certainly inform our ability to be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of happy with the results in Atlantic Canada, surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects are in Ontario, in Quebec, and some of the other bigger provinces that are less easy to predict than, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan for them?
Right. Well, you know, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing. When you look at the shots of the crowd here, we have people with their arms crossed, 10 sides on the screen. I've switched over to these headphone, microphone, earphone situation because it just got so loud in here the second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in. So this is a room that is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is they're expecting a positive result. They have less to say so much about Quebec behind the scenes, but in Ontario, which is obviously incredibly important, we are told that they are expecting good things. So that is what we'll be watching, although I've been texting furiously with a number of campaign sources and nobody offering up anything new in the last few minutes, because I think safe to say it is a wait and see situation. Everybody with their eyes glued to the screen, and I just heard some boos. Not sure what came in over my shoulder there at this moment, but it's a very engaged crowd looking to see what comes in next.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters as they, like us, Omar, stay tuned for the results coming in from the majority of the seats reporting.
Also staying tuned is Judy Trinh with the NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes' time. And what happens in BC could very much determine Jagmeet Singh's future, Judy.
That's right. Omar, I want to tell you a little bit about what a campaign worker just told me about how difficult it has been campaigning on behalf of Jagmeet Singh in his riding of Burnaby Central. He said that in certain areas, because of redistricting, there are strong Liberal supporters there. But one of the challenges that campaign workers are facing in terms of getting out the vote is this idea of strategic voting. They are telling me that NDP supporters, which are usually a solid block for them, especially in this area of British Columbia in metropolitan areas, they're saying that NDP supporters are actually scared of Donald Trump, scared of Pierre Poilievre. And so what they are doing is that they are shifting their vote to the Liberals, to Mark Carney. And so the volunteers, the campaign workers, are spending a lot of time talking to these people, saying, please, you know what, we can be your voice. The NDP can be your voice in Parliament to be the voice of accountability. We were successful in pushing the former Liberal government to enact child care, pharmacare, as well as dental care. We were a key part of that. So they have to make this argument over and over again because there is this fear. Now, as the polls close in Ontario and Quebec, there are 6 seats that the NDP have. So those are in flux right now, and everyone's watching them very carefully.
All right, Judy Trinh, thank you so much in Burnaby, British Columbia.
An interesting story already beginning to develop in Quebec. We don't have final counts. Obviously, the polls just closed, but we can see, leading in a number of seats are Mark Carney's Liberals, who look to potentially pick up, at this point in time, 7 seats. The Bloc, another, the big story, it's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution were holding 33 of Quebec seats. Let's head to Jeremy Charron. He's actually at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, their campaign headquarters tonight in Montreal. Jeremy, give us a sense of what their expectations were and how this must be disappointing to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Vashi. I think supporters here are hoping those numbers are wrong, that's for sure. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I'm going to repeat a bit of the same story as Judy just did, because interestingly, I just had conversations with campaign staff here that echo the exact same thing as Judy was just talking about. And, it makes sense because both the Bloc and the NDP have run a similar campaign here towards the end, pitching themselves as a party that could hold the balance of power. and the importance of having that different voice in Ottawa. I just spoke to campaign staff here who say early on in this campaign, all they were hearing from voters was fears of Donald Trump and how they were, likely going to vote strategically to avoid a conservative government. What we saw kind of at the tail end of this campaign is some serious groundwork by the Bloc here, messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that, what we saw in the polling was a potential Liberal majority. And so the messaging here was, let's not let the Liberals get a majority. You don't need to fear about a conservative government getting in anymore. Instead, ensure you're sending enough Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are a focus. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP staff, as both of those parties fight for kind of the same outcome here, or the same role, if you will, in the next government.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Jeremy Charron at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. That potentially emerging as a very significant storyline, in particular for the Liberals, if those numbers hold out and if the Bloc continues on this trend. You can see at the bottom of our screen now, very low seat count for them at this juncture. That could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall. But we wait to see the final result.
And these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The Bloc just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now is down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the Bloc was vulnerable in the province of Quebec. But now we are seeing the impact of that hit. And obviously, the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait to see some more results. But I'm just looking at the result for Central Nova, which is a riding in Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to over and over again. And you can see there, Vashi, just how much of that spread between the Conservative and the incumbent, Sean Fraser, has increased.
Yeah, it's still very tight. I want to go to Todd Battis to get your reaction. We're still waiting, Todd, to figure out if advanced polls will have an impact on this. But this is as tight as it gets for Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent member of the Liberal government. I mean, he held major portfolios under Justin Trudeau.
Two major portfolios, immigration and housing, and you're right. And at last glance, the lead for Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives is 279 votes. And it's interesting, I want to go back to something Scott Reed mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advanced polls are being counted at the same time or if they're still outstanding, and whether that can have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advanced pollings of the advanced votes, if those are being counted a little later towards the end, that could have an impact on that particular riding. I'll go quickly to another one, Cumberland Colchester, also in Nova Scotia. The incumbent Dr. Stephen Ellis, his numbers have been waxing and waning. He's up 1,000 votes now. We'll certainly keep a close eye on this one, because again, this is one that the Conservatives would dearly love to hold if they're going to have a good showing here in Atlantic Canada. But certainly the star seat, or the star riding so far the night right now, is Central Nova Scotia, and we'll watch that carefully. Okay, let's go to Montreal and Matsumi.
Well, we said earlier in the evening that Trois-Rivières was a riding to watch. The Bloc's got to be worried at this point. All the candidates in this riding, they're not really well known. So what that means is this riding, it's about the parties and the party leaders. It's a real three-way race. Going into it tonight, it was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent Bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign, because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier, because it's in an earlier time zone. It's really, really tight. It's been going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberals. The Bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexis Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth, but overall, especially what's happening in Trois-Rivières and also what's happening in Gaspé, the Bloc cannot be very happy tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Ms. Simi, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding where the ballot is nearly a meter long. I don't have the actual ballot here, but I printed out the names. It's 3 pages worth. And we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first-past-the-post electoral system. So could be some delays because of all those names. But it also had, Carleton did, the highest voter turnout in advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls closed. Extra teams being brought in. But as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre's running just yet. We want to go back over to Toronto in the Greater Toronto Area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was Mark Holland's riding, not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Markham Stouffville, interesting so far. This is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer who seems to be leading. But again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change blowing through this part of the country or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll send it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have one NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton, and that is Edmonton-Griesbach. So Blake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP, with just a 4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent, Kerry Diot, the Conservative incumbent there. He was a 2-term MP. He was also a former city councillor. This was a very big upset in 2021. Diot wants it back. He's running again. This could be a very tight race. I am seeing pollsters talk about a group of voters called modest metros, and these are young voters in urban areas, and their biggest concern is their financial future and their financial security. There are a lot of them in Griesbach. So if Desjardins has been able to target those voters and talk to them about what the NDP is going to do to help secure their financial future, he might be able to harness some of that young vote tonight, and that could be what pushes him over the edge. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's going to be a close race. Let's go to Mijong in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. 3 more minutes till polls close here in BC. BC may be the last to vote, definitely not the least. There are 43 ridings up for grabs, many too close to call. If the Liberals are on the path to victory, depending on what happens in the rest of the country, it could come down to BC. The Liberals need to hang on to ridings like Vancouver Centre, home to Canada's oldest MP, Hedy Fry. She's running for re-election. Some say she is unbeatable. Hedy Fry's 83, has been serving in the parliament since 1993. She was a rookie then who took down former Prime Minister Kim Campbell. Liberals are also banking on retaining North Vancouver Capilano, which is held by Cabinet Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. And he won handily last time around. We're also watching Burnaby North Seymour, held by Terry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015, a career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019. The main challenger now, though, appears to be the Conservatives. Back to you, Omar, Vashi.
All right, Mijong, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? This collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing to what extent this is playing out. Tell us a little bit about the tariff-sensitive areas of Quebec and how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and so interesting because we knew, of course, that the electorally important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to the Liberals if the Liberals could form a majority government. And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the Chamber of Commerce, their business data lab calculated the tariff sensitivity of some regions, and some of them are very much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal. It's super sensitive to tariffs, and it, at the moment, shows the Liberals leading. It's early, but a pretty sizable lead at the moment, and the incumbent Bloc is in third place, a narrow third, but still. And the other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint-Jean, do seem to be tilting to the Bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on, was the message of Canadian unity, of rallying together behind the flag, enough to tilt the balance away from the Bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings? Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens on what it happens in these polls particularly.
Yeah, very much so. And we just wanted to quickly direct your eyes to the screen where we've got an early breakdown of the popular vote at this juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%, the Conservatives at 39%, the NDP at 4%. In particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals. I want to turn back to Quebec as we watch more of those results come in, and we can say in the least surprising announcement of the night, that Michelle Rempel-Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the incumbent candidate, very well-known MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not expected to tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from, the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the math that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the Bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's not totally clear, but it's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play when the incumbent's in third place. That says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this collapse. I mean, just to contextualize it right now, and again, it is early, but at dissolution, the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is leading or elected in 13 seats based on the bottom. The polls closing in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda, this is another region of the country that we're watching particularly closely for the NDP. But when you look at British Columbia, too, it's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are. But still, when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that part of the country.
In some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs much longer. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue. But it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from the Western sentiment, which has been a little bit divided over how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So it will be, I think you've nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals. Not much hope for the Conservatives there.
Polls are now closed across the country. This is a big moment. We will start to see more results come in, more definitive of a look at who will form government, who will become prime minister. This is a very early indication at this juncture. You're looking at some potential seat changes. I'm using the word potential very deliberately because they're based on preliminary results, but we've got the Liberals picking up 14 seats potentially, and the Conservatives remaining stagnant. The Bloc Québécois at a deficit of 10 seats at this juncture. Again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at because that difference there is largely based in the results in Quebec at this point.
Yeah, which has been a fascinating storyline to observe. The magic number, of course, that Heather's been telling us about is 172. That is the number that's needed for a majority government. So we should, over the next little while, get a sense of who will be leading this country and then whether it is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather Butts, who's been tracking some of this data. Heather, what can you tell us?
Omar, thank you so much. Of course, everything is changing as this evening goes on. As we've been talking about all night, as your votes are counted, that is when we really start to see things unfold. We're going to take a look now at the CTV News Decision Desk projections. As of right now, in this moment in time, projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 or a maximum of 178 seats, potentially, possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats. But these numbers are shifting as your votes are counted. Of course, this has to do with historical data, riding demographics, a lot of research, and of course, the numbers that are coming in this evening as your votes are counted. Projections right now also for the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we're watching that closely. But again, the majority is the number that most parties are, of course, the Conservatives and Liberals looking for this evening. So we're keeping a very close eye on that marker of 172. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right now. Anne-Marie, you've got a couple of your panelists from British Columbia right now who I'm sure are watching those results, tracking them pretty closely. A good BC delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our panel is from BC. Who wants to jump in here first?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular vote but came first in the seat totals. Liberals got 26% of the vote province-wide but got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. We see in all the rest of the country the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second choice ballot can be 2-to-1 Conservative over Liberal. But for most of the province, and certainly in Metro Vancouver, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-to-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple New Democrats, Jenny Kwan probably in Vancouver East, Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island. And so it's interesting. You know, all the aggregating polling data that you show out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show up to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights. Yeah. So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very close to watch and very tight to call right up until the last probably 10 or 20 polls.
Arjit, what do you want to say here?
No, absolutely. The NDP vote, a lot of it, I've been talking to a lot of supporters. A lot of them actually have been coming over to the Liberals, very concerned again about what's taking place with President Trump, making sure that we have a strong showing. The ridings to kind of look out for is Victoria, for us, something that we've done well in, but we haven't been able to get it across the line before. I think there's a very good opportunity now. Port Moody, James and I know both of you are from there. Yeah. They have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget, there's also Kelowna. If that flips, that's also going to send a very strong message as well. Steve Fuhr, who's actually running again, he used to be the member of Parliament there. So we have an opportunity there. I think BC is going to have a very strong showing for the Liberals, I believe. And it's going to send a very strong message for the rest of Canada as well.
Pierre probably has spent more time in British Columbia than any leader in my lifetime. Yeah. And he had a particular focus on Vancouver Island, and I think that'll show up well tonight.
Well, and what you'll see on Vancouver Island is going to be, I mean, first of all, can I just say how exciting it is as a British Columbian that we could be deciding the election tonight? I think finally, it's about time. We're in Canada. So the Vancouver Island, you look at the bottom half of it, it is tight three-way races. And the Liberals are probably going to do well in some of those ridings. A lot of them are quite a bit, tend to be older communities, and you're seeing the NDP vote really collapse there. Okay. But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange-blue fights for sure, because working class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places where those working class messages really, have an impact. Yeah. But the thing is, if the NDP votes collapse, those ridings are more likely to go Conservative than just about anywhere else in the province other than kind of northern British Columbia. So it's going to be Canada. I heard somebody say earlier, BC is like a microcosm of the whole country. I think it was Scott Reed, and I think that's going to turn out to be true tonight.
I'm going to keep going. I can hear this music, and I don't know if it's like the Oscars where they're going to sing us off or not, but we're going to keep going. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the collapse of the NDP vote. What happened there, and what were the factors? Is this south of the border? Is this the
Anne-Marie, I just have to interrupt you because our decision desk is just coming up with some data. We are about to reach a pivotal moment in this unprecedented campaign. We are about to make a call. Stand by for major declaration from the CTV News decision desk. This will be your next government. We are getting the results momentarily. Seconds from now, it's a time we've all been waiting for. And there you have it. CTV News decision desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right now, Vashi, is will it be a majority or a minority. And this is a live shot you're looking at. I believe it's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. I'm assuming there will be some kind of celebration.
They don't know it yet. They don't know it yet, but they will soon. Take a moment, give the Liberals their due. This is a huge moment for the Liberal Party, who were written off the electoral map just 3 months ago, 4 months ago. It's been 20 years since a party has been able to win a fourth mandate. You're absolutely right to point out that we don't know yet if it's a minority or it's a majority. But to come back from the sort of depths of despair that they faced last year and over really the last 2 years, and to be able to pull off a win certainly speaks to a lot of things, not least of which is the presence of Donald Trump and the sort of ascent of Mark Carney, the role, I guess the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly worked wonders for the party. Huge impact in Quebec. 17 pickups at this moment in time, 11 seat losses for the Bloc, 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of this story will be Quebec. It will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government. We've got Mike LeCouture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said, Mike, yet, but maybe they're going to find out soon.
Really good reason for that, Vashi, and it's because on the screens behind us, they are not playing our network somehow. We have lodged an official complaint with the Liberal Party, and I'm not saying official complaint, I mean that jokingly, but yeah, certainly I have been texting a number of Liberals, and it doesn't seem like they've gotten the message just yet, but when I was talking to a number of people before coming on, just here before we had declared it, a number of them were cautiously optimistic. That was the buzz phrase going through here, but really they were worried a little bit about how these numbers were going to be. The get out the vote issue, of course, as well. I'd spoken to one staffer who said that they saw big numbers in the early voting today, especially. They have these types of bingo cards where they essentially catch up with voters afterwards, and they were checking off people very early in the day, so they're very confident that their people were getting out there and getting to vote. Highly motivated, as we know. A lot of people were very excited about Mark Carney and the change for the Liberal government. They have been talking about this. A number of people have been going to rallies across the country where I've been asking people, what do you think of Mark Carney and where this party has come from? I'll give you the example. Yesterday in Victoria, as I had said earlier in the show, 11:30 at night Pacific time, people had waited 90 minutes just to see Mark Carney. And I asked one of the volunteers there, and I said, how has the change been from Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney? They said the day that Mark Carney announced that he was getting into this leadership race, they saw thousands of people sign up for memberships to the Liberal Party of Canada. So getting back to what I was talking about earlier about that turnout, that staffer said to me it was possible. They thought it could be possible that we could see a voter turnout of upwards of 70% because of how motivated people are, because of how they thought they were getting their vote out there today, Vashi. And certainly I know that when this starts to flow into this place, people will start to get excited about it. And I think that another network is starting to catch up with us, and that is why you're hearing people getting excited right now, because as I had mentioned, we declared it first. Another network is saying it now, and that is why you're hearing the applause behind me. Likely a bit of relief as well, Vashi, because there were some tense moments here in the last 20 minutes or so. When they saw the numbers in Atlantic Canada, they weren't seeing them come through Quebec just yet, but now that they're seeing them, certainly some excitement. And as I said, probably looking at this and saying they now hope that it'll turn into a majority of some sort, but really they're not sure about that. The people that I were talking to inside the campaign, unclear if they think that they did enough at this point to try and get that majority government, Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Take a look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. It tells the story of what we were just talking about. To catch you up, in case you are just joining, we have declared here at CTV News a Liberal win. We do not know yet if it will be a majority or a minority government. You can take a look at some of the seat totals now in leading and elected. The magic number, Omar, that we're paying attention for is 172. 22.
It is a remarkable comeback, as you just pointed out a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this was a party that was down about 20 percentage points and has now risen to the point of forming the next government of Canada. This is a hugely significant day for Mark Carney. He stays on as Prime Minister, and this is a moment really that will be studied extensively, I think, in the context of Canadian political history. Foreign policy is not always that dominant of an issue in elections.
Hardly ever is.
Hardly ever. We're not just talking about any foreign power, though, this time. We're talking about the U.S. We're talking about that massive trading relationship between Canada and the U.S. I believe the last time it was this powerful or this significant was back in 1988. That was a free trade election. But given the relationship that this country has with the United States, how close that is economically in terms of, the fact that we've got family across the border, we've got connections across the border. That is what has been the dominant topic in this election, and obviously voters feel as though Mark Carney is the best steward at this time to navigate the turbulent waters that we are seeing with the United States.
Yes, that was his pitch, right? That was certainly his pitch. The Conservatives had a different message around change, which is still proving to be, very popular, just not as popular as the concept of what Trump is threatening, which isn't just the economy like it was in 1988 and 1984, but also our sovereignty, like our very existence as a country. And I think that's obviously informed the outcome tonight. Let's swing over to Heather Butts, who's got a deeper dive into some of these results.
Thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are looking at that Liberal win and, of course, the results that people want to know. Well, how did you get here? How did we declare this Liberal win? And that is declared by our CTV News decision desk. And we'll take a look at our projections for where we can go this evening now once we have declared that win. So the decision desk, the House of Commons projection probability of a majority actually is 24% for the Liberals. So that is the probability of a majority, and I believe we're now going to look at the House of Commons projection. So we are projecting the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180 seats. That would be the maximum this evening, and of course, crossing that number, that 172 majority marker that we've been talking about this evening. And looking at the Conservatives, the decision desk is projecting the Conservatives will receive winning anywhere between 119 and 144 seats this evening. And of course, that not lining up with the minimum of the Liberals. And so that's how that math, of course, works out. These numbers based on historical data, riding information that we receive, research, and of course, your votes, because we have been watching these numbers ebb and flow. It's a forecast, it's a range, and so they've been moving this evening as your votes are counted and come in through those polling stations. Of course, take a look at the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. The decision desk projecting anywhere from 18 to 30 seats would be the maximum for the Bloc Québécois. The NDP, a minimum of anywhere from 12 to 28 seats. And again, taking a look at that majority, the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180. 172 is the majority. So if they don't cross that line, that magic marker, and they don't get that majority, that's when we really start to look towards the Bloc and the NDP to see how things play out in Ottawa. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with a deeper dive there into some of the numbers. The Liberals, CTV News has been able to declare will form government. We keep our eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen to see whether or not it will be a majority or a minority. We want to get some analysis to this significant moment in the night from our top strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Monk, and Scott Reid. Corey, I'll start with you. We talked earlier, Omar mentioned that you made a ton of news, so did the Premier Doug Ford, for criticizing the Conservative campaign for not focusing on Donald Trump enough. Is this outcome emblematic of that, in your view?
I think that's part of it, but I think in many respects, as you reflect on this race, it was largely put in jeopardy before the campaign even began. I think the biggest strategic error that the Conservatives had going into this election was pounding Justin Trudeau and the Liberals with tens of millions of dollars of pre-read advertising to the point where they drove them down to 18–19% in the polls and made it an existential question around the leadership of the Liberal Party. And it's not just Trump; it's the loss of Trudeau. if you think of this election race as if Pierre Poilievre was fighting against Justin Trudeau, and you kept everything else the same, we'd be having a Conservative majority tonight, I believe. So I think it was a big strategic error. We just went too hard in the lead up to the campaign, and we got rid of the guy who was going to deliver a victory for us, and that guy was Justin Trudeau. That said, you know, there was still, I think, an opportunity to change more of the focus towards Trump. Going into the campaign, there was a space when the Liberal leadership was going on. There was a real vacuum there. That's the vacuum that Ford stepped into, but he didn't have to do that alone. I think there was an opportunity for the federal Conservatives to do the same. But all of that to say, you know, this is a heartbreaking night for Conservatives across the country. And I think there's going to be a lot of focus on what happens next, both inside the party, but also to see what Carney and the Liberals will do. Are they going to reach out to the West? Some of the things that Rhonda brought up earlier, I think, are really poignant. You know, there's going to be a need to build some bridges to parts of the country that really felt left out by this Liberal government over the last 10 years.
It's a super salient point, Kathleen. I think at the same time as we look at what might have went wrong for the Conservatives, it's fair to look at what went right for the Liberals and give them their due, and give Mark Carney his due, who a few months ago was a complete political neophyte. Obviously, rumors for years that he never dispelled that he was going to run, but this is quite the turnaround story, led very specifically by him.
For sure, from funeral march to victory, right? Literally a politician for, what, 3 months, and prime minister for 9 days, and now it looks like he will form government, to be determined whether it's minority or majority, but definitely a win. I'll build on what Corey said earlier. The Conservatives not only preconditioned Canadians to dislike Justin Trudeau through their millions of dollars of ads, they also did the same thing to Jagmeet Singh, running millions of dollars of ads against Mr. Singh as well. And he's paying the price. He's feeling that tonight. In fact, the national polling looks like New Democrats aren't even hitting what pollsters predicted of around 8–10%, really more like 4 or 5%. So the question is, for New Democrats, was their strategy of moving early to protect incumbents, to focus on those local campaigns? Will they be able to pull out some of those incumbents? I don't think it's going to be all, 24, but will they reach party status, or will they, they certainly have lost beachheads in the past, the beachheads we talked about earlier in Atlantic Canada, but if they start to lose beachheads in Quebec or Ontario or in the prairies, that is not a good sign for the party.
Scott, the story of the NDP, that percentage that Kathleen just referenced, is a huge part of the Liberal story tonight as well.
Absolutely gigantic. And I think as the evening goes on and these seat totals mount, I think we'll see that it's even more significant. They're really underperforming what were incredibly low expectations already, particularly when you take a look at the province of Ontario. We'll see as more numbers come in from BC, that could be very consequential in trying for the Liberals whether or not they meet this majority line. I just want to add one thing. I really want to underline this point about what an astonishing, historical, unbelievable, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it if this was a movie kind of event this is for the Liberal Party of Canada. Like, they were dead and buried, covered in topsoil and leaves, left by the side of the road.
We covered their funeral
4 months ago.
For months.
Yeah.
For 2 years, in fact.
A couple weeks after Justin Trudeau stepped down, announced that he would step down in January, a friend called me and said, I can't believe this story about Mark Carney. He's not really going to run, is he? Why would he leave the life that he has in order to take on this certain death march? Why on earth would he do it? And I said, well, because he thinks he can win. And there was laughter on the other side of the phone. And, here we are, 3 months later, and he has pulled this off. It is astonishing. For someone who never ran for elected office, never held elected office, walked in and has pulled off something that's astonishing and unseen before in electoral history in Canada.
Very quickly.
I think there's one other thing that's really important to reflect on in this, and that is this collapse of the NDP and what drove that, because I think Trump is part of that story. I think it was probably a much bigger part of the story with the Bloc Québécois. But I think there's a question as to whether or not the type of campaign that the Conservatives ran was so frightening to NDP voters that they gave up their decades-long voting preference to vote Liberal for a Bay Street banker, which is not really a likely place that you would think that would go. So I think to give the Conservative Party credit, Like, they have built their base to, I think, a historic level. But in doing so, they may have moved the goalpost further away if the result of that is the collapse of the NDP to that degree.
Great point.
It is a great point. And Corey, just very quickly, I mean, what is the soul-searching moment now for the Conservatives? What is Pierre Poilievre thinking tonight, and what happens to his future, and what is the party thinking tonight?
Well, I think there's got to be a lot of questions asked around that, but I don't think there's one Conservative party. This is why you see so few Conservative governments at the federal level. There's really like 5 different Conservative parties across the country, and what constitutes, you know, conservatism on the prairies, which is where I'm from, it looks a lot different in Ontario, where I am now, or in BC, or in Quebec, or in the Maritimes. And you have to try to find a through line through these disparate types of Conservatives that often have some pretty big internal contradictions within them. So it's a real challenge, you know, and I think tonight's result speaks to that challenge, and you know, to try to find a through line through those different things is going to be the challenge for the party.
We keep our eyes peeled, I should say, at the bottom and the right of our screen as we try and determine whether or not this will be a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority. Very competitive things going on in the 905, which is a very key electoral region of Ontario, just outside Toronto. It looks at this point, early indications that the Conservatives are picking up a significant number of seats at the Liberals' expense in there. So that's something that could very much inform whether this is minority or majority. And I think we can check in actually in Liberal territory at Liberal headquarters with our senior political correspondent, Mike LeCouture, who is there live for us. Mike, take us inside the room if you could.
Yeah, Vashti, a very familiar face to people in the Liberal Party here with me. David Lametti, former Justice Minister, also good friend of Mark Carney. He has been advising informally. Mr. Carney, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Lametti.
My pleasure to be here.
I mean, first off, these results, what do you think of them? And what would you have told me if I said that this is what it was going to be just a couple of months ago?
Look, it's still early tonight. I'm watching, obviously, carefully what the Bloc vote is in Quebec. I'm watching what the NDP does. We're evolving into a 2-horse race, and none of us are used to that, so none of us are being able to predict. That being said, I'll say it to you, I said it to Mark Carney a number of times since January, both in the leadership and throughout. I said, Mark, if you had asked me if I would take these numbers 6 months ago, I would take them, and I would tell you that I would take them. Look, we were dead and buried in December. Beginning of December. Now we're going to form government. Now, whether it's majority or minority, I'm hoping it's majority. We've turned this right around, and thanks to Mark. It's Mark's leadership, Mark's personality, Mark's intelligence that got us through this. He showed Canadians a real change and a backbone that can stand up against Mr. Trump.
So when you think about where you were and the exchanges that you've had with him today, what's going through his mind right now?
Mark's singularly focused on winning this. We'll get to next steps next, but he is singularly focused on getting us across the finish line. Yes, government's a good thing, but next is trying to get a majority government, so we have a strong government to face Mr. Trump.
When you see what you're seeing with the numbers, how realistic is majority?
Again, it's early. Again, I'm looking at the Bloc numbers and the NDP numbers in a 2-horse race. If we can maintain those races and win Liberal seats, I think we're going to be all right.
You had told me a story off air about introducing Mark Carney essentially to the Liberal Party, bringing him to a Christmas party after you got shuffled out of cabinet. So are you to thank for all of this?
No, I'm not to thank. Mark Carney's to thank because of his experience and his leadership capacity, his intellect. But he's an old friend, and I thought I would invite him to the party. And there were a lot of Carney-curious people there at the time.
What is it about him, in your mind, that has that singular focus that has brought him to this point right now?
Supremely intelligent and masters the dossiers. I've already seen him in briefings where he can turn the briefing around and say, yeah, I get that, but we're going to do this, and this. And he clearly grasps what's happening immediately in the briefing, and he turns it around to give a direction and a plan. And I think this is something unique, and I think he's the right person for the moment.
with millions of Canadians watching, what kind of a prime minister are we going to have right now? Because you have served under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. A lot of people talk about the differences between these two men. What can Canadians expect of Mark Carney?
They can expect sincere, thoughtful, intelligent policy responses and policy platforms, policy ideas that will help Canadians, especially with respect to economics. This is Mark's bread and butter. This is what he is going to bring to Canada.
I got to let you go, but I have to ask you this. You're his friend. Are you coming back?
I will serve if Mark asks me to. I'm happy where I am right now at Fasken, believe me. But this is an important moment in Canadian history. This is an important moment for the country with an existential threat from the United States. So I've worked hard to get Mark elected, and I'll continue to support him.
In what way? What do you want to do?
I'll continue to support him. I'm happy to give informal advice if that's what it is.
Okay. All right, Vashi, you can't say I didn't try with David Lametti here, but, you know, he's a cabinet minister. He knows how to answer a question. Send it back to you.
He's a dogged reporter, that Michael Couture.
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's a good picture into the behind the scenes of what's responsible for this. Obviously, it's Mark Carney, but the people behind him, Marco Mendicino, David Lametti, and Jerry Butts in particular, were three of the kind of key figures, people who are, you know, very much associated with the former prime minister in executing this win for Mark Carney. So interesting comments there from David Lametti. I have a guess that he will be part of the office, the Prime Minister's office, but that's just a guess.
All right, you heard it here first. I'd be interested to see what happens, by the way, in David Lametti's former riding of La Salle-Verdun. Of course, this was a riding that the Liberals held, that the Bloc stole, took away. We'll try to track that to see where the numbers are shaping up. But let's get to the Bloc Québécois, which province-wide isn't doing that great, but we know that the leader, Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet, CTV News declaring him as the winner in that riding. He is, of course, the incumbent. So the story there is that he retains his seat in Belleuil-Chambly, but again, province-wide, suffering quite a hit in that province. I want to just get to Bloc Québécois headquarters now, and Jérémy Charon. Jeremy, what's the sentiment like where you are right now in that headquarters? A lot of cheers.
If you can hear behind me, you know, loud cheers here. They've been cycling through on the screen the elected MPs, including leader Yves-François Blanchet just moments ago, who received, of course, loud cheers. He has yet to arrive here at Bloc headquarters. To your point, you know, there's a lot of positive energy here right now. They cheer as they continue to see their MPs elected up on the screen. But that number right now, 23 for the Bloc that you see on your screen, it's not a terrible number. You know, the party had been talking about, you know, whether they would drop under 20, and that would be a significant loss, and there would be a different mood here. There had been talk about landing somewhere in that 20 to 30 range, right in the middle. Yves-François Blanchet earlier in the campaign said that he felt his party could be efficient with 25 MPs. He'd like more, he said, but they could be efficient there. So I'm interested to continue to watch tonight where they land and where that number lands ultimately. Of course, at dissolution, they had 33 seats, so they're facing still a significant loss. But where that number lands will be important as we continue to talk about on whether or not this is a Liberal minority or majority at this point. Quebec could play a huge role in that, Vashi and Omar.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And as Jeremy was speaking, I'm just looking at our tracker here, and I can tell you that Bill Blair has recaptured his seat of Scarborough Southwest in that riding.
Minister of National Defense and, of course, former Toronto police chief, well known to the community out in Scarborough. We are looking closely, though, at the 905 because we did have some early indications that the Conservatives could be picking up there. Why is that important? The 905 very electorally significant, and of course we've got our eye on the numbers at the bottom of the screen and whether the Liberals are able to hit that magic 172 to form a majority. We are still not anywhere close to figuring that out.
No, we aren't. That may take a while yet. But Maxime Bernier losing, it defeated. We're declaring in the riding of Beauce, and in fourth place of 4 candidates, so suffering quite a substantial loss. Yes, really losing in that riding of Beauce in Quebec. Let's get to Sandy Ronaldo, who's been really gauging the sentiment of the people. Sandy, over to you.
Oh, Omar, let me tell you, my guests have been itching to have an opportunity to say what's on their mind, but the word that keeps coming up again and again is polarization. So talk to me, John.
Well, I mean, our shows and shows across the country tomorrow are going to be where people start to vent, I think, and maybe where liberals want to brag. I mean, the problem with the two political parties and their followers and voters, those who are entrenched, is both of the parties think the other one is an existential threat when in government. So conservatives are going to be very angry, and also angry about the fact that, I mean, they had the liberals on the ropes, and they've already put up with 10 years of the liberals, so it's going to drive them crazy. And one last aspect in all of this is, as you know, Bill, probably from your texts and calls on my show, a cohort of liberals these days, or a cohort of conservatives, like to own the libs. And tonight they've been denied the chance to do so.
I know that you're eager to say something, Bill. Don't hold back.
Well, you just look at those numbers, and what you see is Canada becoming a two-party country.
But haven't we always been that way?
Well, no, I don't think
time.
to the degree we're seeing right now with the NDP collapsing like that. So, yeah, people are going to be divided. Conservatives, we're already hearing from our listeners, I'm sure you are as well, sort of that core group that tries to reach out to you right away. And so far, conservatives are angry with people who voted Liberal. But I don't think that anger will last long. I think it will turn internally pretty quickly, and they're going to say, what happened here? How did we have this in our grasp, change that we've wanted for so long, and it's now gone? And they're going to start to ask questions of their party. The only way that doesn't become really ugly is if the Conservatives can keep the Liberals to a minority. Then I think you'll see they'll calm down, they'll accept that as reality and say, we live to fight another day. We can't have our country divided right now, though. We need to be focused on the real enemy to our country right now is in Washington. That's the real threat. We need to work together to fight that threat. And so those numbers don't show that so far.
But how do you begin to heal, right? Given the fact that we've got such a fractured nation in terms of, just look at those numbers again. You know, if it ends up being, we're waiting to see whether minority or majority, but how do you, as the new leader of this country, reach out to those people who didn't vote for you?
I don't think you can.
No.
I think our country's becoming more like the United States. We hear it every day on our shows that people who are conservative are really conservative. There's that wing of the party where people, they bought into Donald Trump. They like him, and they believe that elections can be fixed and that pollsters lie to you and that the media is lying to you all of the time. That exists in our country, and I think it's only going to grow as a result of this.
Yeah.
Unless the Liberals get a strong majority and Carney can actually deliver a good deal with the United States, maybe then we take a deep breath and say a win is a win. But
there's going to be a lot of bitterness amongst conservatives, though. And I think Bill's absolutely right. I mean, Corey tonight, just behind us, has been Cassandra through this entire campaign, and now we see what the result is. But conservatives are also going to say, I think, you know, what do we have to do to win power? I mean, you know, we had it in the bag, and look what happened.
Well, without the NDP around, they have to move to the center. I think that's the only way they can do that. I mean, I think Doug Ford felt emotionally the moment when Donald Trump got too involved in this country, and he expressed that. And I think Pierre Poilievre waited too long to show it. He was on my show 4 or 5 days ago, and he expressed it now. We saw it in his tweet today.
Yeah, but too late.
That needed to happen weeks earlier, and I think there's going to be a lot of questions raised about that.
Radio talk show hosts can keep talking, so I'm going to have to wrap you up.
One more thing.
No, Bashing, take it over, Bashing, go.
And certainly, we could listen to them for a lot longer. I think everything that you just heard was totally accurate. But we have another call to make. In this case, we are declaring Mark Carney elected in his Ottawa area riding of Nepean. Not a difficult battle for Mark Carney there, not unexpected in any way. Mark Carney will remain Prime Minister and form government. You can see there we have declared him the winner in his riding as well. He has never, Omar, sat as a member of Parliament. In fact, this will be when Parliament is set to resume later this month, or in May rather. This will be his first time in Parliament.
No stranger to big issues, but a political neophyte, and that riding, of course, adjacent to Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Let's get to CTV Geneviève Beauchemin at Liberal headquarters, and it's always less awkward, Geneviève, when a Prime Minister has won his own seat.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and it will be not a surprise here, but a bit of a relief. It's almost like we're clearing hurdles for people in this room now. There was this big sigh of relief and enthusiasm when it was called that it was going to be at least a Liberal government. We still don't know minority or majority, so they're waiting for that. And now to hear that Carney has been elected is that next hurdle. And of course, you know, this is a big, people are talking to me today about door knocking, trying to get the vote out, every single vote out, door knocking from Mark Carney. And they said they really saw a big change, of course, when after Trudeau stepped down in January. They said that they started talking to people and they saw a major shift. And so they felt that this was what was going to happen tonight. But they're still watching really nervously. And there's a lot of talk about the situation of Quebec here as well, because, you know, of course, we're in Ontario here, but they're watching how much Quebec is handing of seats to the Liberal Party. So certainly this is something they're watching very closely. And, you know, as I say, a lot of enthusiasm. The eyes here all still on the screen, still a lot of anticipation and nervous energy in the room now.
All right, we'll check in with you a little bit later. And of course, another Liberal leadership contender, Chrystia Freeland, there has won her seat of University Rosedale. That's what CTV News Decision Desk is projecting, and has a lead of about 1,000 votes with 10 of the 205 polls reporting. It'll be interesting. You know, we were talking about the fact that Mark Carney is a political neophyte. It'll be interesting to see in the days and months to come how he evolves into that role of a politician, because it is a cutthroat game.
Well, and who he surrounds himself with. So, for example, Chrystia Freeland, who in that cabinet he made just before the writ drop, moved from being deputy prime minister after all that chaos and drama with Justin Trudeau to the portfolio of transport. Like, what kind of desire there is to project, you know, more change, and how he reassembles cabinet will certainly be something to keep our eye on. CTV declaring Leslyn Lewis, one of the former contenders for the Conservative leadership in Haldimand, Norfolk. I think we just saw Chrystia Freeland. I think I'm also hearing Leslie Church might have flipped Toronto St. Paul's back to the Liberals. Leslie Church was chief of staff to Chrystia Freeland for a period of time. That by-election for Toronto St. Paul's really like the pinnacle of the Liberal dissent in public opinion polling, and there it is. There we've declared Leslie Church a win in Toronto St. Paul's, taking it from Mr. Stewart, the Conservative candidate, who had surprised everybody when he did win.
And there we have it, Leslie Church, again for the Liberals there in Toronto St. Paul's. Let's go to Maya Johnson, who's standing by in Montreal. Maya.
All right. It is very loud here at Liberal Watch Party in downtown Montreal. We are here with Mark Miller, the candidate for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. Thank you for your time and congratulations, because now we have the results. And just a few months ago, this seemed completely improbable, the Liberals winning this election.
Yeah, look, it didn't look good. I mean, I had hope. I'd say probably we deserved to be where we were a couple months ago. A lot of infighting. I think things changed for a number of reasons. I think Prime Minister Trudeau took the right decision for the country to step back. There's the Trump threat that we all got together and really focused on Canadian sovereignty, on tariffs, and the existential threat to Canada and to the economy, 1 million jobs potentially at risk. And I think that focused the mind. The coming of Mark Carney, I think, is very important. A guy that has extremely important leadership credibility, resume, and the work that he's done before he became a politician. I think that was very important. A leadership race that reinvigorated the team and got people motivated for this election. So I think a number of things, including how we ran this election, which was a positive message around affordability, around fighting Trump, and about the leadership that Mark Carney provides for Canadians. And I think Canadians bought into that, as well as rejecting some of the negativity that we heard from the Conservatives.
You said that Justin Trudeau made the right decision in deciding to step aside to allow the party to renew itself. Obviously, Mark Carney does not have any political experience. He has not held a seat in the House of Commons before. Do you think that will be a challenge for him as we navigate a very complicated time?
You know, well, look, he has an exceptional resume. It's unparalleled in Canada, but he is a political rookie, and so perhaps he's a guy that learns really quickly on the job, and we've seen that throughout the election. But again, we've put a rookie in with 3 games to go in the regular season, and we're about to win it all. So I think that speaks to his ability to learn, but being in caucus, being in government is a different thing. I have all the confidence in his leadership skills to be able to do that. But again, he is new, and Canadians will judge for themselves. But tonight really is one that I think we should just focus on Canadians' choice, and Canadians are never wrong.
We'll let you with us as it happens. You can see there's a lot of excitement in this room tonight. This is an outcome that I think goes beyond what Liberal supporters were expecting. So I'm going to throw it back to you at the desk so you can take it away.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And right now, we're just waiting to see basically if that Liberal government is a majority government or a minority government. But certainly, remarkable comeback for the Liberals, whatever political stripe you wear. I want to throw it over to Anne-Marie right now with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Okay, James Moore, you published an article very recently that said, always look on the brighter side of life, Monty Python. How are you looking right now?
Look, I'm a lifelong conservative, a proud conservative, but I'm a Canadian first. And congratulations to Prime Minister Carney. He is my Prime Minister, and I congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround of the Liberal Party to land him his victory tonight. The burden that falls on him now as the Prime Minister of this country, we should never forget the final speeches that Brian Mulroney gave before he left us last year, which is to remind us that the first obligation of any Prime Minister, before anything else, before you pave an inch of highway, before you pass a law, before you do anything, the first obligation of the Prime Minister of this country is national unity. And there are some real cleavages and gaps in this country. A lot of people feel left behind. Ron has spoken about how a lot of people in the Alberta and the energy sector have felt left out and beaten up and disrespected for a really long time. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do in order to heal those gaps and heal those divides and make this country a more united and better place. He's talked about them. He's said some good things. He's seen some examples in the past. But like when Conservatives talk about Bill C-69, I know it sounds sort of legislative, minutia.
Right.
But there's some really good, thoughtful ideas and good policy proposals that should absolutely be at home in any government in this country, whether it's blue or red, that would heal a lot of divides, that would make Albertans, make Westerners feel like they're part of this country. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do, and I hope that he's open to those ideas, and hopefully he is open to doing what any Prime Minister who's worthy of the office will do, which is to reach out and to build a stronger, more united country and to fill those divides.
We were just listening to Mark Miller, who said, they focused on sovereignty, but you could argue both of these leaders and both of these parties focused on sovereignty. Canada strong, Canada first. Ron, I want to ask you this. If I'm from Alberta and I look at the screen and see Liberal win, what's my reaction tonight?
Well, I think James articulated it very well. There's going to be a lot of healing to do. I think the one thing strategically that is going to be difficult is a big part of this win is Quebec. And we know that Quebec is at odds with the energy sector. And so how will Mark Carney balance that out? He owes a lot to Quebec. Quebec, we've talked about all of a sudden there's a consensus on pipelines. Still difficult to convince Quebecers to build an energy pipeline. Where are we going to put it? How are we going to do this? And so who does he owe something to after tonight? He owes probably a lot to Quebec voters. So that's another cleavage. It's east and west. It's not just rural and urban. It's not just young and old. So we've got some things to heal. And I think when we look at the results, even if you look at Doug Ford's results in 2025, if Pierre comes in at over 39% or close to 39%, which Harper won a majority with that, he could actually end up with more votes from Ontarians that Doug Ford did. But we're still losing in Ontario, which is where we needed to win because of a massive collapse of the NDP. Who would have ever thought the NDP would be at 4%? So that's also a big story tonight to me, to see the NDP, to see a leader that really just drove this party into a ditch. And so I'm sure...
You put that on the leader?
I put it on any leader. I mean, there was an opportunity, I think, for Jagmeet Singh or for any NDP leader to create a differentiation between the Liberal leader, who someone mentioned is a banker, and the type of people that normally vote Socialist and NDP. So it's surprising to me that a 4% result for the NDP is shocking. So obviously we'll see a new NDP leader, and that obviously would make a difference in the future, but not tonight.
Sure, you're talking about leadership, but you're focusing on the NDP leader. Let's talk about Pierre Poilievre as a leader. What was it about his leadership run in this campaign that people said, I'm choosing differently?
Well, just remember, he actually grew the base of the Conservative Party. He tonight delivered a vote that won us a majority under Stephen Harper. He's grown the base of the party. The progressive vote has completely gone to the Liberals, and the NDP completely collapsed. I do think that Jagmeet Singh has to take some responsibility for that. He had an opportunity to differentiate himself from the Liberals, and he wasn't able to.
Harjit, I'm going to let you jump in, but I wanted to say something that I think is really interesting, is that this became a fight about who could stand up to Donald Trump. But do you think any of the leaders imagined that we were going to have what you are talking about now, Rana, which is we've got to look at how do we unify a country, let alone fight what's coming from south of the border? Harjit, I'm going to let you jump in.
That's that point. I mean, Canadians were united on a message of rejection of Trump, right? That's what this election was largely about. Now they're picking a leader who they felt that can best lead them to deal with Trump. And we can't, I mean, at the end of the day, we can't blame the fortunes of one party towards the downfall of another, right? At the end of the day, now it's everybody needs to unite. And that, I think, is very important. I personally think the divide is not going to be as significant. With Mark Carney's, not only that, James mentioned to me about, reminding me that Mark Carney's from Edmonton. Okay. I think also British Columbia is potentially going.
Albertans think of him as an Albertan?
Well, the thing is, no, this is the thing is, here's an opportunity for him to prove it, right? He started his leadership run in Edmonton, right? So this is the time. Yes, there's work to be done. It means there's a lot of work to be done. BC also has an opportunity now to potentially take the Liberals to majority territory as well, which I think can also happen.
That is exactly what's going to happen tonight.
So
look how excited Christy Clark is about
exactly.
Well, you know
so
what?
I think this is what's going to, I think with all the concerns, Canadians have sent a very clear message. We are united. We want all of you united on focusing together. I think that's what needs to happen right now.
I think the other message from Canadians that's really important is that we care about the economy. People are really concerned about their economic health.
But that used to mean the Conservatives.
Well, you know, and then Mark Carney came along. And Mark Carney, I mean, he's a guy with a lot of experience, and we know all about that. But he has been talking about resource development, which is, I think, is great. I mean, we started the LNG industry in Canada. In my government, he has all kinds of opportunity. Electing Liberals in British Columbia might be 20 of them, giving him the majority, who will continue to support resource development. So if we do that, we'll create lots of high-paying jobs for lots of working people in the country, and it'll mean we can do things like protect our healthcare system, but also it will mean we'll be able to reach out beyond Canada's borders to the world, and not just to the United States. He's made diversifying our markets around the world a real priority, and I think he's going to stick with that. I don't think he's a guy who sits around and says, oh, gee, I owe this province or another for electing me. I think he's a guy that says, I want to fix the economy, I want to grow Canada, I want to unite the country, and so that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, then what does Pierre Poilievre say? Because you have a government now that you have a party, that has had 3 leaders in 3 elections, and they haven't been able to break through. So what does that say, Rana?
Or Tom.
And Tom,
yeah.
Thank you.
I want to get back to what we were talking about before in the NDP, because it is shocking to me, and it's a bit of a body blow to see the NDP lose party status. We've been talking about it as a real possibility, but it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. It is, I think, the result of a very bad decision, which was to lose the distinction between the NDP and the Liberals. And the day they signed that deal, which we actually never saw, I made the point, what's the business case going to be on the doorstep? How do you talk to voters and say, don't vote for those lousy Liberals, vote for us? And the answer is going to be, but you've been voting for them for the past 3 years. So that lack of distinction made it very easy for progressive voters to say, look, this is a time that's like no other. It's down to a two-way race. Poilievre is not our sauce. We don't like what he's offering. And we're just going to move our votes over there. We saw a lot of block ridings go over to the Liberals as well tonight. And I want to reassure Rona on her concern with regard to Quebec, because something incredible happened over the past few months, because François Legault had been categorically opposed to pipelines across Quebec and now is open to discussing it. There was a huge LNG project in the Saguenay that he had said no to categorically, and he says he's now open to discussing. So I think that is one of the things that Carney has brought to this discussion. He said this is about building the Canadian economy for all Canadians, and Legault knows that there's a whole sector of aluminum that's particularly important in Quebec, but he's not going to try to say, well, you can't help the auto sector, you got to help me, or we've got to say no to the energy sector because you got to think about me first. That's one of the sea changes that we're seeing operate tonight. For the Bloc to drop 10 seats or so tonight, that's huge.
All right, I've got to interrupt the panel. My apologies, but we have a very significant declaration to make. At the CTV decision desk, we are projecting now a Liberal minority government, a Liberal minority government. They will not, we don't anticipate, cross the threshold of 172 seats, setting up a fascinating dynamic over the coming days and weeks when you consider what our panel was just talking about, Omar, that precipitous drop in support for the NDP, translating to a big decrease in seats. Even though the Bloc sees a decrease as well, their significance in the House of Commons just went up by a whole lot.
And so the question now for the Liberals is, who will be their dance partner? They'll obviously have to reach across the aisle on major initiatives. And this is, Canadians are basically saying, obviously, the dominant issue is Donald Trump. Make it, fix it. Fix the situation, show us that you can. And everybody who's here today, maybe we'll see you very soon. So please clear your schedules. The minority situation, of course, it's a very interesting development.
Tom, don't laugh. You're going to be back here maybe in a few months.
Tom's ready to go.
I got it. Let's swing right over there. I can say, I want to get to Mike Lecouture, our senior political correspondent. I can tell you, Mike, and I know you will say the same thing from talking to Liberals, this is not what Mark Carney wanted. He was dead set on needing a majority to be able to contend with Trump in the way that he wanted to. This is a fascinating development.
Yeah, and Vacha, when you consider the fact that in the first week of the campaign, he did let that word slip. And then it was in Laval, Quebec, just north of Montreal, when Mélanie Joly, Foreign Affairs Minister, and as Maya Johnson had interviewed her there, MP for Ahuntsic-Cartierville, at that rally had called for a Liberal majority. That obviously got a lot of our attention in the media. We had asked Mark Carney about it the next day. I asked him point blank, do you want a Liberal majority government because you said you need a strong government and a strong mandate to stand up to U.S. President Donald Trump? And again, he was cagey about it, saying that, look, we want to fight for every vote. We want every Canadian to vote for a Liberal and to have that strong mandate. You heard earlier from David Lametti, one of his good friends, that he would not be satisfied until he finished the job. And in his mind, finishing the job was going to be to get a majority government. Now that that is out of reach, it will be interesting, as you and Omar had just discussed, who will their dance partner be? Think back to the debate. We had heard Yves-François Blanchet and Mark Carney exchanged phone numbers. And Mark Carney joked afterwards when he was asked about it, it's not like we're going to exchange texts or anything, but he thought that it was important to have his phone number. And he said that, look, Blanchet asked for my number. I said, sure, you can have it, and let's stay in touch. So now you have to wonder whether or not one of the first calls tomorrow will be to Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, to see where they can come together, especially when you consider where the NDP vote is going and if the NDP will have any type of balance of power that they can hold going forward. And again, we haven't heard it in this room just yet because another network is on the big screen, but certainly when people hear it, you can expect a bit of a sigh. And because I've been talking to Liberals in this room, they were really crossing their fingers, hoping that they'd gotten enough of the vote out, hoping that they had done enough of the work to prove to Canadians that a majority is what it would take. But a number of them, again, they were cautiously optimistic. And now that we know it's a minority, I think a lot of the people in this room will look at this and say it's a partial win and that they're happy for now, happy that they'll be able to form the government and then try and figure out exactly which party they'll have to work with to get things done in the House of Commons, Vashi.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And I just want to pick up on what Bill Carroll said earlier, that the only way the Conservatives could accept this decision is if it were to be a minority government. This may be...
Well, they're not wanting to. They don't want any of this to happen. But yes,
if it's going to be a Liberal government, a minority government, it is easier to swallow. I want to head over to Abigail Beeman. As we were seeing the tracker coming up on the screen, we were looking at Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton, and it seemed, again, early, but it seemed at that stage that he was trailing in his own riding. We'll see what happens with that ultimately. But what are you seeing and what are you hearing where you are, Abigail?
Well, the mood has certainly changed considerably since the last time we chatted. It's a much different atmosphere in the room now. When CTV projected a Liberal win, the minority screen has not come up yet at these headquarters, but in that first Liberal win, the room just went silent. There was just, not a sound here. And when you look at the faces of the people in the crowd, it's just a very upset scene. I think you'll hear more from my colleague Colton Prale, who's on the floor floor speaking to those people. But in terms of the campaign, this was a campaign that was very happy to provide me information when things seemed to be going well in terms of those early results from Atlantic Canada, and telling me, a few times that they were expecting, that they were very optimistic about Ontario and BC. I have now not had any information from official party sources in the last, I think we're now at 2 hours, so not interested in speaking at the moment. I've also put in several requests for an update on the leader, Pierre Poilievre. We understand he's watching results with his family in a hotel nearby, and has said that he will obviously come and speak later, but no updates there as to how he's feeling, what he's thinking, or what he's seeing at this point, watching those results. Perhaps maybe a moment to reflect on some of the things I've witnessed covering the Conservative campaign for the majority of this campaign out on the road with Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. What stands out to me in my mind right now is platform release day. So in the last week of the campaign, the platform release had a whole bunch of issues with it coming out just last minute, not a lot of time there. But I really stands out standing in that room at that press conference at platform release day. And there was a moment when the whole energy in the room shifted, and Poilievre, in his comments about the platform release, sort of paused and said, "I owe this country everything." And in that moment, I felt the energy in the room completely shift, and it was as if he was acknowledging or feeling a change of wind, so to speak, about how things were going, and he had almost a sheen in his eye, saying that he owes the country everything. And I saw that again at another point in a rally, and that to me was a real sense of the campaign shifting in that final week, and seeing that. And I think I've mentioned this before, but last night at his rally in his own riding, when he said for the first time, "No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll be there to fight for you." And obviously the question was left hanging there as to whether he was acknowledging the possibility that Conservatives may not form government. So still waiting to hear official word from the campaign about a reaction to this and to what's happening, but a much different mood in the room here now.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. I want to bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. A couple of different things certainly stand out here. First of all, I know we talk about the economy more broadly, but for a lot of people it was about cost of living. And we're seeing some movement in the 905 in the areas around Toronto, which is a very unaffordable place to live, that there is additional support for the Conservatives coming through. At the same time, we see the Liberals being held to a minority. What does that tell you about Mark Carney's ability to deal with Trump?
I think, strategists will have a better view of this, but that whole, the price that incumbents pay really does play out when it comes down to people's, the affordability issue was one. The housing issue is a long-term structural problem in this country. Poor Sean Fraser may be paying for some of past sins there. What's, to me, very interesting that we need to be paying attention to right now is, when we got those two platforms kind of late from the Liberals and the Conservatives, we didn't really get a full federal platform from the Bloc Québécois because they don't need to. We don't need to know what they think about these things. Well, suddenly it might matter a great deal what the Bloc Québécois thinks because it may hold the balance of power. So when we think about the Liberals' spending plans, which are large, right? We know they're going to take our deficit up to $60+ billion in the first fiscal year. That's a big number. That's new debt that we'll all carry. They'll need the support from another party for that, and that other party might have spending plans of their own, let's remember. So what was already sort of a big spend facing down a tariff fight, trying to prop up the economy, and economists think it will do that, might get to be an even bigger and more costly spend as we look down this.
And Amanda, as you're speaking, we just have the results for Central Nova. We saw a little bit of a seesaw back and forth, the Liberals and the Conservatives, and we are now able to declare that the incumbent, Sean Fraser, is going to be reelected in his riding of Central Nova. So despite an early lead from Bryson Jenkins, the Conservative, we know that that Sean Fraser will be winning there, has recaptured his seat. Stephen Guilbeault winning his seat in Laurier-Sainte-Marie. You were talking a little bit about what Mark Carney has to do now. In a minority situation, you haven't got the time, right? And we're dealing in a situation at a time when people want results. They want them fairly instantly. And so what kind of pressures, what's the most important file other than the U.S.-Canada file? Because in terms of a housing strategy, things like that also take time to take root.
So interesting is it's connected. We had this great movement inside this country to work together. So the provinces came together with federal representation to say, how do we get rid of internal trade barriers? How do we move forward on energy infrastructure and actually get our resources to tidewater and new markets? Those are the kinds of things that might actually get stymied by a minority parliament. A minority government has to get agreement in different ways. Will that sense of kind of cohesiveness hang with us? Will we get that kind of Canada team notion or not? And that'll be the big question, whether the other parties are more interested in triggering an election or looking to our own backyard, because we've seen the math. If we can solve some of our internal issues, we can offset the cost of tariffs. It's easier said than done, right? Internal trade is a big deal. It's
and July 1st is a major day, right? That's when Mark Carney has said that a lot of these roadblocks that we've seen will be removed and we'll have more trade between the provinces.
Right.
But the race is on.
I think also, though, so significantly is, and you touched on this, but if in fact that is the economic agenda that they're proposing to pursue, if you're talking about building big projects, I mean, they run through Quebec. And Yves-François Blanchet, if his relative power has just increased despite a decrease in seats, has been unequivocal about being the only leader of all four that we're talking about. Even Jagmeet Singh has said he'd be okay at this point with the pipeline, for example, who would unequivocally stand in the way of it. Like, this becomes very problematic for any government, in particular this one, if they want to advance that.
It very much changes the stakes, and of course it might change what has to be offered to Quebec in order to appease on some of those issues. It will be a major factor, and remember, we are still fighting a trade war, and we're still fighting, of course, a president that still talks as recently as today about annexation. So it's not a small issue. We do need the country to come together. It'll be so interesting to see, you know, in theory, you could see, of course, the Liberals and the Conservatives working together on some of these issues. We just never have seen that.
In theory, yeah. You know, in practice, it would be something to behold, but you never know. If you're up against a crisis,
you never know.
But if there is a time, this would be it, Omar.
But having just had an election, I don't think the appetite for going to the polls again is very high. Canadians probably want to see the parties work together and, you know, effect change, because we are at a critical crossroads in this country, as we all know. Yeah. Heather Butts is standing by with some more data and some more context. Heather.
Thanks, Omar. Yeah, we were looking at perhaps what parties, Nick, might actually end up helping the Liberals in government. But we'll take a look at our House projections. And this is, again, how we got to where we are right now in the evening. The CTV decision desk projecting that the Liberals could see a range of seats anywhere from 154 to 167, so not reaching that magic marker of 172. The Conservatives could get anywhere from 138 to 152. But Nick, we're really looking at the Bloc and the NDP. The NDP only getting anywhere from 9 to 15. This could really play out interesting tonight.
Yeah, a significant setback for the NDP. And the big question is, will the Bloc hold the balance of power in the next parliament? And what does that mean for the Federation and for Mark Carney and his government?
Certainly an interesting story playing out here. So, Nick, the numbers are coming in, but we still have some really close races. We still don't know for sure all of the MPs yet, of course, who will be heading to Ottawa. So we're going to zero in on Ontario, and we're going to look at the 905 area. For those of you not in Ontario, that's that area around Toronto on the outskirts, and we're looking in at Brampton right now. Nick, some pretty tight ridings here. First, taking a look at Brampton to Kesey Park.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to organization. It's basically street by street, block by block. It's going to be interesting to see whether the Conservatives can take it over or whether the Liberals hold.
Just an 81 vote difference there in that riding. Brampton East, Liberals in the lead, but just 221 vote split there.
And I think this speaks to the ground game and the Conservatives. They're probably hoping they can pick up a couple of these Brampton seats.
Okay, and this one, Brampton West, Nick.
Yeah, this is for the Liberals. So just think, if the Brampton's basically in play, you know, a handful of polls could make the difference.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move over to Aurora Oak Ridges. This is just north of Toronto, and the Conservatives in the lead by 982, but the incumbent, the Liberals, in second place.
Yeah, you know, this is good news for the Conservatives because this potentially could be a pickup, but, you know, check out the NDP numbers, basically nowhere, and the Liberals trailing.
Okay, and let's head over to Markham, Unionville. We'll see what it's looking like there. The Conservatives in the lead by 510, Nick.
Yeah, this is traditionally has been Conservative in the past, so this is good news for Poilievre on this front. But, you know, all of these races are fragile right now.
Okay, let's take a look at another one. Richmond Hill South, still in that Toronto area. Vincent Ho in the lead right now, but another Liberal incumbent trailing, Nick.
Yeah, you know, a bit of a comfy lead for Ho on this front, even with 115 polls reporting. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, with the advanced polls, how that actually plays itself out.
Okay, a couple of close ridings, close races in the 905. That is around the Greater Toronto area. For now, we'll send it back to the National Newsroom.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And you see, again, the floor and the ceiling there, the max that the CTV News Decision Desk is projecting is 167, so about 5 seats shy of the 172 majority. And we have, in fact, called for a Liberal minority government. But some interesting results there coming, Vashi, from the 905.
Very much so. And I think reflective, again, as I mentioned to Amanda, of the challenges with affordability and the degree to which I think people in and around suburbs, particularly in Ontario, are dissatisfied with the record of the Liberals over the last 10 years and making their voice heard. I think I saw at one point Francesca Sorbera, who has been around for a while as a Liberal, again in the GTA area. It could have cost him his seat. We'll stay tuned to see if there are final results in that respect. But that is certainly something to watch. I think the other thing to watch is we're assuming the Liberals can find a dance partner or might be able to. But if you look at the numbers, and they're not conclusive at this point, but early look at them would leave you with the impression that if other parties wanted to get together to oppose them, to defeat them, that also isn't not the highest bar for them to cross as well.
Quite a scenario, right?
Very, very different scenarios at play.
And one of the early ridings that we were watching through the night is Central Nova, yes. And it looks like the CTV News Decision Desk is projecting that Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister, will be retaining his seat despite the fact that it looked to the contrary earlier on. But again, he has recaptured his seat. Let's get to CTV's Todd Battis in Halifax, who has been watching this. And this has been quite a back and forth for the past few hours, and we are able to make that declaration now. Todd, what's the reaction there?
Yeah, and Omar, as you can imagine, it was a real nail-biter. It's after midnight here on the East Coast, so there's some distance now between when the polls closed and when we're getting those results. And the Conservative Bryson Jenkins had what seemed to be a pretty respectable lead, but that now flipped to the point where we declared Sean Fraser as the winner. And so, again, you start wondering about those advanced polls and if those got counted later, and if that's what created a bit of a surge for Sean Fraser. I want to go to another riding, Terra Nova, the peninsulas on the island of Newfoundland. This is one where Jonathan Rowe had a slight edge ahead of, or he had a fairly healthy lead over Anthony Germain, and that is down now to, look at that, it's a lead of just 23 with only 4 polls left to count. So that one is extremely close. That lead had certainly narrowed over the last hour or so. And I'll mention one other, St. Margaret's South Shore in Nova Scotia. Rick Perkins, the incumbent MP, Conservative, is now trailing the Liberal contestant by 5,000 votes. So again, you wonder if those advanced poll votes had been counted and whether that created a bit of a surge for the Liberals in a couple of Nova Scotia ridings anyway. Let's go to Montreal now, where Mitsui is standing by.
Well, the story in Quebec tonight is what's happening to the Bloc Québécois. At this point, the Bloc is trailing in a lot of ridings where they should be leading. If we look at the possible seat changes, the Bloc at this point stands to lose about 9 or 10 ridings. That number keeps changing over time. We see that it's 9 right now, but it's been 10 sometimes. The Bloc has really struggled to define itself this campaign. Quebecers say they're torn. They really like the Bloc. They say their hearts are with the Bloc. And the Bloc did run a good campaign. But the people say they're worried about global trade wars. They're worried about Donald Trump. And under these circumstances, they say sovereignty is a hard sell this time. Now, an example of what's happening to the Bloc, if you look at Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, it's a Bloc riding. Now, the Liberals don't have a huge lead, but you got to remember that this is a riding where the Liberals are traditionally not strong at all. And the Liberals are leading here. And also, we go back to Trois-Rivières. That's the riding where we said was a very good indicator of what was to come. Now, it was a three-way race. The Liberals are ahead of the incumbent Bloc. Still, though, overall in Quebec, the Bloc are leading at about 24, 25 seats. So they have lost seats, but they're looking at the possibility of holding that balance of power. We'll go over now to Ottawa. Patricia?
All right, Mitsumi, well, we know Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, now has a seat elected in Nepean, but next door in Carleton, so interesting in this riding, as results have just started to trickle in, and the early ones, with about 5 polls reporting, show the Liberal Bruce Fanjoy with the lead over Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Now, very interesting, does not necessarily mean Poilievre is in trouble. Maybe it means we are. Could be a long night due to that very long ballot in Carleton, although I don't want to complain about that when I hear Todd Battis saying it's after midnight where he is. But it will be an interesting riding, certainly, to watch as those results start to come in. Again, there were 91 names on that ballot. Now, elsewhere, outside of the city of Ottawa, Conservatives are doing well as expected. A rural riding that has typically gone very well. Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry, where incumbent Eric Duncan, the first openly gay Conservative MP, is now elected tonight, his third term there. And another rural riding with historically strong support for the Conservatives, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Michael Barrett ran away with a win in 2021. That was his second straight, now make it 3 in a row. This is a riding that had flipped from Liberal support in 2004, has not looked back since. So Michael Barrett in again there, but we will continue to watch Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton and see how that goes tonight. For now, we want to go back, though, to Toronto and Michelle Dubé with how things are progressing there. Michelle.
Yes, Patricia. Well, as the results roll into the vote-rich Greater Toronto area, we've really got our eye on the 905 suburban belt, because this, as far as we're concerned, is telling the story of why Mark Carney is not getting a majority tonight. The Conservatives are faring well. We've got our eye on York Centre, which is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Roman Baber, he at this point could potentially unseat Yahara Sachs, the incumbent there, Minister of Mental Health, first elected in 2020. The results are still coming in, but that is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Also, if we go over to York, Durham, this is a new riding, and we have determined here at CTV that the Conservative candidate here, Jacob Mantle, a lawyer, a ward councillor, he is taking this riding. So it does signal that people in this part of the country are hungry for some change. And we got our eye on about, I would say, 12 other ridings that are potential Conservative gains at this stage. So it really does tell the story of keeping the Liberals' power in check in this election. Let's go over to Calgary.
Thank you, Michelle. Right now in Alberta, I can tell you it is pretty much a sea of blue. 34 of 37 ridings. Right now, Conservatives are leading or elected. And we want to zoom in a little bit closer and see what's happening in Edmonton this hour. Right now, 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings have gone Conservative, leading or elected in 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings, going for the Conservatives there. So only 1 riding for the NDP in Edmonton. That's Edmonton Strathcona. This one's not a surprise. Heather McPherson is a 2-time NDP MP there. She's very popular. She won with 60% margin last time. But I want to turn your attention to Edmonton Gateway. This is Tim Uppal's riding. He's expected to win here. He is a 5-term MP. But it's the independent candidate here, Rod Loyola, that maybe could throw a spanner in the works. He was running for the Liberals. He's a former NDP MLA. He resigned to run for the Liberals. They dumped him fairly early on in the campaign because they found an old video where he was speaking positively in support of Hamas and Hezbollah at an anti-NATO rally. So they dumped him. He decided he was going to still run in this riding as an independent candidate. He had already ordered about 2,000 Liberal signs. He said, I'm keeping them and I'm using them. He just used a piece of tape to cover the word Liberal and some of the slogans, and he used them anyway. He basically came out and said, hey, they don't own the color red. I'm using these signs. The Liberals weren't happy about it. The Liberal candidate wasn't happy about it. So we'll have to see tonight if he actually pulls some votes away from that Liberal candidate, because it could have caused some voter confusion there in that riding. But this is a riding that Tim Uppal is expected to win tonight. Let's go to Mijung in Vancouver.
We mentioned that BC was full of close races, plenty of tight two-way races and three-way races, because the NDP has traditionally done very well in BC. Now that CTV has declared a Liberal minority government, Liberals trying to hold on to those key suburban ridings. Let's take a look at Richmond East, Steveston. It's a battleground riding we mentioned earlier. It's flipped between Liberal and Conservative in recent elections. Let's take a look at what's happening now. Look at what's happening now. Zach Siegel of the Conservatives slightly ahead of the Liberal incumbent Parm Bains. Now, I've been watching this riding. It's been going back and forth between those two all night, a really tight battle. This is really could go down right to the wire. Conservatives leading at this point, but just a few minutes ago, Parm Bains was leading. So now let's take a look at Vancouver Kingsway. Now, this is a stronghold for the NDP, one that the NDP definitely wants to hang on to if they want to maintain their official party status with 12 seats. Don Davies, very popular incumbent in that riding. He is leading, but not by very much. Like, he used to win by a landslide. The last 5 elections, he's won for Vancouver Kingsway. But right now, Amy Gill of the Liberals, only 100 votes behind Don Davies. So this is one the NDP wants to hang on to. Liberals are hoping to flip it. Tight race right now. Don Davies, personally very popular, very involved in the community. You know, just on Saturday when there was the tragic, deadly attack at the Filipino festival, he had been at that festival, Don Davies, and then when he heard about the carnage and people being killed, he went back to show his support for the people there, to see if there was anything he could do. He is popular in that riding. We'll see if his personal popularity can win out over any strategic voting coalescing on the progressive side. So we're keeping watch on those two very close ridings and several others that are shaping up to be real races.
And
Omar, Vashi?
Mijung, thank you so much. And in many ways, BC pivotal for the future of the NDP. You see the tracker, as Mijung mentioned, 10 seats leading and elected for the NDP. They need 12 for official party status. Will they even have that before the night is over? The results in BC, particularly on the island where they have 6 of the 7 seats, or had, I should say, at dissolution, that is really going to fill in the story for the NDP and the future of the party, and also the future of its leader as well.
Yeah, and really the sort of drop in their support in Ontario, a big part of the story as well. We'll look to get some of the key results in that province that are emblematic of that right now, though. We want to head over to the riding of Central Nova, long held by the McKay family, now held for a number of elections by Sean Fraser, in a bit of a nail-biter over the last number of hours. I want to head to Paul Hollingsworth, who is actually over there at Sean Fraser's headquarters, I believe. Paul, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Look, if you're looking for a political emotional roller coaster, we found one here in Central Nova. We pulled into town about 9 hours ago, and there was a feeling of buoyancy and optimism from Sean Fraser's camp that they were going to win and have this result be the re-election for the Liberals. Then when those early polling results came in the early hours of this campaign this evening, when we saw those results, fear, doubt, and concern set in. It looked like it could be a Conservative win, and this room was very quiet. Feelings of despair set in, and people were clearly worried about the outcome. Look, when you look at Bryson Jenkins, what he accomplished in this campaign, we are told he's a young, energetic campaigner. He's been knocking on doors for the past 18 months, had a very impressive rally about a week ago in Trenton, Nova Scotia. Pierre Poilievre was there. Peter McKay was there. His father, Elmer McKay, was there. They came out of that rally feeling that they had momentum and the ability to seal the deal. But the Liberals found a way to close this in these final hours of this campaign tonight when these votes were counted. I spoke to a Conservative insider via text message about 2 hours ago. He told me they feel pretty good, but they wanted to wait for those advanced polling numbers to come in. It's purely anecdotal on our part, but it seems to be that those polling numbers from the advanced polls probably made a huge difference, and what could have been a major Conservative gain here in Central Nova, a riding with deep progressive Conservative roots, turns into a Liberal hold. And Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister who faced a lot of criticism with his housing portfolio, with his immigration portfolio, finds a way to win what clearly was a stressful victory, but a key hold for the Liberals as they hang on to Central Nova here in mainland Nova Scotia. Now back to you.
All right, Paul, quite a race in that riding. Let's head over now to Anne-Marie. And Anne-Marie, I wonder if you guys are taking a pool to see how soon we'll be back together again.
Look how close those numbers are, guys, right now.
It's quite a result.
Well, yeah, I just switched, but it's very close. Look at when you're dealing with a minority that is this close, you got to look at who your dance partner is. And Ronnie, you guys were just having a very lively discussion at this end of the table about who that could be.
Yeah. Well, right now it looks like it's the Bloc, and so I go back to my comment earlier about how does that make Western Canada feel? Because, you know, I've heard Bloc MPs stand up in the House of Commons and say really derogatory things about Alberta and the energy sector. So there's that sense right now, is Mark Carney going to owe something to the Bloc? And is that his dance partner?
No.
Is it going to be the NDP?
It's going to be the NDP. Look, they're at 11. They're at 11 seats right now. It requires 12 to get official party status.
Right.
This just in. If they get 11 seats, they're going to have no trouble negotiating official party status anyway, because they'd offer their support to the new minority Liberal government.
But then we're back where
we started. And I don't think that's going to do that much to quash Western alienation after the 10 years we just had.
For the reason you gave, Rona, it would be toxic.
The Bloc is worse, but the NDP.
Carney to go with the Bloc.
But I mean, the NDP is not going to be any better than what we just had for the last 10 years.
But depending on how this goes, I'm wondering, for the Conservatives on the panel here, is Blanchette on the phone with Poilievre right now, accepting those calls, wondering if maybe he's going to be I mean, it's not only the Liberals that are facing this question.
We are not going to be in a coalition with separatists.
So
that would never happen.
Well, then I guess then, if that's...
You know what's going to happen here is Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are going to have to work together. They're going to have to figure out where they have some common ground.
If he stays.
He'll stay.
Yeah. But I mean, I appreciate the discussion that we're having regarding dance partners, right? I think also this election has been very different, right? Canadians are wanting the parties to work together because we have a significant threat before us. And I think it's very important. I've known Mark Carney from before. He's not the type of person that's just going to be placating for the sake of who do I work with. This is about dealing with the most consequential threat. And to be honest, I believe him. So this is about working together. We have premiers working together, right? So it's incumbent upon us federally to be working together as well. And I believe that Mark Carney is the right person to do that.
Okay, but this, in Mark Miller's words from earlier tonight, somebody from his own party, he is a rookie. So when you're talking about a minority government like this, this takes politics. He does not have experience with politics.
It is
we have seen people come from outside and land in Ottawa and get chewed up by the gears of bureaucracy. So how does he lead in a situation that right now, look at 157, 148.
The challenge he also has, too, is the Liberal Party has always been a coalition. I mean, certainly is now with all these NDP voters that have supported it. So he's got the challenge of dance party with the Bloc on the one hand, and then in a kind of a dance party inside happening down in the basement of the Liberal Party of Canada, where he's got to find his way to reaching his economic goals, which I think he sincerely believes in, when there may be a lot of people inside his party who might not be, super supportive of some of those things.
James, I want to take that thought bubble that I can see that's above your head and get you to say it out loud. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, look, when you're elected into a majority government, then you can kind of plan out your agenda over the course of 36 to 48 months. When you're elected into a minority government, you have to prioritize, and you have to look around the nature of the parliament that's in front of you and where you can get your votes, what requires legislative approval, what you can do by governing council, what you can do through partnership with provinces, or do through Budget Implementation Act. So as a prime minister in a minority government, it'll be incumbent on Prime Minister Carney to say, these are my priorities, and before he puts those priorities out there, do proper consultation and recognize that he doesn't have a majority of the House. He doesn't have a majority of the popular vote. He has an obligation to respect the democratic mandate that is expressed in the entirety of Parliament and work with others in order to get things done. He is correct, Prime Minister Carney is correct, that the biggest challenge that Canada will have, at least through the calendar 2025 and probably for the next couple of years, is the threat of the abrogation of the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement with the United States, the imposition of tariffs, and the belligerence from the White House. He can find willing partners in good faith in the Conservative Party in order to do certain things that will get Canadian products to global markets to mitigate the risk of Donald Trump's threat threat on Canada. Conservatives acting in good faith, Liberals acting with open minds and in good faith can get a lot of good things done for the country, but it requires people to come together and for Mr. Carney to come forward and to be prepared to do that.
Okay, so for those of you who know Mr. Poilievre, then, can Canada First and Canada Strong work together?
Yes.
I think that yes, but I would say this. I think what we're going to need is for Mr. Carney to come a little bit further to the center, because right now, as you said, he's got that basement full of left-wing socialist voters that have got him there.
I'm not sorry,
NDP voters.
Okay.
Not sure that's an exact quote.
NDP voters, I'll paraphrase. And he, for instance, his platform is more spending than Trudeau ever did. He also has a higher industrial carbon tax and then a carbon tariff at the border. And so when you look at tax increases and big spending, I don't think many Canadians want that. Definitely no Conservatives want it. So maybe he can back away from some of those things and work with Pierre on some of those things.
And maybe I'm romantic, or maybe I'm naive, or maybe I'm both. But it has been said, and it's true, it's one of my favorite quotes in politics, it's remarkable what you can achieve if you don't care who gets the credit. And if the purpose of Parliament is to nation build, and the purpose of Parliament is to bolster the Canadian risks against a President of the United States who today is joking about us being a 51st state,
on election
who
day,
mocks our country, who mocks our Prime Minister, if the threat against Canada from the President of the United States isn't enough for us to work together, if you don't care who gets the credit through 2025 and 2026, let's talk politics in 2027, 2028. But for now, let's get through this threat, let's get through this, let's make the country stronger and work together. I think that's what Canadians want more than anything out of this Parliament.
And you're already seeing this right now.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and I have to agree with James on this, absolutely. That's what Canadians expect. And if you don't, guess what? Next election, they're going to send you even a stronger message.
I think that's
But
right.
I have always thought of James as a real romantic, I have to say. But I think he's really romanticizing the situation here, because when we talk about belligerent, really, that's a word that most of us would associate with Pierre Poilievre, and I think it's going to be really difficult to try and make that dance party work in the House of Commons.
I'm going to point everybody's attention to what we're looking at on the screen right now. We're talking about Mr. Poilievre working with Mr. Carney. That may not be the case.
Oh. Okay.
Then where do we land? Where does your romantic mindset get us?
James, yeah.
The night is young.
Send us a Valentine.
Well, look, I think Pierre will still win his riding. The people in the district have known him for 20 years and all that. But look, aside from the immediacy of the numbers right now, we're talking about the next 4 years. I think Canadians don't want to go into another election very soon, very quickly. And I think that it's going to be incumbent on Mr. Carney to make those bridges built on sturdy public policy that will be beneficial to all of the country. Like Rana, by the way, I am a little bit leery about the Bloc Québécois. I don't doubt what Mr. Mulcair says about Premier Legault and the province of Quebec wanting to do some things that are good for the country and to protect Quebec and all of Canada from the threats of the United States. However, the Bloc Québécois are a different political animal, and their real goal, in my view, are the 2026 provincial elections in the province of Quebec and supporting the Parti Québécois and what risk that threatens to the country. But for the rest of this year and early into next year, the two main parties that aspire to govern this country need to make sure that they're working for the benefit of the country and not for the benefit of the next election campaign. Because Canadians don't want a campaign. They want this country strong and united to push back against Donald Trump. That means getting Canadian and Alberta resources to global markets. It means Conservatives recognizing the shortcomings of their campaign. And little things like, for example, boots, not suits. Successful political parties invite people in. You don't push people away. You don't say, look, what's wrong with wearing a suit to work every day? I do. What's wrong with working in the professional services? I understand what Mr. Poilievre was saying in the campaign about boots, not suits, but how about boots and suits? How about making sure the political party grows? You don't grow and succeed as a political party if you're saying to cohorts of Canadians, you're not welcome here. You grow the political party by welcoming people in. And so that small example magnified across the country, if the Conservatives do that and the Liberal Prime Minister, I think, makes appropriate, recalibrations given the results tonight that it's not a majority, I think we can put country first. And we can put country first.
And also, let's not forget, some of the other voters, when it comes to progressive voters, they were very concerned with what Pierre Poilievre was saying. And so some of that NDP vote did obviously shift also because of him. And that's something that he has to also realize as well, is how do you speak to all Canadians?
Okay.
I just think we do have a very good opportunity right now. Canadians are not going to tolerate political infighting when you have a significant threat like this. And I think Mark Carney has been right. He's demonstrated, even the little time that he has been as Prime Minister, how he's brought people together, focused on diversifying our market. And I appreciate the, the thing about spending more. But the thing is, he's got a proven track record of proper investment.
That's right.
We need to grow our economy. We need to diversify significantly.
Right.
And one of the key things that Mark Carney's talked about is the interprovincial trade barriers. We need to get that sorted out and also diversify our markets to Europe, and also let's not forget the Pacific as well.
I know this conversation is going to continue off camera, but I'm going to send it over to Vashi and to Omar.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Let's head on over to Natalie Johnson, who's standing by in the riding of University of Rosedale with Chrystia Freeland. And Natalie, I'm wondering what kind of role Chrystia Freeland sees in a Mark Carney government now.
Well, that's a great question, Omar. I'll ask her that right now. She would, of course, have been an intimidating incumbent to go up against a political powerhouse who played a role in triggering this snap election. Chrystia, congratulations on reclaiming your very red riding here at University Rosedale. But we know that the picture is not quite as merry across the GTA. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now about how slim the minority standing is at this moment and the GTA seats that the Liberals may or may not hold?
You know, Natalie, I think it's important for us to have a little bit of perspective when we look at this result. And for me, I look back to as recently as December, when everyone was writing the Liberal Party off. People were even talking about whether we would retain official party status in the next election. And so tonight, when it is clear that we are going to form government, from my perspective, that is an outstanding result. And I do want to say Prime Minister Mark Carney has been doing a fabulous job in his brief weeks as Prime Minister and leading this campaign. This is a great night for the Liberal Party, but even more importantly, this is a great night for Canada, because I really believe the ballot question has been who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump, who can defend our sovereignty, who can defend our national economic interests, and who can seize this moment to build Canada. And Canadians have answered.
You told me earlier today that when you resigned your role as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister back in December, there were some people who were upset with you for that decision. Does this feel like a redemption story for you here today, now that you see how well the Liberals have done compared to where they were at the end of last year? And what role do you think you might play in Mark Carney's next government?
I knew the morning that I resigned that it was the hardest thing I had ever done in my professional life, and I knew it was the right thing to do. And my conviction around that has just grown with every passing day.
Do you anticipate staying on as Transport Minister, and what role might you play in the Trump tariff discussion?
Have elected a fabulous Prime Minister, someone who has done a terrific job in the role of Prime Minister in the weeks he's been doing it, and who has led an astonishing campaign. The ball is in his court now, and I have to say, for me, tonight is about really being so grateful to the people of University Rosedale that they've elected me for the 5th time, thanking them for the amazing conversations we've had, and the really strong result and the strong vote of confidence we've had in this community, and the great work of all my supporters.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Congratulations, Chrystia Freeland, who holds on to the University Rosedale riding. Chrystia Freeland had maintained throughout this campaign that the big ballot question here was about the future of Canada itself. We now know that the Liberals will, of course, hold a 4th term in power. It remains to be seen exactly what Chrystia Freeland's position in the next cabinet will be. We will be learning that in the days and weeks ahead. Back to you, Omar and Vashi.
All right, Natalie, thank you so much. And I just want to get your reaction, your thoughts to what Chrystia Freeland has just said. I mean, it's remarkable when you go back and think about the role that she has played in this in this moment.
She set it all off, right? When she talks about people writing them off in December, I mean, one of them to a degree was Chrystia Freeland herself. It was interesting to hear her comments about how hard that day was. If you think, I think it was December 6th, if I remember right, she, put out a letter on the day that the fall economic statement was to be delivered, essentially saying she was at a crossroads with the Prime Minister about the direction of the country. And that was the beginning of the end of Justin Trudeau, who then, a month later stepped down and set in motion the events that ultimately contributed in large part to Mark Carney winning. Obviously, another part was Donald Trump. But I think, interesting to hear those comments. And certainly she was a huge part of this story. If I could just quickly direct our attention to the board and where things stand. It is very fluid, but it has also been incredibly tight over the last number of minutes. We're seeing a little bit of a widening. But boy, oh boy, when they were both in the 150s, for example, even the popular vote, I think there's not a huge difference right now between the Conservatives and the Liberals. So much like the polling firms, and including Nanos Research, had predicted, this is an incredibly tight race in the public opinion polls, or pardon me, in the popular vote, but also in seats. And just the construct there of what this might mean, particularly if the Liberal number ends up being lower than 160, if the Conservatives continue to eke up. Right now it's going in the opposite direction. But the actual numbers are going to tell a big story as well. Heather Butts is standing by to continue that part of this conversation and take a closer look at what the numbers say to us. Heather?
Oh, well, you nailed it, Vashi. The numbers are telling an incredible story this evening, and that is the tight race and how things are ebbing and flowing this evening, but really just how close it is, Nick. But we want to take a look now at the seat change, because we're looking at the national standings and how things are changing as the night goes on, and changing from what our government once was. So if we take a look at the national standings, of course, the Liberals right now leading and elected in 161 ridings. The Conservatives 146. But Nick, the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, a pretty significant number there.
Absolutely. Both are down, and the NDP not in party status yet.
And Nick, looking at this one, tell us a little bit more. We're seeing the NDP around 5%.
Yeah, I checked the history books. If this 5% holds up, it will be the worst showing in the history of the New Democrats. The other worst showing was in the 1993 election, a piece of history that Jagmeet Singh probably doesn't want to be associated with, but looks like that's where he's at.
No, we'll certainly have to wait and see how he answers to that this evening. But again, some really close numbers here. Mark Carney at 42% and Poilievre at 41%.
Well, think of Pierre Poilievre. Now he can say that he's done better than Stephen Harper. Right? Like, he might not have been able to form a government, but that's still up in the air. But the thing is that he's done very well. More people have voted Conservative in this election than in any election in recent memory.
Yeah, there's certainly an underlying story there. Let's take a look now at the gains and losses. So the Liberals up 1 seat, and the Conservatives, as we were just talking about them and their popularity, up 7 seats, Nick.
Yeah, I think for the Liberals, even just up 1, considering they're at a near-death experience in terms of where they were at and where they were looking at a Conservative supermajority, being only up 1 is probably decent. For the Conservatives, they can claim that they're making headways not just in the popular vote, but also in the number of seats. But bad news for Blanchette, and bad news for Singh.
Certainly. And Nick, we're seeing an interesting story play out in Ontario, typically helping to decipher who wins an election. Right now, though, it looks like it's who's going to have a minority majority. They're making that ruling. The Liberals down 12 seats.
Yeah, we talked a lot about vote efficiency and how popular support would convert into seats. It looks like the Conservative ground game in Ontario was very effective at converting their level of support, even though it was trailing the Liberals, into seats in battleground Ontario.
Okay, let's move over to Western Canada and see how things have changed there. Potential seat change for the Conservative, gaining 8 seats in the West. The Liberals potentially gaining 6 seats, and the NDP, Nick, take a look at that, down possibly 10 seats.
Yes, we were talking about the feeding frenzy in British Columbia, with both the Liberals and the Conservatives going into British Columbia repeatedly because they saw the NDP vulnerability. That's manifested itself, and both the Conservatives and the Liberals have benefited.
Okay, Nick, so let's take a look now right across the country as we see the potential seat change right across the country from Atlantic Canada to the West Coast. What stands out? What stands out the most to you on this one, Nick?
Well, what really stands out is you can see the Liberals picking up in Quebec, Conservatives in Ontario and the West, and the NDP just basically a setback everywhere.
Okay, a really interesting story playing out here this evening, especially for the NDP, and we'll see a little bit later on, where those votes really went and where their supporters went. And again, right now, CTV News declaring a Liberal minority. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. Let's bring in Corey, Kathleen, and Scott right now. I want to go back to the story that's developing and emerging right now in Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. We heard James Moore say just minutes ago he thinks that Pierre Poilievre will capture his riding. What's going through your mind, Corey, as you're watching these results?
I'm a lot less certain that that's going to be the case, because I look at all of the Ottawa seats, and there's some of the biggest numbers that the Liberals have actually landed in the entire country. Like the 613 area code isn't just going Liberal, it's going Liberal huge. It's going like over, averaging over 60%, with the Conservatives landing in the 30s, and in some ridings, in the 20s. We saw this happen in the last provincial election. We were doing very well in the Ottawa area for a long time, and then we just saw those numbers go down, 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 down. We lost 5 seats in the region, and that's in the provincial race where the provincial party was doing better, where the NDP were doing better, where the Liberals were doing worse. You look at these numbers, and I think he could be in real trouble. I think he could be in real trouble, because it's not just the Ottawa proper seats, which are dominated by public servants, which is places like Stittsville in that riding. It's also the countryside. The Liberals pulled off a big win in Glengarry Prescott Russell, for instance. That went almost 60% Conservative in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. So something is happening in Ottawa. Something is happening that looks unlike the rest of the province in terms of the numbers. And look, at the end of the day, Carleton is an Ottawa seat. It's a suburban Ottawa seat. So if it holds the way these other ridings in the area are holding, he's going to have a real fight on his hands.
Kathleen, I wanted to ask you about Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah.
And your thoughts as you look at these numbers, particularly you were the one who earlier mentioned the sort of less than favorable showing in Ontario, in particular some really solid seats for the New Democrats. What are you thinking about right now?
Yeah, it's looking a lot like 1993 when Audrey McLaughlin, leader of the NDP at the time, brought our party down, lost party status, down to 9 seats again. Being shut out of Ontario hurts. It looks right now like we will not pick up our Windsor West, our Hamilton Centre, our London Fanshawe. That's not great for New Democrats. There's still a lot of hope to be held for British Columbia. We have a lot of New Democratic seats that are leaning or looking, small numbers of polls there, but that are looking good. Obviously, Cowichan, Courtney Alberni, a few others, even the North Island, which I wasn't sure was going to go our way, is leaning our way. But certainly, New Democrats flock to other parties. I'm not sure if it was completely. I do think that the Conservatives pulled some of our vote in some areas too. But Liberals were the benefiter for sure. And right now it seems like Canadians have hired Mr. Carney to take on Trump, but those votes are on loan. He borrowed those votes. And if he fails to actually deliver on the U.S. question, those votes will hopefully come back. But there's going to be a lot of rebuilding if New Democrats don't form party status. Actually, I want to pick up something quickly on your other panel that was saying about party status. And there is an opportunity, I think, for Liberals to actually think about giving New Democrats, having the grace to give New Democrats party status. And I'll tell you why. Because in a minority parliament, all the busy work happens in committees. And if they don't have a New Democrat on those committees will be very problematic. It also means they won't have a New Democrat on the Internal Board of Economy, which is a really inside baseball kind of talk.
You're making the case.
Because it's this kind of stuff that actually will help the Parliament run more smoothly. Listen, he's a neophyte politician. He's going to need help, to make Parliament work.
So there was a point a few minutes ago, Scott, where it was like a dead heat almost. Like the Liberal edge was very small. That has since amplified, right? You're looking right now at 164 seats to 146. This is, not a conclusive number at this point. What type of minority government does that look like to you versus, neck and neck?
I think the plurality is going to be reasonably solid by the time we're done the evening. And Corey and I were talking, Kathleen, off camera. You know, when you look at the effect of the advance ballots coming in for the end of the evening, you look at a bunch of those close ridings in the 905, Bramptons, a couple of other spots, I think you'll see that the Liberal plurality will firm up. To me, the issue about the minority is really about Carney and his agenda. And, you know, looking at what the other panel was talking about when you talk about these questions of how do you manage Trump? How do you take on these challenges? I mean, let's be crystal clear about this. Mark Carney, as Prime Minister, inherits a country in crisis, right? We are in a trade war with our largest partner, with the world's largest economy, with the world's largest military. Our security and economic arrangements are in question. We are going to have to ask our Prime Minister to make decisions that may be broadly unpopular or at least specifically unpopular among certain regions, certain people, certain places, certain sectors. That's going to be part of the job of Prime Minister, is to take some unpopular decisions. It is much harder to do that when you're in a minority parliament. But when folks are saying, well, you know, this means he's going to feel beholden to Quebec, so therefore he won't do pipelines, I think that's a complete misreading of Mark Carney. I think he has all the potential and was on course, if he'd been in a majority situation, to be a radical Prime Minister, someone who's willing to undertake really quite sweeping change and re-engineer the economy, our relationship with the United States, and move on these things in a sense of crisis and take the permission that crisis sometimes grant you to do things like energy infrastructure and internal trade barriers. Now, how will he do that in a minority parliament? I think one of the questions is, will the Conservatives, out of reflex, always vote against everything? If he isolates an issue and says, I want to do this on energy, and I know that the Bloc won't love it, but why in hell can't I get some Conservative votes for this? Because are the Conservatives now just going to focus on, well, how soon can we end this government and try to force another election? And the other, like, whale of a story that is yet to come this evening is, will Pierre Poilievre still be leader? Will he hang on to his riding? And how might that affect the management of the parties in a minority parliament? So there's a lot of cards to be played.
And Scott, as you're speaking, we're just getting some results from the westernmost part of the country, from Saanich Gulf Islands, which of course is Elizabeth May's riding, and the CTV News Decision Desk can now tell you that she is keeping her riding of Saanich Gulf Islands. Chuckles from Scott.
Why are you laughing? She held. Come on. There was a competition there.
The whole evening has been a game of 52-card pickup, and she hangs on to her ride, and the NDP are obliterated, and Elizabeth May hangs on.
Let's go live there. Let's take a listen in.
Let's listen in.
My sentiments exactly.
Church and State Kitchen has had a phone call from the Prime Minister.
All right, so obviously the audio not that great, but you can tell from her facial expressions that she's jubilant, she's celebrating. Obviously secures her political future to a certain extent. Kathleen, if we can go back to you, speaking of political futures, and speaking of you know, Jagmeet Singh, does he stay or does he go? Because, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the NDP and the collapse in their support. To be fair, he was able to advance significant causes in this parliament. What happens to him now?
Yeah. Well, I think there's going to be a lot of reflection, which is the pat answer. But, I mean, holding on to incumbents is not a high bar. And certainly party status is a low bar. I think we need to get back to a party that wants power, not just influence, and a party that works for that and represents working people across this country and brings forth social democratic values, because these are the values of Canadians. You know, New Democrats have fought throughout the years for the programs, the social programs that Canadians care most about: pensions, health care, things like dental care. And so there's going to be after some introspection, excuse me. And I really think that, you know, Jagmeet will go down in the history books. He has done some incredible things in this past parliament, but the party's going to have to look at some serious renewal.
All right. And Scott, I just want to pick up on Chrystia Freeland's comments and just your thoughts on that. What kind of role do you see for her in a Carney government? We know that Donald Trump has used some colorful language to describe her, so not the greatest relationship there. How can you bring unity within these former Liberal leadership contenders? How does Mark Carney do that, and also give her some kind of cabinet role that she'd be happy with?
Look, I actually think it's less challenging than you might think. Chrystia Freeland's very capable. She's a great minister. She's a great Ottawa minister. She's a great boardroom minister, fixing problems, managing government itself and the apparatus of government. I think she's weaker when we see her as a public communicator, someone that's trying to carry and summon public consensus. Just not her strength, even as we saw in that interview, to be honest with you. And so I think, to be blunt, he'll find a place where he can harness her talents in his cabinet. But I don't think, I don't think she's going to be point on the Canada-U.S. file, as an example. I don't think she's going to be point on the energy file.
I think we want to head over to, actually, let's take a look right now where things stand in Pierre Poilievre's riding. You can see 40 of 266 polls reporting it is a close race. 1,500 votes separate right now the Liberal candidate Bruce Fanjoy and Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. Burnaby Central, here we've got Jagmeet Singh's riding. With 39 of 200 polls reporting, and Mr. Singh, the leader of the NDP, right now sitting in third place. Certainly, Omar, if that is solidified and we declare it a loss for Jagmeet Singh, and there is a loss of official party status as well, his future is very much in peril. I would say also another key NDP riding that Kathleen mentioned, Hamilton Centre, Matthew Green, the incumbent NDP candidate, also taking a loss, or at least poised to take a loss there. Let's go over to Heather Wright, who's actually in that riding now. Hey, Heather.
People went across the riding, going door to door, street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood, completing an effort that started.
All right, it looks like Heather Wright is standing by. Heather, can you hear us?
When that happens, it's going to be great. I promise. Yeah.
She will have lots to say when we do reach her finally. But if you're Jagmeet Singh tonight and looking at these numbers, I mean, he's not even trailing. He's in number 3 spot in that riding that he represents. So not great news for him. Hamilton Centre, we can see here that the Liberal has a 37-seat vote lead right now. And I'm being told that we do have Heather Wright with us. Heather, can you hear us now?
We know that elections.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so tell us what's going on where you are.
In order for our democracy to function,
well, so we're here. I'm just speaking a little quietly because the candidate here, the NDP candidate, Matthew Green, he just arrived. He is going to lose his riding likely here in Hamilton Centre. We've heard from Jagmeet Singh. He was in this area, in these Ontario ridings throughout the closing days of this campaign, trying to hold on to these seats, telling his supporters to hold the line here. But this, along with a number of other NDP seats here in Southern Ontario, look like they will be flipping. And so we're hearing from Matthew Green now. He's speaking to his supporters who a little while ago said it felt like a funeral here. And so this, again, is part of that broader story of the NDP collapse here in Ontario and in other ridings across the country.
Tomorrow we wake up, this country will be a different place.
All right, thank you so much. This is a huge upset just following along this storyline of NDP losses. Nikki Ashton, a really long-time NDP MP in the Manitoba riding of Churchill, taking a loss to her Liberal competitor, Rebecca Chartrand. That is a significant loss. When I had spoken to people in the NDP campaign, they thought that that was potentially a pretty safe seat for them, so that's a big deal. Another big upset for the NDP over in Edmonton, one of those sort of central Edmonton, downtown Edmonton ridings, which has gone NDP at times, including in the last election, now flipping to Kerry Diot, who ran for mayor, I believe, also sat as an MP at some point. Pretty well-known Conservative figure in Edmonton, Omar, but a big hit for the NDP there as well.
And official party status is significant. I mean, the NDP sitting right now, again, just right now at 8 seats, official party status is 12. It's not just a fancy title. I mean, this
comes with resources,
budgets, money, exactly, and significantly increases the party's ability to advance their causes, public discourse, that sort of thing. So it's not just a title. It does carry some weight to it, and that's why it is important to reach at least that 12-seat threshold in whatever parliament you happen to be in.
One piece of, just sorry to interrupt, one piece of quick good news for them. In this long tail now of bad news, Alexandre Belouris reelected to their lone seat in Quebec. We were just able to declare.
That's great news for them. I believe we have Colton Prale right now, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Colton Prale standing by. Tell us, Colton, where you are and what you're hearing.
Yeah, Omar, I'm in the Conservative HQ here, and the reactions tonight have been stark. We've seen intense anger, especially when we called the result, before we even had a minority or majority. But since then, that emotion has quelled, and it's turned into this level of disbelief. The number of supporters that I've talked to here that are stunned that they find themselves in what they feel like is essentially the same situation they were in 5 weeks ago is significant. And in some cases, that disbelief is literal. When we saw the closing of those polling numbers, of those result numbers, when they were both in the 50s, for example, there were chants of bring it home here. There were supporters who, despite us having called the results, genuinely still believed that this was up for grabs and that this was still available to them. That has subsided a little bit here, but what we're left with is massive questions around the future of the party. Everyone I speak to still says they feel like Pierre Poilievre is the leader for the Conservatives and they have their faith behind him. But at the same time, they're looking at the results coming in Carleton and again, wondering how they can be in such a tight race. It's been an array of emotions throughout the night. The party officials who I've spoke to have had a very different reaction. And I think it is important to highlight they feel good. I mean, this is obviously not the result that they were looking for, but they are proud of the campaign they run. And I think that speaks to why this level of disbelief is here. So many of these people were at the rallies. They were surrounded by thousands of other supporters, and they're just having a hard time grasping how what they experienced there could translate into the results they're seeing tonight.
Every single person in that room right now, Colton, is going to be watching to see what happens with Pierre Poilievre in his home riding of Carleton. Vashti.
Yeah, edge of your seat stuff. We want to return to that story of the NDP suffering some really significant losses that puts their status as an official party in jeopardy. Jagmeet Singh now in third position in Burnaby Central. His riding, we're waiting to see conclusively what happens there, but it's not looking good for the leader of the NDP. Let's head over to Burnaby, where we find our Judy Trin. She is reporting from the NDP headquarters this evening. Judy, what is the mood there right now? How are they internalizing what we are seeing in the form of these results?
Vashti, they are trying to remain upbeat. As you can hear behind me, they are trying to cheer for any positive result that has come in that they see on the board. But let's face it, in Burnaby right now, Jagmeet Singh is polling third. He is far behind the Liberal candidate as well as the Conservative candidate. It's important to point out that these are two relative unknowns. He was the incumbent, he had the brand recognition, and he is in third place at this point. What I can tell you and what I think is the story is this collapse of the NDP in Ontario. And what is interesting to me is when you look at where the votes are going, where are the NDP votes going, right? Specifically in Southwest Ontario. What is interesting is that in London, as well as in Windsor, those seats, those NDP seats went to Conservative candidates. And I want to give our viewers a little bit of context. Pierre Poilievre was the last leader to visit Windsor. He actually visited Windsor, but his time on April 11th. But his timing may have been perfect in regards to speaking to the constituents there. He visited Windsor on April 11th. That was the day that the GM plant, electric vehicle plant, CAMI, announced that it was going to go under a partial shutdown, a temporary shutdown. They said it wasn't related to the tariffs, but it was related to declining sales. So once again, he was in that region espousing his message while Mark Carney was in Ottawa, while Jagmeet Singh was also in Ottawa at the time. So whether or not, even despite being the last leader to visit this automotive heartland, the manufacturing heartland of Canada, whether or not he was able to speak most directly to the people. And I think that also the other story that just sticks out for me is that the NDP really wanted to talk about the fact that they were endorsed by so many unions, the most unions of any party, despite the fact that Liberals and the Conservatives were actively courting. Unions that represented more than 1 million workers. But those unions, those unionized workers may not have showed up for them at the polls. Vashi, Omar.
All right, thank you so much, Judy. A lot of different results coming in British Columbia. We're seeing some significant pickups for the Conservatives, but also for the Liberals, all of it at the expense of the NDP. A lot to watch there. It's a very dynamic situation, and it's going to inform where those numbers at the bottom of your screen actually end up over the course of the evening.
Let's get to Heather Butts. She's been tracking the context in all of this, looking at the people behind the numbers. And Heather, what can you tell us?
Well, Omar, we're actually going to pick up on what my colleague Judy Trinh was just talking about there, and that is the NDP and how they ended up losing so many votes and where those votes went to. So, Nick, we're going to talk about vote efficiency. What does that mean for our audience?
Well, you have to think of it this way, Heather. The thing is there's popular support, and the thing is that the number of seats you can generate with the votes that you have, the more efficient that you are, the more likely you are to win an election. In this particular campaign, those smaller parties, the NDP and the Bloc, just have been crushed by both the Liberals and the Conservatives.
And let's head to southwestern Ontario. We're giving you a map, a visual representation of what Judy Trinh was just talking about. The fact that the Conservatives have really swept this riding, or excuse me, this region. And this is, as she mentioned, a place where there's a lot of manufacturing jobs. The auto sector is a huge employer in this region.
Yeah,
Nick.
An absolute breakthrough for the Poilievre Conservatives in southwestern Ontario. And if you remember, when at the beginning of the night we were talking about races that were too close to call, it was in this particular region. And what it shows is that the Conservative campaign was able to punch above its weight, explains why it was able to pick up a significant number of seats in Ontario and help them close the gap with the Liberals.
Okay, let's head towards the Kitchener area. Nick, I want to look at this riding. Kitchener Centre, the Conservatives in the lead by 781 votes there over the Green incumbent, Nick.
Yeah, and great news for the Conservatives here, and for the Greens, they don't have a lot of seats to start off with, and losing Kitchener Centre is a significant setback for a party that's trying to make a breakthrough, and actually a party that's really struggling right now.
And Nick, I just want to point out, because we are talking about the NDP in last place in this riding with just 625 votes.
Yeah, and think of it this way. There are a lot of university students around there, so the fact that the Greens are losing this seat, the NDP are not doing well, is really indicative of what's happening tonight.
Okay, let's take a look at Kitchener-Conestoga. Two-horse race here, Nick. The Conservatives in the lead by 592 votes over the Liberal incumbent.
This probably speaks to the organization of the ground on that the Conservative campaign has in terms of them challenging to unseat the Liberal incumbent in Kitchener-Conestoga.
Okay, and Nick, let's talk about vote efficiency. That is what we were talking about earlier, about getting out the vote. Just walk us through this. The Conservatives doing quite well.
So, yeah, think of it this way. With 49% of the votes in southwestern Ontario, they won a whopping 83% of the seats. It speaks to the effective targeting, probably the tour of Pierre Poilievre in southwestern Ontario, and how he's able to convert, a certain number of 49% into like a majority, 8 out of every 10 seats in southwestern Ontario. And you look at the Liberals, not being as efficient in terms of converting their support into seats.
We really see that, Nick, especially when we talk about getting out the vote and how they are campaigning across the country. So if we look at the vote value nationally, it's very similar to the polling information, Nick.
Yeah, it is. Except if you're the New Democrats. Think of it this way. They only converted, their percentage by 1/3, like 6% to 2% in terms of percentage of seats. It shows how inefficient the New Democrats were.
Certainly a very big story unfolding this evening with the New Democrats, and it is seen right there on that vote efficiency. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. I want to send it to Geneviève Beauchemin, who's at Liberal headquarters right now. And obviously, positive news for the Liberals, if you're a Liberal, seeing the fact that there is, Geneviève, a Liberal government. The fact that it's a minority government certainly doesn't give them the mandate of a majority government. What's your reaction in the room where you are?
Well, there was a lot of cheers and there was some hugging when the announcement was made that it was going to be a Liberal government. The minority part of it is, of course, worry. Some people are just like, I saw some people biting their nails still watching the screen a few moments ago. Now, I do have two Liberal supporters with me, Tyler Romans and Bernadine Clifford. They actually met door knocking and they met up again tonight. So relationship on the road there that was budding and then meeting up again here tonight. Just tell me your thoughts about when you saw. I know that you were very emotional.
I was. I came in here tonight unsure, and I'm relieved to see what's happened tonight. I think the right person has been chosen, and I will sleep better.
You were saying that if there wasn't going to go the Liberals' way, you were going to be devastated.
I was going to be a hot crying mess, and I don't know. Yeah, I'm so pleased with the results.
And I know, Tyler, I just wanted to ask you, we're looking at some of the numbers in Carleton, and Pierre Poilievre's riding, and we don't know how that's going to end. What are you making it? I guess that's the next bar. Everybody in the room is trying to see what's happening.
I'm very excited about the early numbers. I'm very optimistic. I think it shows that you can't count, Liberals out until the race is actually over. And I do think that Poilievre does have his work cut out for him, and it's very exciting to see. I'm looking forward to how it's going to turn out.
You were both door knocking in Nepean, of course, Mark Carney's riding. Tell me about what people were telling you at the door. What made you hopeful about tonight, even though you were still apprehensive?
Made me hopeful. The positive response that I got at the door, and when I went back to find out whether they had voted today and got even better responses, that they had voted in the advance polls or voted this morning. So, yeah, it gave me more hope.
You were talking about the fact that many people had gone to the polls early.
Yeah, exactly. I find that this election in particular is a very important one of our time, and I think the turnout is going to show that. I obviously don't know the numbers right now, but I think we're going to have a much higher turnout than our last election, and that's a good thing for Canada as a whole, for our democracy, and the people getting out to vote is nothing but good things for this country.
I did want to ask, you told me before that both of you had not really been volunteers before. What was it about this particular election?
Yeah, so this one I think is, based on the geopolitical climate that we have, here and abroad, it's a very important election. I have two young daughters at home. I would like to set an example for them and shape a future that I would like them to see Canada as they grow up in.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Geneviève Beauchemin there talking to some Liberal supporters. If we could, I'd love to call up the popular vote right now because it is telling a fascinating story of the evening. We knew there would be a coalescing of support, according to public opinion polls, behind one of the two parties, Omar. But my goodness, to what degree? Both parties right now have captured more than 40% of the popular vote. I think we're at something like, my eyes are terrible, but I think it's 42.6% compared to 41.9%. We're looking at less than 1%. That divide, that separate these two parties, like this is the last time the Conservatives won a majority government, they were at 39-point-something%. They didn't even eclipse 40%. They've eclipsed it, and they aren't able to form government. This is unreal, actually.
You're absolutely right to point that out. I mean, in any other context, any popular vote number north of 39% would have been majority territory. But the fact that, the Conservatives there, you can see 41.9. The numbers are shifting as the votes are being counted. It is just another fascinating storyline in a night of fascinating storylines as the numbers are coming in real time. I want to get to Anne-Marie and her panel right now. And Anne-Marie, a couple questions for your panel that I've got thinking of as we're watching this data come in. Donald Trump, does he see tonight's result of a minority government as a weakness? And is there a scenario to combat that by offering a Conservative a chance to form cabinet with Mark Carney? Could we see that coalition situation?
I knew you would want to jump in.
Silence, It would be highly unlikely for a prime minister to invite an opposition member to sit in cabinet. There might be ways to informally work together in Parliament, at committees. There's lots of work to be done at committees together. What this is showing is that, look, I mean, the Conservatives have won almost 30 seats. They've grown their base. They won more votes than since 1988. So their showing is good, but it's very frustrating to not form a majority. And the Liberals are coming back with a few more seats thanks to the collapse of the NDP and the Bloc. So I think everybody's got to come back a bit humbled and hopefully come back to Parliament recognizing that these are the two parties that really need to work together if we want to do something on the economy and we want to deal with the issues of trade and tariffs. Because I don't know if we're going to find the dance partner with the Bloc or the NDP, potentially. So let's hope that both leaders can focus on the economy. But no, I don't think you would see a prime minister invite someone from the opposition to sit in a cabinet. It would be a much more informal type of arrangement.
Let me throw this then to our resident romantic, and that would be James Moore. You called yourself that, not me. Is this an enemies to lovers situation, if we could put it in a...
No, I mean, look, 4 months ago, Pierre Poilievre was going to win a big majority, and he didn't.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, Mark Carney was going to win a big majority, and he didn't. So I think humbled is the right word.
Right.
Both parties, had outstanding turnouts in terms of the popular vote mandates that they have. But it's a question of the efficiency of the vote where it's placed around the country. In terms of go forward, I mean, look, every single day we all wake up and we pour through the headlines and we see different narratives from Donald Trump about, why he's putting in what tariffs or what he's not, and he's going after China, then he's backing away. But it's about fentanyl, no, it's not. It's about borders, it's not. It's about capturing an auto sector back into the United States and repatriating investment. On a day-to-day basis, you kind of don't know. But I think, as has been shown in the past, Ron and I sat on an AFTA council with the former government because we put country first. And I think that, any government in this certain circumstance where it looks like the Conservative Party has a massive high new floor in terms of what its vote base of support is across the country. Pierre Poilievre did extraordinarily well in terms of the number of Canadians who voted for the Conservative Party, the best result since I was, 12 years old. And that's an incredible accomplishment, but it's not efficient, and it's more rural, and it's more working class, and it didn't quite have the efficiency in terms of seats. We don't count votes, we count seats. So there's work to be done there in the long term. But yeah, I mean, you have an absolute collapse in the New Democratic vote and a fall of the Bloc Québécois vote, and you see what you see in terms of the seat count. So yeah, I mean, look, there's lots to go through here in terms of the results and what it means in the long term. But specifically with Canada, U.S., I think Prime Minister Carney obviously has an obligation. He asked for a mandate to become Prime Minister to deal with the United States. And there are some really smart, thoughtful people out there who have experience with this administration from 16 to 20 and the current dynamic who he can call upon in order to try to navigate us forward for the next couple of years.
And I agree with that. But I also, I think the obligation is on Prime Minister Carney. But the obligation is also on the other members of the House of Commons who are not in government, because we are facing a national crisis. We are facing an existential threat to our economy, and so it's really important for all the members of the House of Commons to be united as often as they can. So Carney has to reach out. But also the Conservatives, I think, have to reach back too. And I think that's really what Canadians want to see, is not this not a relitigation of the election and a constant at each other's throats about everything. I think we want to see our Parliament working together.
Okay, let me ask, Harjo, I'll let you jump in a second, but let me ask you or Rada this question, James, and that is, when we've seen how Pierre Poilievre is in opposition for these last 10 years, now we're talking about a humbling on both sides. What does that look like now when we're debating? What does that look like when we're trying to get things passed? Is he able to do that kind of a pivot?
Well, you mentioned that Mark Carney should reach out and Pierre should reach back, but also it has to go the other way. So we've got this split in the country. The issue of tariffs and Trump are important for a lot of people. The issue of affordability is important for a lot of people. So Mark Carney's platform was one of big spending and new taxes. So we also need him to work with Pierre on those issues in a new budget. So there has to be the tariff issue addressed, there has to be the national unity issue addressed, there has to be the resource economy issues addressed, there has to be taxation addressed, addressing the deficit. So all of these things fall out amongst this split that feels like it's almost down the middle from a popular vote point of view. And both leaders are going to have to come together and work on these together.
While those two leaders are trying to work together and to figure this piece out, what happens with the NDP? We have Jagmeet Singh, who's currently sitting in third place in his riding. Who and what does the NDP need to do next, Tom?
Wiped out in Ontario, and people like Nikki Ashton losing their seats. This is a really tough evening.
Brian Massey in Windsor West. What does that say when someone
Brian Massey's been there for 20 years? And I know of no one who's supported the auto sector more than Brian Massey. And yet we talked a lot about the GTA and the efficiency of the Liberal vote there, and that was proven tonight. But talk about a stealth operation. I mean, I don't think anybody saw the Conservatives running the table in southwestern Ontario the way they just did. So it was an extraordinary result on their part. And it reminds us that you can have the support of all of the union leaders, but that doesn't necessarily translate at all into the votes of the union members who were showing up in large numbers for Poilievre's rallies because he was talking their language.
What did they see in Pierre Poilievre that they didn't see in their NDP representatives?
I think that the NDP had become a little bit self-satisfied with the support of the union leaders, and for them that was going to be enough. It would translate into votes, but it doesn't. And that's one of the things that they had to learn. I also think that there's a little bit of a lesson in there for Mr. Poilievre and his way of dealing with things, because there is a little bit of you have to be careful what you wish for in this, because they went after Jagmeet Singh with tons of money. They attacked him very personally, calling him sellout Singh and things that were a lot worse than that, and they went after him headlong. And it worked. And a part of this result is that people who would have otherwise voted for the NDP went over to the Liberals and probably gave Mr. Carney that boost, that tiny boost, because the numbers up there, Jim said it earlier in the evening, I don't remember too many people, calling for that level of vote for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. I don't remember too many pollsters saying it was going to be a tie vote. I might be mistaken, but I don't think I saw that. Yeah. So, there's a little bit of a lesson in there for how the game is played, and plays into what Rana was saying before. Are we going to be able to get out of that constant attack mode? I'm not convinced. There are other partners. He can't become Carney could never become a former partner with the Bloc. That's toxic. Yeah. He's got 8 or so NDPers. He's got Elizabeth May. And is he going to be able to find enough support on a cause-by-cause basis with the Bloc to be able to govern for a year or two? I think so. I think anybody who tries to provoke the fall of this new government rapidly is going to pay a very heavy political price.
If we're going to take a closer look at the NDP and them rebuilding, what and who do they need to do that?
Well, there are good people out there, and I know some of the names that have been thought of and courted. I'll give you one. I mean, the dream candidate for a lot of the people I know in the NDP would be somebody of the caliber of Valérie Plante, who has announced she's not running again as mayor of Montreal. Very progressive, fluently bilingual, deep experience in administration. That somebody of that caliber would she's not in the game right now, but I mean, I don't even know if she'd be interested in going to the party, but people in the party look at her as the exemplar of the type of person they would love to be able to have as leader.
Harjit, you wanted to jump in earlier. What did you want to say?
No, I think one thing is very important. We have to look at the state of our politics and where we've gone. We've gone very negative. I'm actually quite being polite when I say negative. It's gotten really bad. And I've sat in the House of Commons for a long time, trying to be cooperative with people, and I want to say there's been great cooperation. Rona and Jane's been both at times we work together. He's been on committees to give us advice. I've been in the Canada-U.S. committee, both Trump administration. We were in Rona, I believe, the U.S. when President Trump got elected the first time at our embassy. There's examples where we can work together. But the thing is Pierre Poilievre can't be just voting against us just for the sake it's us, right? When there's good policies in place, we got to be able to work together, and we have to bring the temperature down a bit. This is what Canadians are expecting of us. So if we can do this, this is an amazing opportunity to bring back that unity. And here's the thing, though, this is what with the best defense against Trump. Showing unity. It worked the first time.
Sure.
And we have to do it again. If we don't, we're giving advantage to President Trump. And I'm confident that Prime Minister Carney will be able to bring people together. But at the same time, yes, there's going to be a lot of work on all sides.
So go ahead, Chrissy.
Well, I was going to say, I think that elections are always about optimism versus pessimism in lots of ways. And I think the reason that Mark Carney won the election is largely because he was very optimistic about the future. And he was talking about what could be done. And so the challenge in the House of Commons, I think Harge is totally right about that, is a shift on the, in the kind of amongst the Conservative leadership to start trying to be positive and thinking about being optimistic about the country again, not just for the sake of being united, but I think, for the sake of, if they want to be successful again in the future, they can't be so dark.
I think, though, polling did show, if I recall, during the election, that majority of people that were voting for the Conservatives were voting with hope. That's what it showed. And that a big group of people voting Liberal were voting with fear because of Trump and tariffs. So I'm not saying one is better or different than the other, different motivations, and we are where we are. And
and the results would back that up. When one person would see as voting for fear and the other person seeing as hope, I think you could flip those back and forth.
Easily. Yeah.
And that's what the numbers
they self-identified that way, though,
right?
As voting for hope as opposed to voting for fear. That's what they were. That's how they self-identified. Having said that, we are where we are, and this is a very tight parliament, and people are going to have to figure out how to work together. So whether it's Carney figuring out what's in the Conservative platform that I feel comfortable with.
Front-loaded.
Right. Exactly. And what is, and Pierre looking at the Carney platform, what's in it that there's stuff on tariffs, there's stuff on cooperation with other countries to create different trade pacts. There's things in there that we know that hopefully they can find some common ground.
So lost Liberal decade, we're going to have to get rid of all that language.
Well, let's just look. We've all been
I'll be
in
honest
Parliament
with you, if you don't,
or
it's
a
not gonna work.
legislature.
It
We've
will
all
not
been
work.
in Parliament and a legislature. And there's a reason why you're one sword length, two sword lengths away from each other. That's
right.
And there's a reason why the turnout is what it is and the engagement is what it is. So you can look at it negatively that it's divisive. It is divisive, but it's also been extremely engaging. People actually know platforms, they know policies, they read them, they got out to vote. Young people got out to vote, across the demographic. I think there's a silver lining here. I know we're divided, we're going to have to work together, but I love that it was such an engaging election. I think that's healthy for democracy and it's healthy for the country. I'm very sad to see what happened with the NDP. A lot of really good people, really good parliamentarians lost tonight, and that's unfortunate, and they'll have to go through a leadership race. Because I do think we're healthier with a multi-party system.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. I know people have had their say, and this is what it looks like, but we're not used to being sort of a two-party run country. We're used to more diversity and more of a mix, more of a salad.
Yeah, but it's true the parliament is divided, relatively close in seats, 41-41 popular vote, divided. However, about a third of Canadians in the span of the past 6 months, a third went from voting for Pierre Poilievre to voting for Mark Carney, and then in the end kind of splitting in the end. But a third of Canadians have swished their votes around depending on the dynamic. That's not a divided country. That's a country that has differences, but differences of emphasis and choosing between, and I think we actually had two very strong, effective, honorable choices in Prime Minister. In Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, two very different people, personalities, presentation, emphasis, but two very good choices. And I think a lot of Canadians didn't vote for one because they hated the other. They voted for one because they thought that person was better than the other. And so when you have a third of the voting population swing, as we've seen in the past 3 months, that's not a deeply divided country. It's a country trying to sort out the right answer and the right outcome in order to deal with contemporary challenges.
Well, and now we have the question is, are the Conservatives going to elect a new leader? I mean, that's a question, obviously, for another day for Conservatives. And we will find out then, do the Conservatives want to choose a more pessimistic, kind of a dark path? Or do they want to choose an optimist? And I think, that is also going to be, kind of in the next step here, going to be part of the puzzle of how the parliament works.
James, I'm going to give this last point to you. So when Mr. Poilievre comes out tonight, if he comes out tonight to give a speech, because we know that this count is going to be long, I mean, they could still be counting even when we're off the air. When does that need to start? When does that reaching out need to start? What kind of language do we need to see in here?
I mean, look, we'll see the full composition of Parliament. There are about, I think, 20 or 30 ridings in British Columbia. They're within a couple of hundred votes. There's a 9-seat margin here. Pierre Poilievre's own riding, because of this gimmick that these people had of having 90 names in the ballot, and you have to hand count them. So like people are going through these massive scrolls of ballots. Like it's physically a problem. But look, the work starts, I think, now. He's probably on the phone talking to people now and thinking about and analyzing where he wants to be and what he wants to do. And also, I think on a personal basis, we don't talk about this a lot because I think there's a barrier here about about these things and respecting people's privacy. But Pierre Poilievre has a young family. He's been at this for over 21 years. He has had extraordinarily successful results tonight. He's added to the seat counts. He got more votes than Stephen Harper ever got as a percentage of the population of people. And Stephen Harper won 3 governments. Pierre fell short tonight. But there's every reason to believe that Pierre, looking ahead to 2000 in the next campaign, whatever that is, 28 and 29, by then, the NDP will have a new leader. By then, Donald Trump will be gone. By then, Mark Carney will have a track record of successes and failures that he can talk about. The dynamic will be completely different. And if the Conservative Party rallies around Pierre and Pierre is humble and honest about the shortcomings of this campaign and why he didn't quite get to where he wanted to get, then I think there's every reason why Pierre Poilievre should stay as leader and will have success in the future.
Okay, I'm going to let you sip that coffee while it is still hot, and I'm going to throw it back to Omar and Vashi. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Lots of things to keep our eyes on. Just jumping off that point that James was making and Christy before him, I think we're also paying very close attention to what does happen in Pierre Poilievre's riding, because all of what James laid out is true, the increase in the share of the popular vote and popularity for the party writ large. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up having a tough time in his own riding, that may inform the discussion of future leadership in a little bit of a different way. We're looking at some numbers for potential seat changes in Atlantic Canada, where I think the flow of advance votes and the counting of them has swung things back towards the Liberals' way. Todd Battis is with us from Halifax, I believe, and he'll have some more insight on this for us. Todd?
Yeah, hi, Vashi. And we talked a lot about this at the outset of the show when it looked like there were some real positive gains being made by the Conservatives. And then as the night progressed, those numbers seemed to shift a bit. And at the end of it, when you look at the seat change in Atlantic Canada, and we just had the board there, it was the Liberals picking up a seat and the Conservatives losing a seat. Here is a riding that exemplifies that. This is the riding of St. Margaret's South Shore. I think we have it that we can show the details of it. And then this was Conservative Rick Perkins' riding. He was the incumbent, and he lost by a huge amount in the end, with still one poll remaining. Jessica Fancy Landry, the Liberal candidate, leads by just shy of 6,700 votes. So that was one of those ridings that we talked about at the beginning of the night that the Conservatives would have really loved to have hung on to. But there was a late surge in numbers there, and it really stacked up. There was another one that I'm watching quite closely, and that's in Newfoundland, Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Last time I checked, with one poll remaining, Liberal Anthony Germain was up by a few dozen votes. So that may get us into the situation with recount. I can't recall the details on what that takes to kickstart that, but that's certainly one that we'll be looking at, and there might be some movement there as well. All right, let's check out the situation in Montreal with Mitsumi.
Todd, let's take a look at what's happening in Quebec tonight. The Bloc had a bad night, but it wasn't the kind of collapse that the NDP is seeing. The Liberals have made gains, probably about 10 seats at the end of the night. The Bloc has lost 11. But what was so interesting in this campaign in Quebec is that it seems that people decided not to vote for a party that they really cared for, which is the Bloc, for fear of what was happening in the world outside Quebec. And as a result of that, language wasn't the issue it usually is here in Quebec. There was a lot of concern about Mark Carney's ability to speak French, but it was interesting to see how many Quebecers said, you know what, his French is good enough. And it didn't really matter because of all the other more pressing issues. The Liberals did make gains right across the province, in the Laurentians, in the North Shore, in the South Shore, in the area between Montreal and Quebec City, most of them at the expense of the Bloc. Thérèse de Blainville, north of Montreal, was an upset. The Bloc was expected to take that, didn't. The Liberals also managed to get LaSalle et Marthe Verdun, that's in Montreal. They got that riding back. They lost that riding at a by-election in the fall. And the Liberals are leading in a couple of places where one wouldn't have expected the Liberals to be leading. Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, a place that's not traditional Liberal, it's a bloc seat. And Abitibi-Baie-James, also a bloc area, but those areas, they're still too close to call, and the Liberals are leading in them. So it could take a while to figure out what's happening there, but still, the Liberals do have the lead. So let's go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Mitsumi, thank you. And where we're seeing a lot of change elsewhere in the country, even elsewhere in the province, not a whole lot right in Ottawa proper. Certainly, there is potential for change in a couple of ridings, but where that potential for change is what makes it also interesting. So could see a gain of a couple of Liberal seats in the Ottawa area. One of those, the Bay of Quinte, which has flopped back and forth. 2021, it went Conservative and could go back to the Liberals. And the really, really interesting riding, though, what we're seeing in Ottawa is where Bruce Vanjoy is leading over Pierre Poilievre. And with about 90 polls reporting, that lead is fairly significant. There was a lot of talk over the last few days about the potential for the Liberals to do very well there and potentially win that seat. You also saw Mark Carney on the board. That was a Liberal riding in Nepean, but of course it was a different candidate, Chandra Arya, who was in there before. That is now Mark Carney's riding. And this bit of change as well in Prescott Russell with a new person in there. But this Carleton riding is what is really intriguing for people here. It might be because of the way public servants have voted. It could be because of Stittsville. They say there's a different mix of people in that area, and some who were very put off by Pierre Poilievre, despite the fact that maybe they come from a family that has long voted Conservative. Now, it's not over yet, certainly, but the potential for that riding to change tonight is what is really, really interesting about the Ottawa story, because we know Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, has been in there for more than 2 decades. We're going to throw it on to Toronto now as we continue to watch that. Michelle.
Good morning, Patricia. Yeah, here in the vote-rich GTA, it's not status quo. You'll remember last election, the Liberals dominated, but this election, they are losing some ground in this part of the country, and they're losing it to the Conservatives. Look at this. If we look at the Greater Toronto Area, at this point, with potentially the Conservatives picking up 10 seats, while the Liberals, led by Mark Carney, losing 9 seats. And let's boil down where the Conservatives are making some of these gains, because there are several seats where, you know, there was a Liberal incumbent and it could be Conservative. If we look specifically, this is a big gain in York Centre. Roman Baber, he was an MPP in the provincial government there. He was ousted by Doug Ford during the pandemic times, but certainly looking to go to Ottawa now. He's making a gain. Kostas Menegakis, we mentioned this one earlier, Aurora Oak Ridges, that's a gain, taking that seat from the Liberals. And look at this, Brampton South, Brampton West. It's interesting, Brampton was fully red last election, and we've got 2 ridings there that are looking to be potentially flipped blue. Also Markham Unionville as well. Michael Ma leading at this stage in the game. Parm Gill, he's a star candidate there in the Greater Toronto Area as well, leading at this stage. So there is definitely some movement, and we're seeing, as far as NDP go, non-existent in this part of the country. Let's go over to Calgary, see what's doing over there at this hour.
Thank you, Michelle. You know, in 2021, the Conservatives picked up 30 of Alberta's 34 seats. They didn't have that many more to take, but Alberta got 3 new seats, and the Conservatives immediately were gunning for them. So let's just take a look at the seat change tonight, because the Conservatives once again have done very well in Alberta. At this point, they are leading or elected in 34 of Alberta's 37 seats. So the Conservatives have picked up 5 seats. The Liberals have lost 1. And the NDP have lost 1. That's in Edmonton. We're going to take a look at a couple of the ridings around Calgary and Edmonton now, where the Conservatives have picked up seats. So Edmonton Southeast, this was the new riding where Edmonton's mayor was running. He did not win there. Kerry Diot picked up Edmonton Griesbaugh. This was an NDP seat. This was his old seat, though. He won it in 2015 and 2019. won it again tonight. And Calgary McKnight, this was a new riding. This is where a Liberal candidate was running here and did not win as well. So again, we're left tonight of the 37 seats in Alberta, we have 34 Liberal or leading Conservatives. Amanpreet Gill has taken Skyview. Jeremy Nixon has taken Calgary Confederation. He is leading there. There was no incumbent there. Billy Moore in Edmonton Northwest, that's one of the new seats that I was talking about there, and that the Conservatives were certainly gunning for. There were 3 new seats, and they managed to take them all tonight. Let's go out to Mi Jung in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. The Conservatives here in BC should be quite happy about their showing. They've picked up quite a few ridings. Let's take a look at the gains here in BC, and they came mostly at the NDP's expense. The Conservatives picked up, leading or elected, 6 more. Liberals 4, but look at this, the collapse of the NDP. They are down. Last time, the NDP won 12 seats in BC, half of their whole national total. So they are quite a bit down, including Jagmeet Singh, who's actually in 3rd place in his own riding. So a tough night for the NDPers in BC tonight. Here are some of the ridings where, you know, there's so many ridings that are so close. Sukhman Gill elected in Abbotsford South Langley. He is that 25-year-old Conservative candidate who not very experienced, but the party picked him over a seasoned veteran MLA, Mike de Jong, but he won there handily. Port Moody, Coquitlam, you've got Paul Lambert. The suburbs, very important to both all the parties. Jeff Kibble, Cowichan, Malahat, the Conservatives leading there. And Aaron Gunn, controversial candidate in the North Island for some of his comments about residential schools. He's leading up there. Chacow, Richmond Centre, Marpole leading, the Conservative leading there. So we're going to keep an eye on a lot of these tight races here in BC. Back to you, Omar Vashi.
All right, Mi Jung, thank you so much. And I'm being told right now that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is about to speak in Burnaby. Let's just listen in to see what he has to say.
So much. Thank you. 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 We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice of you, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You gonna get me all choked up here, guys. I gotta keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you, thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. We love you all. Thank you. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central, Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, you know, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, you know, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a sec here, guys. Thank you. One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Kidden. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm going to give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughter, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother, so big shout out to my brother, Krathan. And honestly, this might sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally couldn't have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, it turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, I'm trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you to my my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me if I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. Yeah. And y'all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. Good thing that there's water here. This water is very strategically placed for me, so it's very, very lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness, and I love y'all. All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means, the words break down. Chardi means rising, and Kala means spirits. And it's something that it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh there giving his wife a hug, an incredibly news-making and poignant speech. Mr. Singh announcing that he will step down as leader of the NDP after failing to retain his own seat or official party status for New Democrats. He says he'll stay on until an interim leader is selected, stopping himself, Omar, a number of times from crying. Clearly a very, very emotional night for Mr. Singh, and a hugely consequential decision for him.
And not a speech that any politician wants to give. I mean, Mr. Singh was humble, he was gracious, he was emotional, talking about the sacrifice that is carrying his daughter right there, talking about the sacrifice that public service takes on a family, especially a young family as he's got. But, you know, regardless of, I think, what political stripes you wear, the fact that you had somebody like him in Canadian politics, that you had somebody like him break historic ground, and really somebody who's living the promise of possibility in this country, right? Inspiring future generations. He talked about inspiring his two young children as well. But, you know, obviously a very difficult showing in his riding, and difficult for him personally. There will be a lot of soul searching that comes from this, and history will decide whether, you know, how effective he was as a leader or not. But the fact that he played the game, the fact that he entered the race and was in it makes the country better, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. I think to be fair, though, the outcome of this election also determined, you know, is a rendering on his leadership to a certain degree. Obviously, there were a number of other factors at play, but he made the decision to sign on to that agreement with the Liberals. That imparted a certain view of him and his party on a number of Canadians, and then you combine that with Donald Trump, and you're left with, you know, some upsets like the one you're looking at on the screen. We're lucky enough to have Tom Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, in the room with us right now. Tom, I watched you watching that speech. You were glued to the screen. We didn't think in our earlier conversations tonight that despite an possible outcome like this, Jagmeet Singh tonight would announce he's stepping down. Did he have any other choice given the results?
Despite all the emotion, he had had enough time to digest it, and I think that he was smart to pull the Band-Aid off. Just get in front of the microphone, go through that very emotional state, while the people that he wanted to thank were all there, physically in front of him, spoke very movingly with his wife, carried his little daughter on his shoulders as he went out, and just said, you know, it's going to take a little while to find an interim leader. It's actually a relatively easy process in the NDP, mostly the caucus involved in that, and they'll live to fight another day. It's been very tough for him, this campaign. I think you mentioned one of the key things. I mentioned one before, which was the Conservative attacks on him that might have actually hurt the Conservatives because the NDP vote wasn't there and it all went over Liberal, or a good part of it. And the other part was when he made that deal with Trudeau, he just didn't have anything to say on the doorstep when people said, but why not vote Liberal? Because that's what he had been doing for 3 years. So it was, at the time, it was a tactical move that they thought was going to help them stick around for a while. Strategically, long-term, it turned out to be very costly for them, and we just saw the results tonight.
I want to get to Kathleen Monk right now across this room, and obviously this party has to go through a period of soul-searching right now. Tom was mentioning earlier on that, you know, Valerie Plante, the Montreal mayor, is one of the names that's been put forward. Who else will the party look at? What other names are you hearing?
Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of names that are going to come forward, but I think tonight really what we got to reflect on is that, you know, just 10 years ago, Omar, our party, the New Democrats, were actually poised to possibly form government in 2015, you know, and now we're down to what looks like 7 seats. It is remarkable. And yes, New Democrats still hold government in Manitoba and obviously in British Columbia and are official opposition in 4 other provinces. But this is going to cause some serious soul searching. And there's many questions, not just about do we want to be the conscience of Parliament or do we want to seek power? Or it's also why aren't we the party that people turn to, working people turn to when it comes to things like threats to the economy? We're facing incredible income inequality right now in our country. This is a moment where New Democrats should be able to seize more support and power. But as I said to you earlier, I think that New Democrat voters just lent their vote to Carney right now. And if he does not succeed in delivering for them and fighting back off Trump, they will take that vote back. And now New Democrats are going to have to take a lot of time to rebuild. And, you know, the one thing about the courageous, I would say, decision of Mr. Singh tonight to resign right away, he is that happy warrior, is that he won't have to go to a leadership review. He won't face that. The party will begin with a process, and that process has to begin with thinking about what kind of a party we need to be. Because one thing that is clear to me is that Canadians do not want a two-party system. Many of the things that really form the values of Canadians are things that New Democrats have fought for in Parliament. So I expect this kind of, you know, two-party race that we've seen in this to not be the future, and that Canadians will return back to New Democrats, but we have a lot of rebuilding to do before that happens.
Scott, were you surprised that Jagmeet Singh made the announcement that he did tonight?
No. This is a catastrophic, devastating campaign end result. There was no option available to him, and there was no dignified option other than to take it. And I thought he performed admirably.
I'm so sorry, Scott. We got to interrupt you because Pierre Poilievre is actually just about to take to the podium to deliver his remarks. I believe any moment. I think he's walking into the Conservative headquarters, the room there as we speak. We don't have a final result, I should say, for his riding, where he still trails with 150 polls reporting the Liberal candidate Bruce Fanjoy by more than 2,000 votes at this time. Pierre Poilievre up there on stage alongside his wife. The two of them have been at basically every single campaign event at breakneck speed throughout the last 5 weeks. He is scheduled to take the microphone any moment now, but this story of his riding is certainly another fascinating one. Let's take a listen.
Merci, chers Canadiens.
Thank you, dear Canadians.
Je vous aime aussi.
I love you too.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. The adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. And speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life. You could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you, because I have the honor of being your voice and fighting for the conservative values that you voted for. And especially, it will be an honor to continue to work towards the promise of Canada, that anyone here who works hard can have a beautiful life in a beautiful home in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home. Thank you.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have expanded our support, and every day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working in Ottawa to bring the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I've had the honor of crisscrossing this country and speaking to the thousands of people who shared their concerns and worries and hopes with me.
Hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers. Young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home. Parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home. Grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
I've heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign. Your stories will stay with me when I fight with my Conservative team to continue defending you and pushing forward your interests. For those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time. But it especially means that we can never give up, because our country and its people deserve that we fight for them.
Everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the... Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre there in a concession speech saying he's proud, saying he's grateful. Obviously not the outcome that the Conservative leader wanted, pointing to the fact that the Conservatives have increased their vote share, the popular vote, north of 40%. In any other scenario, this would have been enough to secure a majority government. And Vashi not sounding as though he's going anywhere, saying that he still wants to fight. He would be honored to continue to fight for you, is what he said, even as in his riding of Carleton. I think the last time we had the board up, we're seeing it right here, I think. Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, is leading with about 2,400 votes in his home riding. So, we'll see what happens with Pierre Poilievre, but it has been a night of tight races, especially so in this riding of Carleton, which is Pierre Poilievre's riding.
Yeah, he might have gotten out deliberately in advance of the conclusion to this riding to deliver that speech, which I think can be described as defiant. Like, people wanted change, and to be fair to Mr. Poilievre, the Liberals were, the Conservatives were able to very much increase their share of the vote, very much increase the number of seats, but it did not, as he pointed out, get them over the finish line. And there was, quite an effort by Mr. Poilievre to say that that's, not the end of their story, basically, to lay out what will be probably the beginning of the argument for him to stay. I figure that's a much more difficult argument to make if, in fact, he loses his seat, but that is an if at this point. I wanted to swing over to Corey tonight to get your view on what we just heard from Mr. Poilievre. Definitely no intention to go anywhere. If he loses his seat, how much of a more difficult proposition does that become?
Well, what a weird night, because I think, as you correctly pointed out, there's a lot of good news in these results for the Conservatives in terms of their share of the vote, and the seat count, you know, is impressive. Like, he's increased their seat count. However, losing your own seat, and I don't think it's going to be that close, looking at those results and looking at the ridings around it, puts him in a very vulnerable position, because that decision in the past has largely been made up by caucus. I think my view is that he maintains a very high level of support from that caucus, and I think if he wants to stay on, he'll probably have the opportunity to do so. But it's more challenging to lead a caucus and lead your party from outside of Parliament. So I think if he does want to stay on, one of the first orders of business will be to find somebody to step down and give him an opportunity to run to rejoin the House. But I guess time will tell whether or not that happens. But I think looking at the results tonight, he's got a very strong position to stay on if he chooses to do so. You know, what a weird evening.
And speaking of weird, you know, our decision desk has just handed us some numbers, which I find fascinating. I mean, all of us have just been, you know, quite riveted by these numbers. And this, again, keep in mind, this is at where we are at this stage tonight. So, if there's any doubt that every vote counts, every vote matters, there are a couple of scenarios here. For the Conservatives to have won this election, not minority or majority, we're just talking about a plain win, they would have needed 2,700 more votes in 10 ridings. Not a lot of votes when you consider the millions of voters who are eligible across this country. For the Liberals to go from the position that they're in right now, a minority government, to a majority government, they would have needed 2,700 votes in 8 ridings. So this is an extremely close, it's thin. Amanda, I want to get to you because you've been waiting patiently, but I just want to get some quick thoughts from James and from Rana about what Pierre Poilievre had to say.
I mean, defiant, strong. I think it's strategically good for him to get out before the results in his riding are there. But look, he's had a historically good outcome, right? I mean, over 40% of the vote, got a bigger percentage share of the vote than Stephen Harper ever got in any of the 5 campaigns that Stephen Harper contested. He has reshaped the Conservative Party into a party that is about sort of middle-class values and broadened the party in a lot of support. You look at the support that he got in suburban Canada. Came very close to picking up seats in Brampton. He won a seat in Burnaby that nobody ever imagined, but we lost some seats. You know, we also lost some notable people, like the Whip, Carolyn Finley in South Surrey. It looks like she lost her seat. We lost Peterborough. So, I mean, there's a lot of movement happening there. But he's been an extraordinarily successful leader of the Conservative Party. There's no question about that. But the efficiency of the vote and the margin. But look, by the time the next election campaign comes around, the New Democrats will have a different leader, so the dynamic on the left will be different. Who knows what will happen with the relationship with the United States. Mark Carney will have had some debris around his government that can be pointed to as sort of lack of having delivered effective results. And I think Pierre could stand, I think, very effectively and tall. I think Corey's right, though, that the Conservative Party, we're a fragile party. We're a broad coalition of disparate interests, of people who come from different parts of the country, of different expectations. And I think there will be a lot of soul-searching about what fell short tonight and whether or not it can be repaired and how it can be repaired. So I think the humility part of his leadership, and tonight it was good for him to come out and to present as strong and highlight the successes on a high level so that people feel good about what was achieved. The going through the shortcomings will be a long and stressful process for sure. And I think the humility can come from that, from Pierre, and he can talk about what he fixed and what he can fix and what he can learn about a pathway forward. But no, it's a painful night, but Pierre has a lot to be proud of in terms of where he brought this party. And those who say, by the way, and I think this is important to point out, those who say he blew a 20-point lead, he did not. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney is a different opponent. The dynamic was entirely different. It's true Donald Trump was elected president in November, but he didn't start musing about a 51st state and attacking Canada with the tariffs. That didn't come until this year. We can criticize about how it might have been planned or could have been communicated or pushed back differently from. But this narrative that Pierre blew a 25-point lead is just factually not true. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney was a different opponent, and there was a collapse in the New Democrats. turnouts. So
yeah, but politics
the
isn't fair. That happens. I mean, there has to be some ownership of the loss tonight.
No question.
I understand what he was saying about all that increase in support. It's very fair, but you didn't get past the finish line. You lost.
Correct, and that's what the next, and that's the coming few months will certainly be about where he fell short. But however, he had better results of any conservative leader since I was 12 years old, and I'm 48, almost 49. and so, you know, but we count seats, we don't count votes, and the seats weren't quite there. And you know, there's going to be a lot of assessment about how to close that gap on the seats.
Rana, you wanted to jump in. Can he stay if he loses his own seat?
Yeah, he's earned the right to stay. I mean, we heard him tonight. He's a great leader. He's a great parliamentarian. He reached out saying Canada first. We can work together to make sure, whether it's tariffs, Trump, whether it's on other issues, he'll put Canada first. He'll put Canadians first. He congratulated Mark Carney. And I think he's ready to get back into Parliament. Now, if he loses his seat, then it's a logistical thing of trying to find somebody giving up one for him. But as James said, he had a remarkable result tonight. And that's the way the seats play out. But he's earned his right to stay. He's very popular in the caucus, very popular in the party.
The last time, by the way, we had a similar dynamic to this was 2004. Stephen Harper, in his first campaign in 2004, we fell short. We thought we might beat the Liberals in 2004. Scott Reid remembers that campaign very well. We thought we might win that campaign, but we fell short. Stephen Harper, his leadership, he very quickly came out like this on election night and was very proud of the accomplishments that we had at that time, which was coming together and creating the Conservative Party to compete on a national basis. The dynamic of the fact that it was a minority parliament, at that time in 2004, the first minority parliament that we'd seen since 1980s, we weren't quite familiar with them. And the fragility of that minority parliament allowed Stephen Harper to very quickly get the caucus rallied back together. The relative fragility of this minority parliament and the closeness of seats might be one of those things that Pierre can point to and say, look, let me tell you what I learned from this campaign. Let me talk about our successes. Let me talk about why we fell short. But let's keep in mind, we have a narrow gap between this and when the next election may come. It may come at any time. I'm an experienced leader, and let me tell you how I'm going to close this gap so we can be successful next time. So the parallel historically could well be the 2004 loss of Stephen Harper.
I just want to do a slight pivot and go to our CTV's chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. I mean, you know, if you're part of the business community in Canada, you're watching the result tonight, you know that it's a minority government situation, a liberal minority government situation. What are you thinking? I mean, does Donald Trump see this scenario as a weakness? And if you're part of the business community, how are you interpreting today?
Well, I will say this. The business community isn't a monolith, so they don't all vote as a bloc. They will vote Liberal, they will vote NDP, they'll vote Conservative, they'll vote Green. They do not like this result. As a monolith, I will say that. The business community and a lot of Canadians will feel this is an unstable result. But for businesses, and by that I don't just mean giant corporations, I mean mom and pop shops that have been frozen in place because of the tariff situation, including things like that $800 de minimis that hangs over us that will crush small businesses. This is a bad outcome. And the fact that we're talking now about the potential that, you know, we've lost one political leader and maybe the party status altogether, we won't know the results when we go to bed tonight. These seats are still shaking out. And yes, the uncertainty of, do we have a coalition? Can the Liberals and the Conservatives come together? Because there's no other math that is going to make sense for a fight against Donald Trump.
So it's uncertainty on top of uncertainty.
It's the compound factor. And by the way, that's all overlaid over the fact that we have challenges in this country economically that we didn't talk enough about in this election because it was sort of clouded by what's happening with Donald Trump and a trade war. And they are bigger and more important than that trade war. They'll last longer. We need to solve them. We all know what they are. It's not just housing affordability. It's growth. It's job creation. It's what do we want our future to look like? What will the jobs be? Productivity. Yes, I know, boring, but it's true. Those are still with us, and we need to solve them.
I just wanted to jump in and bring over Scott Reid. The numbers keep edging up for the Liberals. It's a very big minority. They're not far from 172. The finding of dance partners might not be as challenging as it looked 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it narrows even more when we see all the advanced polls come in various ridings and so forth. This is definitely a solid minority. And that will give Carney as Prime Minister the flexibility in Parliament to figure out on a vote-by-vote basis who he collaborates with. There is no chance in God's green heavens that he is going to pursue a pact with the remaining NDP members. I mean, if one lesson can be withdrawn from the past Parliament, it is that might not be the recipe for electoral success. So I don't think that that's going to be followed. I want to say something about Poilievre, though, because it was a set of fascinating choices that he made this evening. Right? First of all, he gave a victory speech, which you know, we're going to say, well, maybe that was wise. But if you were looking to see whether in this parliament, confronted by this crisis coming from Donald Trump, we were going to see any opportunity for collaboration between the Conservatives and the Liberals, you sure didn't see it in those remarks. He gave his stump speech and declared victory tonight. In loss, he declared victory, and he dedicated himself, just as James said, to the idea that it is just victory slightly delayed. We will just carry on, which signals that he will look for the first opportunity to defeat the government and to get himself elected as Prime Minister. And so all this talk of collaborative, that's about as collaborative as a bandsaw. That's not going to happen. He's not going to be collaborative. There's no indication of that. Second of all, he got out ahead of his riding, which makes sense. But it means that he obviously fears that he will lose his riding. And I agree with everyone here who said that he's going to have the hand to maintain his position, even if he loses his riding. But let's not pretend that that's a strong leader. That is a very weakened position. He then has to find a seat. He has to then defend the fact that he wasn't able to beat a novice who took over a party that was in disrepair. So I don't think this is the victory that Pierre Poilievre is portraying, and I don't see any sense of collaboration, and I do not smell the slightest whiff of humility.
I guess if you're only like 1% away or less than 1% away, though, from the popular vote, you do, I understand what Scott's saying, but you do understand also how Poilievre and his party would feel like they're so close. Maybe it is just another election like in 2006, for example, or 2011, that kind of thing, right? I guess Scott's point is well taken, but if you're a point away from the Liberals...
If the national imperative is let's deal with Trump, but he's declaring that his imperative is to get elected as Prime Minister as soon as possible. Let's get 2004 and 2006 moving right now. That is not in concert with Canadians who want to see this.
I've got to interrupt you. Forgive me. We've just got Diana Carney taking to the stage right now. Let's listen in.
Bonsoir Canada, et merci pour votre vote.
Hello, Canada, and thank you for your vote.
I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered. Not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring. Through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been. Consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service. So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong. And Canada
That is Nepean. That is the spirit. That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir.
It's a great evening.
Quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter les autres chefs de parti.
I'd like to congratulate the leaders of the other parties for their campaigns and for all their hard work. I thank them for their service to Canada now and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning to Parliament. Yves-François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Of course,
I would like to thank the thousands of volunteers this evening here and across the country who gave their time, knocked on doors, made phone calls, and talked with their neighbors and members of their community. And they did this to give us a strong government.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section, because I am going to begin with the value of humility, and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. That's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There's also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne,
during this campaign, Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their trust. And I am deeply touched. And I thank you for that. The French language.
La langue française, la culture québécoise.
The French language and Quebec culture are at the core of Canada's identity. They define the country that I love so much. And I will defend those tirelessly.
Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois.
With the strong team of Quebec MPs that you have just sent to Ottawa. Together we will ensure that Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada.
Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux.
And whether you work in the tar sands in Fort Mac, a nurse in Joliette, or an accountant in Toronto, there are many accountants in Toronto, my government will work for you all.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec
we will strengthen our relationships with reliable partners in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. And if the United States no longer wants to play a top role in the world economy, Canada will do so. We are masters of our own home. We will build thousands of homes, an energy superpower, a good career in the specialized trades, and a single Canadian economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, it's okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. It might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont
The
intimidatants.
challenges ahead of us are intimidating, but that's normal.
Comme ceux que nous vivons.
Big change, such as what we're going through right now, is always a worry. We have a lot of work to do, but I'm confident. I have confidence in you. I have confidence in Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui
United,
rassemble
we have built a country that brings together languages, cultures, and beliefs that are all different. United, we have built essential cultural institutions such as CBC Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens
Over the last few months,
ont fait leur part.
And Canadians have done their part. They have come together to defend our country and our way of life. I promise,
nous allons nous battre.
When we are threatened, we will fight.
With everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Mark Carney in Nepean at the headquarters there, and really getting to keep his job, essentially, but this time with the mandate of the people, pledging to be a prime minister for all Canadians, not just Liberals. And actually, he talked a lot about building. He's obviously got to build bridges with members of the other parties now, especially in a minority situation, and also has to build bridges with Donald Trump.
Yeah, or attempt to, I guess, something like that. He did say, I remember when he dropped the writ, or in particular after that conversation with Donald Trump last month, that on day one after the election, basically you would then be looking at, entering into negotiations with Trump ASAP. So a lot in that speech about what that plan looks like, very similar to what we heard on the campaign. Let's go to Heather Butts, who has some more details on how these seats are kind of rolling out right now.
Vashi, thank you so much. We're going to look at those seats right across the country. An incredible night there for the Liberal leader, Mark Carney. There he is. Just a great experience for him, and accepting that congratulations from people at his campaign office there at his celebration party. I'm joined by our pollster, Nick Nanos. Nick, an incredible night for this party,
wow.
An incredible night for the Conservatives, really, with their voter turnout as well. So let's talk about, you know what, Nick, I'm sorry, we're actually going to throw to Genevieve. She's on the floor there with Mark Carney.
Right on.
Great group of MPs coming with a commitment to work for our great country, and we will get to it right away. Thank you very much.
There was just a quick, short few words there from Mark Carney speaking to our Genevieve Bushman, who is on the ground there at the Liberal headquarters. Okay, Nick, back to us here. Yep. We're looking at the voter turnout here and the vote count and how it all played out. The vote efficiency. We've been talking about that earlier in the evening. We'll start with Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, you can see, Heather, the thing is that Atlantic Canada is usually good for the Liberals. They actually did quite well. You can see leading and elected in 25 seats. But, the thing is that when we look at the vote efficiency, the Liberals were punching above their weight. Only 55% of the vote yielded almost 8 out of every 10 seats, while the Conservatives were not as efficient on that front.
All right, Nick, let's move across to Quebec. We've been talking about this all evening to see how it would play out between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals.
Yeah, the thing is that when you look at the numbers, especially in terms of the seats, you can see the Bloc dropping and the Liberals doing actually quite well. But, when you crunch the numbers on the vote efficiency, check this out. The Bloc basically a pace in terms of converting to seats. The Conservatives in this particular case inefficient, only getting 14% of the seats, even though they had 1/4 of all the votes cast in Quebec.
All right, let's continue west, and we're going to head into Ontario now. Taking a look at the standings in Ontario, we'll bring those up. The Liberals 67 seats, the Conservatives 55. What played out here, Nick?
Yeah, the thing is bad news for the New Democrats, but you can see that the Conservatives were on par. But check out the Liberal numbers, much more efficient at converting into seats. And NDP basically nowhere, no seats, even with 5% of the votes.
Nothing for the NDP. Okay, let's move across to the prairies. We'll take a look here at the standings. We'll bring up those numbers for us here. The Conservatives, 54 seats in the prairies, Liberals 9, and just 2 for the NDP now.
Not a big surprise. This is the Conservative heartland for the Tories and doing really well. And, the thing is they punch above their weight. Electorally, getting 60% of the vote, but 83% of the seats. Not as efficient for the Liberals or the New Democrats.
Okay, and let's head to BC now. And a huge story here with the NDP not claiming as many seats as they had hoped in that province, for sure. The Conservatives claiming 19 seats, and 20, and the Liberals 19.
Yeah, in the polling, it was a toss-up in British Columbia, and the seats have kind of borne that out. And, the thing is, you can see, generally, with the exception of the NDP, who underperformed, the Conservatives and the Liberals did a good job at converting votes into seats.
All right, we'll take a look now at the national numbers here for the voter efficiency. You can see right across the country now. We'll just wait for those to come up here. The leading and elected seats there, Liberals 166. And taking a look at our vote value here, Nick.
Yeah. Actually, what it speaks to is the fact that the two frontrunners did a pretty good job at converting their votes into seats, as did the Bloc. And, you know, the only exception, the outlier, is really the New Democrats. And the story tonight is about the New Democrats losing party status, losing their leader, and having a pretty tough night.
And, Nick, I have to say, the polling was bang on with that as well.
Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Nick, we'll leave it on that note. I'm going to bring in Rupin for us this evening. Rupin, we're going back to talking about demographics. We've been talking a lot this evening about votes and numbers, but there are people behind those numbers, Rupin.
Yes, there certainly are.
We look at the different segments of the population for people who are voting as well. So we're going to take a look at an Ontario riding here, Rupin. I believe we're going to zero into southwestern Ontario, Midwestern Ontario, rather, Kitchener-Conestoga. Rupin, who are the voters in this riding?
Well, you know, this riding really, it seems to always be on a razor's edge in so many elections, and it really illustrates the different factors pulling the votes in different directions for the Conservatives versus the Liberals. So we've got young families, the second city suburbs, who are a significant chunk of this riding, and they tended to vote Liberal last time around by a bit of a hair's edge. In the riding, I mean, they're pretty high incomes in this riding. And you know, so a lot of earning people in their earning years, families that are trying to make ends meet, but a lot of concern about the tariffs. Many people in this riding are going to have their jobs at risk.
A huge impact here. And purchases. These are people who want to buy things. They're looking at making that next big purchase.
They're setting up their homes. They want to buy real estate. They want to buy a new vehicle. So all those plans for purchasing could get thrown into disruption if the stability isn't there in their household finances. So that's a big concern.
And there's the results. It's such a tight race there for Kitchener-Conestoga. Just a 114 vote difference there between the Liberals and the Conservatives. We'll send it back to Omar and Vashi. Rupin, thanks so much for joining us this evening.
My pleasure.
All right, thank you so much. That's Heather Butts taking a look at some of the stuff that's happened, the results that have come in. I wanted to circle back, Omar, to Mark Carney's speech because we didn't have a chance to really get into it. It was long. It repeated a lot of what we heard during the campaign. I think it certainly tried in many respects to reach out to people who did not vote for him, and there are millions upon millions, right? That popular vote is, the Liberals' edge is razor thin. Like, as of tomorrow, the list of tasks, the challenges ahead of the Prime Minister are great in nature, and he doesn't have the majority mandate at this, you know, with the numbers that we have at this point, to do that without any constraints. And I think that will be the story of the coming weeks, the coming months, perhaps even depending on how it goes, the coming years. But it's a tall list of things he is saying he wants to do up against a very big challenge in the United States. But even when you're talking about building out our economy, as I'm sure Amanda can talk to, doing that with checks on your power that a minority government essentially informs is not going to be the simplest of tasks.
Definitely not the simplest of tasks. And of course, it's not quite clear how the math works out. I was interested to hear Scott say, you know, this is a strong minority, but it's a minority all the same, and there isn't a clear coalition, especially if there is politically a reason not to partner with the NDP. The challenges that he's talking about are real. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in the days ahead with the Conservative Party. I'm glued to the election results. You can see them online on CTV's website for Carleton to watch what happens to Pierre Poilievre, because without that leader, it does matter who steps in, how long he takes to find a place in Parliament. What does that look like in terms of dealing with Donald Trump? That's the next big job, is what face do we present to that neighbor. And by the way, when Mark Carney says we can diversify our trade and we'll look to Asia, these are very nice thoughts. That is not easily done. We have a continental issue here. We will trade with America, and we better figure out how.
You're absolutely right. And you know, some of these deadlines are imminent. I mean, he's pledged to have free trade between the provinces by July 1st. That's coming up around the corner. If my recollection is right of the parliamentary calendar, I believe that Parliament's supposed to be back in session late May.
Yeah, May 26th, I think.
May 26th. They sit for a couple of weeks, and then they're technically supposed to be on break. There is a 2-week extension that they could have, but that is a very, very short window. So Mark Carney is back in power. He's staying in power, but now the real job begins to see how long he can stick around, because there is a tall list of accomplishments that he set out earlier tonight, and not a lot of time to do it. I mean, historically, if you look at how long minority parliaments last in this country, I believe it's something like 12 to 18 months, yes. Right? So he has to not only work to make sure that this is a functioning government, that he's able to build bridges with other parties and other leaders, but also that he's able to do what he set out to do and get, change, concrete change for Canadians, because it's a delicate balance. I mean, Canadians don't want to go to the polls right away, but if they don't see action and see it relatively quickly, we could see ourselves right back here very soon.
Just to quickly point out, for the sake of fairness, the lead for Bruce Fanjoy has decreased, not substantially, but it's decreased from where it was the last time we were updating that race for Pierre Poilievre's riding. I just want to bring in Christy Clark to get your take on what you heard from Mark Carney, because I think he was saying build, baby, build, which is maybe not what you'd expect to hear after the last 10 years from the Liberal leader. But I heard you kind of say, like, I really hope so.
Well, I hope, yeah, I do. I mean, I hope that we see him build houses, because I think and all the parties will agree on that. I also hope we see him building energy infrastructure across the country, because when we talk about diversifying our markets, you have to have something to sell. And the things that Canada has to sell, that democratic countries around the world want from us, that we don't, currently we're only selling to the United States, are natural gas, oil, mining products. It's our energy sector that we have to grow. So when he says build, 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 what I hear is he wants to make sure that we have pipeline right-of-ways, that we're getting Quebec on side to make sure that we're shipping east and west, and that we're changing our permitting structure so that we can make sure that, when investment comes, we can actually get this stuff out of the ground into markets.
Are you convinced, Rana, that will be the case?
Look, I hope that is the case. And so here's where we could see some collaboration. And currently his platform is not one, unwilling to get rid of Bill C-69, unwilling to get rid of the emissions cap, which producers have said if there's an emissions cap, we're not interested in building a pipeline, and we need the producers to be on side. So there's a bunch of things that have to happen for the private sector to even be interested in investing in energy infrastructure. And we can't expect the government to pay for all the pipelines. We need private capital. And right now, that's not going to happen with the current policy framework that Mark Carney has. But if he's serious about it, let's get him and Poilievre together and let's talk seriously about what does that regulatory environment need to look like to attract private investment and to actually get pipelines built. That would be a positive thing.
CTV Genevieve Beauchemin was one of the first to speak with Mark Carney after his victory speech. I believe we have a clip of that. Let's roll it now.
I feel wonderful. I feel wonderful. Very humbled, as I said in my remarks, by the confidence that Canadians place in myself and the party, and very dedicated focus to an ambitious outcome for this great country. But I'm very, very, very grateful. It's a tremendous honor. Every vote is a privilege, and we have a great group of MPs coming. We have a commitment to work for our great country, and we will get to it right away. Thank you very much.
Mark Carney, moments after his victory speech, speaking to CTV's Genevieve Beauchemin. Harjit Sajjan, any bets on how long it will take to get him to Washington to meet with Donald Trump?
Well, I think the number one priority is going to be in how Canada is going to engage with President Trump. I think that will be the number one step moving forward. In terms of time, it's hard to say. I think it will be relatively quickly. And let's not forget, I mean, he was Prime Minister literally for about 100 days, right? And now he has a mandate from the Canadians to actually get the job done. And the platform that's there that he's been voted for is now Canadians give a mandate, a strong minority government to be able to work with others to move forward. The plan that he's put in place is about building. And it's nice to have parties to come up with different policies that shows how you're going to build homes, how you're going to get our energy to market. So this is a great opportunity, but the number one thing that needs to be done is how we're going to stand up to Donald Trump. Mark Carney has stood very firm. His aggressiveness that people have noted already, I think, is a very positive thing moving forward. During the first Trump administration, I've been in the White House with President Trump as well. You can't be weak going in. You need to have a very strong position. You got to be very firm, and Mark Carney has that.
All right, quite a dramatic night, a lot of tight races, and certainly a lot of stories we'll be talking about for quite some time, Vashi. I mean, we're talking about the popular vote story, right? This situation, which a lot of people didn't quite see it in the way we're seeing it right now. So we'll be talking about dissecting all of this for the days to come.
Yeah, look, it was a really competitive race. I think James's point earlier about how it may appear like we're a very divided nation, but really it was a lot of engaged people who coalesced around two parties that were providing sometimes competing, sometimes similar visions for how to move forward in the face of such an extreme external threat. It is not necessarily a bad thing. I think it may be unique to this election, depending on how things go with Donald Trump and the resurgence, if possible, in the future of the NDP, but also the end of the road for someone like Jagmeet Singh tonight, making that announcement on our watch that he is going to resign until there is an interim leader selected. All eyes on what happens in Pierre Poilievre's riding, and then how does Mark Carney govern as Prime Minister in a minority government?
And so in many ways, we're ending this night with the same questions as when we started. I mean, what happens with the future of this country?
It's actually true, yeah.
What happens with the future of the NDP? What happens with the future of the Conservatives, with that race in Carleton that we're all watching very closely? And as you rightly pointed out, that spread there is narrowing between Bruce Van Joy and Pierre Poilievre, but certainly things narrowing there. Can't thank you enough for watching our coverage of Election Night 2025. Thank you to all our panelists, and of course to Vashi for joining us for the past few hours. And if you're in British Columbia, a special edition of
Get the right mattress for less during the Briggs tent sale. We've got mattresses for every budget, plus incredible